Chapter 767. After staying in Wu Bangcheng for a few days, Lu Chen had already heard of Xianzhen's martial arts fanatic character. He grasped Xianzhen's weakness and proposed an irresistible condition. Triple the asking price, that would be 90,000 cash withdrawal tickets, which was definitely a huge sum of money. But on the other hand, if Lu Chen failed, he wouldn't get a single cent. The risk and reward would increase exponentially. Not long after, the officer in charge of receiving Lu Chen returned. The city lord said your asking price is too high. He doesn't have so many cash withdrawal tickets in his hands. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Even the city lord of Wu Bangcheng couldn't take out so many cash withdrawal tickets in one go. How much does he have? 47,000. Deal, Lu Chen said without hesitation. This time, even the other party was stunned. Nameless asking price was too casual. It was equivalent to a 50% discount. But he actually agreed without hesitation. In fact, for Lu Chen, it was a lot anyway, so a little bit more was a little bit more. The news that Nameless was going to challenge 3 experts at the same time suddenly exploded in the northern spectator stands. Father, what did you say? Nameless is going to challenge 3 people at the same time? He's crazy. Xianlan almost shouted. I don't know if he's crazy or not. I only know that my cash withdrawal tickets seem to be safe. Xianzhen smiled slightly. Bo Fan frowned slightly. When Nameless met that young man for the first time, Hong Yuan's soul and body had already fused, but he was still calm. I thought he was a calm child, but I didn't expect him to be so careless. 1 against 3? What kind of people does he think he can survive until now? Why does he think he's stronger than the others? Luo Shui said, he's really too arrogant. Big senior brother and second senior brother are also arrogant, but they know their limits. This guy is many times more arrogant than them. I think he'll be beaten up badly in a while. Xianzhen smiled. Maybe he thinks he won't die anyway, so he's so fearless. But I think some people can't stand being looked down upon like this. Moreover, in a 3 against 1 situation, anything can happen. He might have to pay a painful price for his arrogance. Huang Xian looked at his junior sister beside him. Xianlan and the others were chatting excitedly, but his junior sister didn't speak at all. Ling, don't you hate Nameless the most? Why do I see that you don't seem very happy? Huang Xian asked. Yan Ling was stunned for a moment and glanced at her senior brother. Although he's annoying, he saved us and helped the Holy Mountain. Grandfather admires him very much. I don't want to see him die in the arena. Huang Xian nodded. Indeed, that guy is annoying, but I don't want him to die. There was only 1 match left for today's competition. Nameless against the 3 most outstanding youths of the Sacred Mountain, Yilong, Luo Chen, and Ying. When they learned that the city lord had arranged for the 3 of them to fight Nameless at the same time, with their personalities, they were already furious. If city lord Xianzhen hadn't personally informed them this time, they probably would have exploded before the competition. 3 nephews. Actually, this doesn't affect you at all. As long as you defeat him, not only will you have 1 less opponent, it won't affect your reputation. Xianzhen said, he looked down on you, so you should return the favor, right? Do you want me to refuse his request? Wouldn't that be cowardice before the battle? The 3 of them had to give Xianzhen face, so they could only agree to this match. After getting on the stage, the 3 of them stared at the young man who was slowly walking up the stage. This time, Lu Chen changed into his wild blood sword god outfit, a red robe that fluttered fiercely in the wind. Nameless, you're really arrogant. You actually dare to challenge the 3 of us at the same time. Ying was an assassin of the night. He wore a black outfit, and his face was covered with a veil, leaving only a pair of angry eyes. Nameless, my master used to think that you were mature, but I didn't expect you to be such an arrogant guy. Falling Dust said indifferently, At that time, the son of Lord Yi had a conflict with you. Now, it seems that I should have stood on his side. Yi Long sneered. Nameless, do you think I'll let you off unscathed? Sorry, but this time we'll settle our old and new debts together. Lu Chen looked at the three of them indifferently. The three of you, it's not that I look down on the three of you, but my time is tight. From today onwards, I must seize every second. This time, I won't let go of the chance to earn more cash coupons. If Xiao Min and Little Green were free now, they would have been shocked. It turned out that Boss hadn't completely let go of the matter of Magical Beast Supreme. In the past, although Lu Chen's growth was rapid, he was still relatively leisurely. This sudden increase in the stakes was actually not in line with Lu Chen's usual style. There was only one reason. After seeing the Shadow Stone of the Mine incident, Boss wanted to become stronger faster. That guy's growth speed was too terrifying. Lu Chen didn't have much time left. In this emergency situation, Lu Chen's strategy had changed. This was why he decided to fight 3 genius powerhouses alone in order to earn more cash coupons. However, there was one thing that didn't change. Lu Chen wouldn't tell Little Green and Xiao Min about this dangerous matter in advance. He just pretended as if nothing had happened. You really don't have much time left, because soon you'll die at our hands. Yi Long sneered. Falling Dust, Shadow, according to my deduction, the reason why he thinks that the three of us aren't his match is most likely because he doesn't think we'll truly join forces. That's right. Perhaps it's due to face, or perhaps there's a competitive relationship between us, which could cause us to fight separately, Shadow said. Falling Dust smiled faintly. Nameless, if that's really what you think, then I'm sorry, but you'll be disappointed. Team battles are an essential part of our cultivation. The power of the three of us joining forces is definitely not what you think it is. Lu Chen smiled faintly. As you wish. This sentence almost caused the 3 people who were bursting with confidence to collapse. After talking for so long, he said, As you wish. You can do whatever you want. This guy is too arrogant. Xianlan already hated Lu Chen to the extreme. Xian Zhen smiled faintly. He's definitely arrogant. Lan, have you heard of the Azure Dragon sect being destroyed? I've heard of it. If I'm not wrong, the guy who destroyed the Azure Dragon sect. Solipsistic, is this Nameless? What? Not only Xianlan, but even Yanling and Huang Xian were shocked. Xian Zhen said, I wouldn't think so highly of a person for no reason. Recently, for some reason, there hasn't been any newcomers from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven. It's not just in the vicinity of the Sacred Mountain. I've asked the city lords of a few other cities, and it seems that there hasn't been any newcomers in the entire 5th heaven. The only newcomer is probably this Solipsistic. I'm really curious, what's so special about him? Xianjin narrowed his eyes slightly. Breaking into the 4th heaven alone, destroying the Azure Dragon sect, hiding from being the champion of the Heavenly Lake Conference, and causing the spiritual chi to recover. This person has already aroused my interest. Chapter 768. As the city lord of Wu Bang City, Xianzhan was well informed. No wonder he paid special attention to Lu Chen. He knew much more than the others. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the arena. 3 of them were here for Xianlan, while their opponents were here for the instant extraction scroll. 2 of them were 1-star cultivators, and 1 was a 9-star cultivator. Lu Chen was a 1-star cultivator. Nameless, are you planning to use the advantage of soul-body fusion? Shadow suddenly said. Lu Chen's expression did not change. He said something that shocked everyone. He seemed to be talking to himself. If I use soul-body fusion, I won't be able to improve in this battle. As long as I use soul-body fusion, no matter if I accumulate 10 minutes or an hour, my time will be reset to 0. If I meet that guy now, I won't have any chance of winning. Then Lu Chen raised his head and said calmly, "Don't worry. From today onwards, my soul-body fusion will only be prepared for one person, and all of you are not my target." As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes widened. What? He doesn't use soul-body fusion. He's crazy. A one-star cultivator dares not to use soul-body fusion? What a joke. Does he know the difference in strength between the battle soul and the main body? He's courting death. Yanling was shocked beyond words. In her heart, she always felt that Lu Chen's strength was not much higher than hers. He used despicable means in the sun-chasing competition. He had a magic treasure like the clear water pearl in the heavenly lake. At such a close distance, his void-shattering technique had missed. Maybe he was just a little lucky, but his true strength had not reached a height that she could not reach. But at this moment, that somewhat sloppy man seemed especially serious this time. When he put away his smile, there was actually a strong sense of oppression. Was that red robe his real fashion? The eye-catching red was as arrogant as his real ID, solipsistic. Was this his true appearance? It was just like that night when she saw him chatting with the commoners. At this moment, Yanling felt as if she had never really known this guy. 1 against 3. Why aren't you using soul-body as one? Is there something wrong with my ears? Xianlan furrowed her brows. Any normal person would not make such a decision. Nameless had said so, so there were only 2 possible outcomes. Either he was a lunatic who was seeking his own death, or he was a super powerhouse, a person who didn't want to marry her even after winning. What kind of person was he? Nameless, you really are the most arrogant person I've ever seen. Falling Dust was thoroughly enraged. Today, I will definitely kill you. Soul and body as one. Falling Dust, Leaf Dragon, and Shadow simultaneously activated the soul-body fusion state. Lu Chen looked at the 3 people in front of him indifferently. How difficult would it be to fight that guy in the future? Perhaps only the dead loose immortal would know. Defeating these 3 people with soul and body as one would not be difficult for him at all. Since Zhou Qian kept emphasizing the combat power of his body, then he would use his body to fight these 3 people. Perhaps this difficulty was only 1%, or even 1,000th of the difficulty of the battle with Demon Beast Sovereign. Lu Chen was a little surprised himself. A shadow stone actually made him unable to mind. An indescribable pressure made him involuntarily start to get serious. In the void, a long sword was slowly drawn out. Limitless godly demon sword. Boss, are you sure you want to use your body to fight 3 people with soul and body as one? The sword spirit rarely spoke. Lu Chen said, "Why? You don't want to fight?" "No, I'm just a little excited." Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. "Is that so? That's great. Godly demon symbiosis." In an instant, Lu Chen completely changed his appearance. His black hair turned white instantly. His long hair reached his waist and swayed with the wind. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen was no longer an average-looking man. His facial features were exquisite, his eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were bright. He stood tall with a sword in his hand. The red color of the wild blood sword god, combined with his white hair and fair skin, made him look like a red shadow in a snowy field. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was not his white hair and handsome face. Instead, it was the pair of furry ears on his head that melted Xianlan's maiden heart. My mother, what kind of demon is that? Why is he so handsome? Those ears. Oh my God, I love them. Yan Ling was also stunned. Was this guy really that wretched man? He was too handsome. There were countless handsome men among the disciples of the immortal cultivation sect. Yan Ling originally thought that she was immune to handsome men, but when she saw Lu Chen's appearance, her heart started to pound. That was not a handsome man. That was a beautiful man. It was as if he had walked out of an ink painting, clean and untainted. Especially that pair of ears. They were so adorable that his face was bleeding. That is so handsome, exclamations could be heard from all around. In the past, Lu Chen would have been proud of himself. It was not easy to fuse with such a handsome appearance, and the effect was quite good. The commotion was even greater than when Bei Shui Gufei had appeared. However, Lu Chen did not care about that now. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to become stronger. Lu Chen swung his sword elegantly. He held the sword with one hand and stabbed it into the ground. Come on. Battle, soul possession, devil transformation, dragon blood boiling, 3 reincarnations. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he turned into a red shadow and rushed to the opposite side. Ghostly shadows. Doppelganger. In an instant, a large number of Lu Chen appeared in the arena. Nameless, don't think that you can win with these tricks. In front of the battle soul, you are just an ant. Everyone kill him. Yi Long shouted angrily. 9 Dragon Wall domain. Endless Night domain. Shadow also activated his domain. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, 1,000 dust domain. Lu Chen seemed to have guessed that they were going to activate their domains. After all, this was the opening move of many people. He had already prepared for it. Shatter the void. Break it. If Lu Chen's battle soul had attacked, the 3 domains would have shattered at the same time. However, Lu Chen's physical strength was only 11,000 points. After many boosts, it would not exceed 100,000 points. The attack power of Shatter the Void was greatly reduced. Relying on the restraining effect of Shatter the Void on domain skills, it did not break any of the domains. The attack is too low. Lu Chen changed his tactics. Chaotic element type change. The elixir instantly turned black and became mixed Yuan spiritual elixir. At the very least, the domains could not affect Lu Chen's attack. The Endless Night domain turned the surroundings pitch black, and Shadow had already disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, Yi Long had already rushed in front of Lu Chen with a displacement. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Summon 9-body ghost chariot. Yi Long was a spirit controller. He summoned the remnant soul of a divine beast, ghost chariot, with 8 bodies and 8 heads. In the next second, Yi Long suddenly disappeared. After fusing with the 9-body dragon god, he grew a 9th body and head. Spirit controller astral form. At the same time, Lu Chen suddenly realized that his third opponent had also disappeared. Falling dust should not be an assassin. If he remembered correctly, he should be a golden light monk. Golden light Buddha body. Lu Chen frowned. Of these 3 guys, 2 had already activated their profession astral form, and 1 had disappeared into the night. For a moment, only Lu Chen was left in the arena. However, everyone knew that, at this moment, Lu Chen was already in a desperate situation. Chapter 769. Yan Ling thought that she would calmly watch Nameless lose or even be seriously injured. However, at this moment, she didn't know why she had never been as nervous as she was now. Nameless opponents had all disappeared. If she was nameless, how would she deal with such a situation? Without the fusion of soul and body, the 2 opponents had directly activated their profession astral bodies. One of them was a night assassin who was good at assassination. Would they panic before the fight even started? No, she would never use her body to fight against other people's souls. However, Yan Ling couldn't help but put herself into the battle, which made people even more confused. The white-haired man in the field didn't panic. He closed his eyes slightly. Heavenly Eye. In the state of the body, it was much more difficult to use the aura. At present, Lu Chen couldn't directly use the aura to defend against the enemy's attack like before. However, the aura had already provided clues to the opponent's figure. Suddenly, a silver light flashed behind him. Lu Chen moved quickly, and the fish-scale dagger almost brushed past his throat. He avoided the night assassin's sneak attack. How did he do it? At the same time, Ing also appeared briefly. This was the best time for Lu Chen to make a move. However, a fireball had already smashed towards him from behind, so he couldn't stay for a moment. He moved quickly again to avoid the fireball's attack range. The ghost chariot still turned into a chariot. The 9 dragon heads launched continuous elemental attacks towards Lu Chen. Nameless, taste my power. Unlimited elemental firepower. The attacks were overwhelming. All kinds of elemental balls were shot in succession, roaring towards Lu Chen. Even if the opponent's soul's attributes weren't particularly outstanding, Lu Chen's body couldn't withstand one attack. Moreover, Yilong's strength wasn't weak at all. As long as these shells hit Lu Chen once, he would definitely die. Lu Chen used his body movement, shuttling nimbly between the various elemental shells. In the distance, Huang Xian slightly furrowed his brows. His heavens, I can predict the position of the enemy's attack. But to be able to calmly dodge such a dense barrage of attacks, whether it is in terms of reaction time or mental fortitude, Solipsistic is top-notch. Huang Xian, who did not want to deal with Lu Chen, could not help but admire him when he saw Lu Chen's dodging. However, Xian Jin shook his head slightly. Huang Xian, you're right, but don't forget that Solipsistic has 0 tolerance for error. Any one of my attacks can instantly kill him. Battles have always been cruel, no matter how perfect you are in the process. As long as you lose in the end, you lose. Huang Xian's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Even if the Solipsistic's performance was brilliant, he could not make a single mistake when fighting against a war soul with his main body. Luo Shui stared at the battlefield. I think Yi Long is far from using his full strength. Luo Kong nodded. Yi Long doesn't need to use his full strength at all. His goal should be to seal off Nameless movements. Don't forget, there are still 2 hunters waiting for an opportunity to move. Second senior brother. Why hasn't eldest senior brother come out yet? Evening only attacked once before disappearing again. Luo Shui asked. Little Shui, remember, sometimes if you don't make a move, you'll have to make a move. Luo Kong said. Ying's attack was dodged just now. They should have seen that Nameless reaction time is outstanding. Now that eldest senior brother is not moving, it will imperceptibly create a huge pressure on Nameless. First, he doesn't dare to attack rashly. Second, he has to be vigilant at all times. These 2 points are almost enough to make eldest senior brother and the others invincible. Once Nameless shows even the slightest flaw, it will be fatal. A lion and a tiger will use all their strength to catch a rabbit. These 3 are not people with an undeserved reputation. They are the most dangerous hunters. Compared to Nameless, their combat experience can only be stronger. I really can't think of how Nameless can win. Their master, Bofan, frowned slightly. Solipsistic has been using 7 stars chasing the moon, but his movement range is slowly shrinking. Is he trying to use 7 stars chasing the moon to reverse Luo Chun and Ying's position? Xianjin shook his head. Using 7 stars chasing the moon to reverse Luo Chen's position is indeed a clever method. If he uses Heaven's Eye, he might be able to roughly determine the enemy's position. But the problem is that the enemy is moving. With Luo Chun and Ying's reaction time, they can even deliberately create an illusion and make Nameless miss. In the current situation, it's already very difficult for him to dodge Yilong's attack. Even if he finds Luo Chun and Ying, he won't have time to attack. At this moment, Luo Kong's eyes widened. Nameless seems to have underestimated Ghost Chariot's elemental attack. A ball of ice spirit energy exploded beside Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen had dodged the attack, after the ball of ice exploded, countless icicles exploded around Lu Chen. Ghost Chariot's attack was ever-changing, and there was a mystery hidden in the ball of spirit energy. Nameless, you're finished. You're already dead. Yilong's voice came from one of Ghost Chariot's heads. Facing the countless icicles that were as thin as silver needles, Lu Chen was about to dodge again when purple smoke suddenly appeared around him. Spiritual power disorder. Ying's voice came from the dark. Lu Chen suddenly found that the circulation of his spirit core was blocked. The supply of spirit energy was blocked, and all of his movement skills couldn't be used. The origin spirit core wouldn't be suppressed, but if the supply of spirit energy was limited, Lu Chen still couldn't use skills. Lu Chen's body wasn't invincible, and the spiritual power disorder successfully interfered with Lu Chen's skills. In just an instant, countless icicles pierced toward Lu Chen. Yan Ling's mind was completely blank. The price she had to pay for putting herself in Lu Chen's shoes was that she had no other choice. Large drops of sweat rolled down her face from her forehead. It's impossible to dodge. Nameless. However, at this moment, there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, he smiled evilly. Ying, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I know you're hiding nearby. Seeing this opportunity, you can't not make a move. I'm all ears. Lu Chen grabbed the air, and a blurry figure was directly grabbed out of the night by Lu Chen. With one step, Lu Chen had already hidden behind Ying. He was all ears and forcibly pulled the other party to his side. In fact, this wasn't any attack or movement skill. But at this moment, it just happened to resolve Lu Chen's crisis. Shadow Shield. Facing the ice needles, Ying had no choice but to use the shield. Countless icicles collided with the Shadow Shield. Although the icicles didn't hurt Ying, they still shattered his Shadow Shield. This guy, did he deliberately show an opening just now? Huang Xian was stunned for a moment. Since they didn't take the initiative to attack, Lu Chen gave them a reason to attack. And at this moment, Lu Chen's counterattack began. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Lu Chen shouted in a low voice. 10 consecutive sword strikes, as fast as lightning, pierced towards Shadow. Although Ying's HP didn't decrease by much, after all, Lu Chen's attributes were too low. But soon, he would understand a truth. Don't let the solipsistic get close. Stun, silence, slow, mana burn, critical hit, all kinds of passive skills were crazily refreshing. Chapter 770. Since level 5 didn't show the numerical damage anymore, he couldn't see the negative status on others. Only the War Soul would show the HP. Shadow's HP wasn't dropping fast, but the crowd was exclaiming. However, the fact that his physical body could actually fight against a fighting soul was already an incredible feat. Impossible. He's just a 1-star cultivator. Even if he has an enhancement skill, his attack shouldn't be able to break through the defense. His strength has increased to more than 100,000. No, look at Shadow's HP. It's dropping at a different rate each time. It feels like it's a critical hit. That's impossible. Unless he's using critical hits, it's impossible to hit Shadow's War Soul. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was using critical hits. It was just that the critical hit multiplier was different. After being caught by Lu Chen, this violent beating caused Ing to freeze on the spot, unable to move even an inch. It's a passive stun. Bofan narrowed his eyes. Attacks with combo, high critical hit rate, burning the opponent's spiritual energy, and blocking it. How can this guy have so many passive skills? Xianjun frowned. If he uses soul-body fusion, it'll be a nightmare to get close to him. No matter how much HP you have, you'll be stunned to death. However, this wasn't a one-on-one fight. Seeing Shadow being beaten up by Nameless, the other person had to make a move. You want to kill someone in front of me? Dream on. Buddha's illumination. Falling Dust finally used his skill. A golden light shot from not far away, and cleared all the negative status on Shadow. Great bell tolls. Since Falling Dust had made a move, he wouldn't just save Shadow. There was a sudden loud noise in the arena. Lu Chen felt his eardrums were about to explode, and his brain was buzzing. He was in a muddle-headed state. Buddha's purified land. The golden light converged into a human figure, and then divided into four, standing in four directions of Lu Chen. With a flip of his hand, several Buddhist seals instantly enlarged and slapped towards Lu Chen. Saving, controlling, attacking, all in one go, the nine-body ghost chariot naturally wouldn't stay idle. A large number of elemental attacks came. As soon as Ing was released from the crowd control, he turned around and slashed at Lu Chen's throat from behind. Hong Zhongming's ear was a long-range control, and it was almost impossible to dodge when it was used. However, it also had a weakness, and that was that the control it created was not a strong control. If Hong Zhongming's earpiece was a forceful control, Lu Chen would definitely lose this time. But because it wasn't a forceful control, Lu Chen still had a glimmer of hope. In this critical moment, Lu Chen forcefully focused his mind. Buddha's salvation. Remove control. Ghost shadows, descend. Two of the three had already appeared, and Luo Chen's main body was nearby, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Lu Chen flashed to the outside of the encirclement and suddenly thrust his spear. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Suppressive fire. 50 spiritual energy space cannons blasted out from the muzzles of the spirit deity cannons at the same time like fireworks exploding. Shadow wanted to dodge, but the psionic space cannon's speed was too fast, and Lu Chen had already predicted it. Shadow was unable to dodge the cannon, and was hit directly under the soul-body fusion state. Shadow's HP dropped by 1 bar. Lu Chen's spiritual force was 10,000 points, and the psionic cannon's damage was 800 times, so a cannon could deal 8 million damage. The average person's spiritual defense was definitely not comparable to their physical defense. Rough estimation, Lu Chen's cannon could deal more than 7 million damage even without a critical hit. However, would Lu Chen not deal a critical hit? Even if he was fighting a boss with extremely high critical hit resistance, he could still deal critical hits continuously. Not to mention Shadow. The answer was obviously impossible, unless he turned off his werewolf bloodline. Otherwise, he would definitely deal a critical hit. Not only a critical hit, but also other passive skills. When Ing was stunned again, he could only watch helplessly as the overwhelming number of spiritual bullets came at him. His eyes twitched. What kind of damage is this? He hasn't even fused with his soul body yet. How can he deal such terrifying damage? When the surrounding spectators saw this scene, they were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. At this time, their minds were full of question marks. Without fusing with his soul body, why was the damage so high? What the hell was his critical hit? Why was the critical hit rate so high? And the critical hit multiplier so high? Psionic cannon? Was he a psionic explosion expert? But the problem was, he clearly had such powerful close combat ability. He had the ability to forcibly dispel crowd control. did the psionic cannon inherit the close combat special effect. The assassin of the night, who was good at movement, actually couldn't avoid his prediction? Wait, why didn't the three major areas have any effect on him? There were too many questions, but no one could answer them at this time. Even if it was only a double critical hit, the psionic cannon, with 7 million damage, could deal more than 20 million damage, not to mention 3, 4, or 5 times critical hits. Every time it hit, it would take a lot of HP, 50 psionic cannon shots, in an extremely short period of time. All hit. Although Shadow War Spirit's HP was not displayed, it was definitely not over 100 million. 50 psionic cannon shots were enough to kill him 10 times. Boom, 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 boom. The cannonballs exploded in the arena. The arena that was specially built for experts no longer existed. Victory fell to the ground. At this time, he had forcefully exited the soul-body fusion state. His body was covered in wounds, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed one person. Turning around, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the 9 corpses' ghost chariot. He raised his hand, and 1080 sword auras shot out. Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. This was the first time he used the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart in an actual battle. 1080 sword auras flashed like lightning, forming a dazzling ray of light. The limitless demon sword had already turned into a shadow, and it was completely impossible to distinguish. Seeing this attack, Xianzhen's face was already pale. What skill is this? There is such a terrifying skill in the world. Bo Fan could not help but take a step forward. He wanted to see this attack clearly. However, the sword auras were too fast, and it was impossible to see with the naked eye. Oh my God! Wait, what is his class? Melee fighter, psionic explosion expert, and now sword kinesis? What is his main class? In fact, many people would dual or multiple classes, but most people would cultivate the branch classes of the same main class. There were also many people who would learn some general skills. But no matter what, everyone would have their own main class. When choosing equipment, they would try to match their main class as much as possible. After all, this would maximize the damage. Lu Chen's problem was that the skills of every class could become his main class. This was because whether it was melee, ranged, or even beast kinesis, he was very strong. The power of the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart could only be described as terrifying. After a spirit tamer used the spirit tamer astral form and fused with the summoned spirit, it was extremely difficult to kill. Their HP and spirit combined was equivalent to a super strong shield. However, under the frenzied attacks of the Sacred Lotus Sword, the 9 corpses' ghost chariot's huge body fell to the ground. The ghost chariot directly turned into light spots and disappeared, leaving only Yilong, who had exited the soul-body fusion state. At this time, Yilong was lying on the ground, and the ground beside him was already dyed red with blood. Whether he was dead or alive, it was certain that he no longer had the ability to fight. With the limitless demon sword in hand, Lu Chun could stand in the ruins. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around indifferently. There is one left. Chapter 771. Firepower Suppression, Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Xianlan repeated the name of the skill. He actually used his own body's attack to instantly kill a divine beast spirit. Oh my God, what kind of skill is this? Huang Xian suddenly thought of something. I finally know why he could make such extreme predictions during the class skill test. His attacks can't be limited by any class. Timing control in close combat, accurate prediction of long-range firepower, terrifying damage from sword attacks. The most frightening thing is that he can guess the enemy's mentality, allowing him to always be on the initiative. Oh my God, he has no shortcomings, no weaknesses. Yen Ling, who was at the side, was stunned. She still remembered that Solipsistic had admitted that his shattering void was missed. She had never seen Lu Chen's actual combat. Whether it was the skill test or the day-chasing competition, they couldn't be considered real battles. However, after seeing this battle, she suddenly understood. Solipsistic had lied to her. He was now facing a summoned divine beast spirit, 2 class stars, and a deadly assassin with his own body. A single mistake would mean death. However, he was still able to calmly kill 2 people in an instant, even in such an adverse situation. How could such a person miss when he was so close to them during the day chaser competition? No, he was being merciful, facing Huang Xian and Yen Ling's provocation before the match. He still didn't use too much strength. Solipsistic, Yen Ling's impression of Lu Chen was completely overturned. Xianlan looked at that figure. The current Lu Chen was more than just handsome. That kind of calmness and indifference that looked down on the world, and the absolute strength that killed 2 people in an instant was completely different from the sloppy fisherman under the city gate. Oh my God, he's really handsome. Influenced by her father, Xianlan also worshipped the strong. This young man who was similar in age to her completely made her heart ripple. When a woman said no, it was possible that she still wanted. Therefore, her gaze couldn't move away from Lu Chen. Her previous bold declaration that she would never like him in her life seemed to have been thrown far to the back of her mind. On the battlefield, for golden shadows overlapped and finally merged into a human figure. Falling Dust looked around. Ing, who was famous for his assassination, and Yi Long, who made people tremble with fear with his 9 bodies ghost chariot, fell in this chaotic world. Until now, he still couldn't understand what had just happened. There was no problem with his strategy and timing. He did not show up at the beginning to distract Nameless' attention. Then, he saved Kage, who was being controlled. At the same time, he controlled Nameless and attacked. The golden light around Falling Dust faded away, and he stood in front of Lu Chen. You purposely got close to Ghost Chariot's ice rend spirit explosion to make Shadow think it was your mistake. Falling Dust narrowed his eyes slightly. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen shook his head and said, I didn't know about Yi Long's ice crack spirit explosion in advance, so it can't be said that I deliberately put myself in danger. However, I believe that with your strength, Yi Long's attack definitely has a backup plan. I am indeed constantly vigilant on this point. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed even more. So, you have absolute confidence in your reaction? There are no absolutes in battle. I just do what I can, Lu Chen said. Falling Dust nodded and took a deep breath. That's right. There are no absolutes in battle, but you fought brilliantly. Although the infinite elemental firepower attack was fierce, I thought I could dodge Yi Long's attack. However, not only did you dodge his attack, you also used 7 stars chasing the moon and omniscient eye to detect my and Kage's approximate location. When you discovered that we weren't too far away from you, you revealed a slight flaw. At that time, someone would definitely not be able to resist and help Yi Long complete this attack. That purple smoke was Kage's usual skill when he was hunting. It prevented his prey from escaping the range of the purple smoke. However, I didn't expect that Kage would be caught by you without even showing his face. That misjudgment directly caused you to turn the tables. Hard crowd control requires direct physical contact or skill contact. You should understand this. My Great Bell Chime is a sound wave interference skill. Although it's almost impossible to defend against, the effect is far inferior to hard crowd control. I used that escape to complete the kill. Brilliant, indeed brilliant, throughout the battle. Every step was wrong, but you were flawless. Falling Dust had only taken action once. so he could see the entire battle more clearly than anyone else. After his analysis, the surrounding people thought about it again. Only then did they realize that Lu Chen's fearsomeness far exceeded what they could see with their own eyes. Nameless, there's no need for us to continue this battle, Falling Dust said. Your attack can break the astral body. My golden light Buddha body's advantage is not absolute. Although it's not easy for you to find my body, I didn't find your weakness either. However, once the fusion of my soul and body ends, there's only one result. The rest of the time is just a waste of time. I admit defeat in this battle. Lu Chen looked indifferently at Falling Dust. Don't you want to try? After all, I'm the main body. As long as your attack hits me, I'll lose. In fact, there's no clear victor between us. Falling Dust smiled faintly. The most frightening thing about you isn't your attack, but your... Falling Dust pointed to his head. Fighting someone like you is really too tiring. Moreover, you won because you're capable, but I won because it's only right. The battle soul fought the main body, and ended up like this. I've already lost face for my master. I can't get any benefits from the city lord's bet with you. What reason do I have to continue fighting? Although Falling Dust voluntarily gave up, Lu Chen had a whole new level of respect for him. A person who was indifferent to winning or losing was far more mature and steady than someone like Yilong who would easily kill people to get in the way. Moreover, among the three, only Falling Dust was still standing. It wasn't because Lu Chen could only defeat two people, but because Lu Chen hadn't thought of an effective way to force Falling Dust out. Amongst the three of them, Falling Dust's strength was the strongest. Not only was he the strongest, but he was also the smartest. So-called geniuses. Some relied on luck, some relied on backing, but Falling Dust seemed to be the true #1 genius in the Sacred Mountain region. No one expected that the only one who could still fight, Falling Dust, would take the initiative to give up. Luo Kong shook his head. Why didn't eldest senior brother fight? He might not lose. Their master, Bo Fan, said, not fighting is the wisest choice. Learn from your senior brother. Don't wander around all day. Lone Tyrant, on the other hand, has truly exceeded my expectations. That fellow's strength is somewhat excessive. Xianjun sighed. In a clash of geniuses, someone will eventually fall. Now it seems that at least in the Sacred Mountain region, no one can shake that guy's position. He's the true #1 genius of the Sacred Mountain. No, perhaps it should be said that he's the strongest. I saved up my 47,000 cash withdrawal ticket for a long time. Great, now it's all going to that kid. Chapter 772. Since Falling Dust admitted defeat, it meant that Lu Chen had won the match. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was discussing this inconceivable matter. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already arrived in front of Xianjun. Looking at Lu Chen at such a close distance, Xianlan's heart seemed to be beating wildly. The current Lu Chen gave her a cold feeling that she couldn't approach him. In front of him, her status as the city lord's daughter didn't seem special at all. On the other hand, Lu Chen glanced at Yanling and Huang Xian when he saw them. Lu Chen stood in front of Xianjun and stretched out his hand. His meaning couldn't be any clearer. Give me money. Xianjun shook his head. Brother Du Quang, don't tell me you don't have enough cash withdrawal coupons. I've already given you a discount. Lu Chen frowned slightly. My God, he's so handsome even when he's angry? Xianlan completely ignored her embarrassed father and only glanced at Lu Chen, as if looking at him would make her feel better. Hey, you're being love-struck. Yanling secretly pushed Xianlan. Xianlan looked at Lu Chen with infatuation. So be it. I just want to touch his ears. If I can marry him, I'll have no regrets in this life. Yan Ling couldn't stand Xianlan anymore. Didn't you tell him not to think too highly of himself? I really wanted to slap myself to death at that time. If he's willing to marry me, I'm willing to do anything. Crazy. Yan Ling shook her head. Xianlan was clearly hopeless. In the end, when Yan Ling turned around and saw that exquisite and flawless fellow, she actually felt a rush of excitement. In other words, the person who hugged her during the sun-chasing competition and the person who kissed her under the heavenly lake was him. Why did she suddenly feel like she had made a profit? Brother Du Quang, don't worry. I'll definitely give you the cash withdrawal coupons. I just have to trouble you to give me 2 days. I have over 30,000 on hand, and I still need to gather them. Xian Zhen's face was filled with awkwardness. You saw that you raised the price at the last minute. This doesn't count as me not keeping my word, right? I really only prepared 30,000 yuan. Lu Chen frowned. What Xianzhen said was reasonable. It was true that he had raised the price at the last minute. He didn't deny it. If he had to wait another day, then so be it. Then give me the one in your hand first. Give me the rest tomorrow. Lu Chen also had to be vigilant. He wanted to get the one in Xian Zhen's hand first. Lu Chen felt a lot more at ease with the 35,000 cash withdrawal rolls in his hands. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, Xianlan bravely called out to Lu Chen, "Hey, that John Doe." Lu Chen turned around in surprise. "You have cash withdrawal notes. Why don't you pay for your dad?" "No, you won my martial arts competition." Xianlan hinted frantically. Lu Chen blinked his eyes and didn't understand what he meant for a long time. Oh. After saying that, Lu Chen turned around and ran away with the 9 void steps. Xianlan looked at the red figure in the distance and almost felt her heart break. Xianzhen hugged his daughter's shoulder. "Silly girl, that guy is just a piece of wood." "But," Xianlan said sadly, "I've never seen such a special person." "No buts. He can't be thinking about you. You should stop thinking about him as soon as possible. He will either go very far or die. If Dad didn't ask him to stay for 1 more day, I'm afraid he would have left Wu Bangcheng." Fan also walked over and smiled at Xianlan. "Lan, there's something you can feel a little relieved about." "Senior Fan, what do you mean?" "With that guy's appearance, character, and strength, there are probably a few girls who have feelings for him, but they probably can't enter his heart." Xianlan thought about it. She really felt a little better after hearing what Senior Fan said. If I can't have it, others can't have it either. That's still acceptable. Yilong and Ing didn't die. Lu Chen still showed mercy. After all, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. There was no need to kill them. Both of them were receiving treatment at the city lord's mansion. Fan and his disciples were also staying at the city lord's mansion. After visiting the two of them and having dinner, Fan asked Falling Dust to tell him what he had learned from the battle with Solipsistic today. "Senior brother, actually, when we met Nameless at the city gate and faced Hong Yuan's attack, he didn't use soul body fusion. Now, it seems like he has long wanted to try fighting with his war soul." Falling Dust nodded. "At that time, I thought he didn't want to fight for real. Now that I think about it, that guy is simply a monster. Senior brother, if you use that skill, what do you think your chances of winning against him are?" Luo Kong asked. Falling Dust thought about it and said, "I can't say. If I use Buddha Heaven, based on the combat strength he displayed previously, I should be able to win. However, I feel that he still hasn't used his full strength. No one knows how many trump cards he has. If he uses soul body fusion again, Buddha Heaven might not be able to withstand the fire suppression and the sacred Lotus Sword Heart's attack. No way. Even Buddha Heaven can't withstand it." Falling Dust nodded. This guy, although he is an elemental insulator, even without the elemental enhancement, his attack is already very terrifying. Without using soul-body fusion, he could instantly kill the 9 bodies ghost chariot. Think about it. If he uses soul-body fusion, how terrifying would his attack be? Luo Kong and Luo Shui couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, Bo Fan suddenly spoke. I heard Nameless say that he only prepared soul-body fusion for one person? Yes, master. He did say that. Actually, I'm also very curious. What kind of person can make him value so much? Moreover, from his tone, it seems like he wants to train his own body's strength. In other words, he doesn't seem very confident. Bo Fan frowned. What kind of opponent could make that freak feel unconfident and eager to become stronger? After returning from the spouse contest, Xian Zhen had mentioned to him that Nameless shouldn't have left the sacred mountain. Then, his opponent should also be in the sacred mountain area. But the question was there such a terrifying person in the sacred mountain area? Not to mention Nameless, perhaps no one knew who his opponent was. At this moment, someone in the residence came to deliver a message. Mr. Bo, the city lord invites you to the study for a chat. Oh, is there something you need from me? So late? Master, can we go? The person lowered his head and reported, Mr. Bo, the city lord only invited you. As for the specifics, I don't know, but the city lord said that you must go. Xianzhen's study. Bo Fan pushed the door open and entered. Senior Bo, I'll take you to see someone. Zhen went straight to the point. Bo Fan didn't move and frowned. City Lord Xian, what's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious? Who do you want to see? If you don't tell me clearly, I won't go. Xianzhen smiled and looked at Bo Fan. Senior Bo, are you afraid that I'll harm you? That's not it. You and I have known each other for many years. I also have some friendship with your master. You can say that I watched you grow up. This old man understands your temperament. That's right, but I don't want to follow you around like a headless fly. Hurry up and tell me who you want to see. Xian Zhen shook his head and looked at Bo Fan. This old man's temper was still so stubborn. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll take you to see the living Buddha. Living Buddha. Hearing this name, Bo Fan was like being electrocuted. He froze on the spot. Why is he here? Is he still in the dungeon? I knew it. If I tell you, you'll definitely have more questions. Why ask me? Can't you ask the living Buddha himself? Let's go. Anyway, something big is going to happen in the 5th heaven. Chapter 773. In the deepest part of the dark dungeon, a thick stone door blocked the end of the dungeon. The sound of water dripping could be heard clearly. Xian Zhen took out a key and opened the door. The surrounding torches kept the room from being too dark. Bo Fan looked in front of him and saw an old man with 9 iron chains on his body, piercing through his shoulder blades for limbs, neck, and ankles. Every single chain was made of pitch-black metal and emitted a cold aura. 9 mysterious lock. Bo Fan looked at Xian Zhen in shock, his face full of questions. Xian Zhen shook his head. It's not me who wants to use the 9 mysterious lock on him. It's Living Buddha's request. Bo Fan was even more shocked. At this moment, the old man who was tightly bound by the 9 mysterious lock raised his head slightly. His eyes were already festering, and his body was emaciated. He looked like he only had 1 breath left. Senior Living Buddha. Xian Zhen called out. Living Buddha took a deep breath and said in a weak voice, City Lord, you've brought people here. Senior Living Buddha, do you want me to release you first? Xian Zhen couldn't bear it. Unexpectedly, This sentence made Living Buddha extremely excited. He shook the chains with force. No, don't release me. Not even for a moment. I've already revealed heaven's secret, and will be punished by heaven. Only the 9 mysterious lot can keep me alive. Bo Fan was even more shocked. What did Living Buddha do to deserve such torture? Senior Living Buddha, Senior Bo was my master's good friend when he was alive. He's also my mentor and friend. He's trustworthy. Xianjun said, and I know. This person's aura is peaceful, and he's broad-minded. Living Buddha said weakly, as if every word took a lot of effort. Among his disciples, there's one who can take on a heavy responsibility. Bo Fan was perturbed and asked, Senior Living Buddha, what are you trying to tell me? Who's the disciple you're talking about? What do you want him to do? Living Buddha took a deep breath and looked up at the starry sky outside the window. Calamity starts in Sacred Mountain. Spiritual energy awakens. Calamity descends. All races will be exterminated. Seeking answers from heaven, heaven doesn't speak. Immortals don't speak. There's no solution to this divination. Half a year ago, I observed heaven's secret and found out that calamity starts in Sacred Mountain. As expected, Sacred Mountain's spiritual energy had erupted. This divination is true. Bo Fan sucked in a cold breath. The Living Buddha was one of the top experts of the 5th heaven and should be ranked in the top 10. It was precisely because of this that people like Xianjun and Bo Fan were in awe of him. The Living Buddha was a dual cultivation job, but his job was very interesting. One of the dual cultivation jobs was a monk's 4th job transition job, Heavenly Buddha. This was nothing special. The key was his other profession, the oracle. Oracles originally didn't have any fighting power, but if oracles were a dual profession, then it would be the most terrifying profession. How terrifying was a person who could predict your next move at all times? And the reason why the Living Buddha was called the Living Buddha was because of his superb prediction ability. It could even be said that his identity as an oracle had surpassed his identity as a heavenly Buddha. However, he had predicted this terrifying prophecy, an inexplicably ominous divination. What was even more frightening was that part of this divination had already started to come true. A month ago, the spirit chi of the holy mountain really recovered. Would the following divination come true? Based on the Living Buddha's ability to predict and the results of the previous divination, it was impossible for it to be fake. Perhaps the reason why a famous expert like the Living Buddha would appear in a small place like Wu Bangcheng was to prove his divination. For Living Buddha to not believe in his own prophecy, how terrifying was this prophecy? This. Bo Fan's hands trembled. Senior Living Buddha, is this divination really unsolvable? Unsolvable, Living Buddha said. Then aren't we just waiting for death? Oh, right. Didn't you say that one of my disciples could take on a heavy responsibility? Isn't there a solution? The Living Buddha sneered. I used the Nuwa heavenly array to deduce and found that the 81 solutions to this divination were all blocked, which means this divination is unsolvable. However, although this divination is unsolvable, what I can understand is that there are 82 possibilities for this divination's development, and the last possibility, I can't see it clearly no matter what. You can't see it clearly? Yes, I can't see it clearly. The Living Buddha said with certainty, but whether this possibility can solve this catastrophe, I don't know. This matter concerns the survival of thousands of races. Although I'm not a saint, I know that it's 100 times more difficult for humans to reach the 5th layer of heaven compared to other races. If the 5th layer of heaven encounters a heavenly tribulation, the human race will have no successor, which could lead to the extinction of the human race. There was no need for the Living Buddha to explain this point. They were all from the human race, and understood the human race's situation the best. Just like the demon race, they started from the fourth layer of heaven, but the human race climbed up from the first layer of heaven. Many of them had to go through the hard work of their families to reach where they were today. If all races at the fifth layer of heaven were to be wiped out, it would be a fatal blow to the human race. In my current situation, I don't have the strength to investigate it personally. The heavenly mystery lock can still protect me for a while. I want to see the outcome of this divination with my own eyes. Bo Fan, one of your disciples, is called Luochen. Xianzhen recommended this person to me, saying that this person has a calm mind and good strength. He's one of the most promising newcomers in the sacred mountain. He's also a warrior monk, which is also very important. If you agree, I want to take him as my disciple. Bo Fan finally understood that the living Buddha wanted Luochen to help him move around outside. Xianzhen, this guy, the so-called martial arts competition for marriage, was just a cover. His real purpose was to select candidates for this mission. Sure enough, although this guy was a martial arts fanatic, it was impossible for him to become the city lord of Wu Bangqing without any schemes. Although Luochen took the initiative to admit defeat in the battle with Nameless, it was impossible for an expert like Xianzhen not to see through the strength and calmness he displayed. Moreover, he and the living Buddha were both warrior monks, so it was convenient for them to pass on their knowledge. Senior living Buddha, if Luochen has such an opportunity, I naturally won't object. Besides, this is a matter of great importance. If Luochen can help seniors solve the divination, Bo Fan will fully support it. After returning from the dungeon, Bo Fan didn't speak until he returned to Xianzhen's room. Senior Bo, you didn't say a word on the way back. You made me very nervous. Xianzhen looked at Bo Fan with a smile. You stinking brat. Bo Fan shook his head. This brat recommended Luochen without informing him. It was more or less stealing the limelight. But then again, this matter was too serious. His opinion wasn't that important. You really don't speak a word of truth. Xianzhen hurriedly apologized. Senior Bo, I didn't dare to say. I've been on tenterhooks all day with such an ancestor at home. Senior living Buddha said that only the three of us know about this. I didn't even tell Xianlan. I'm just waiting for Senior living Buddha to tell me that I can report to my superiors. Only then will I be free. Bo Fan shook his head. Xianzhen's words weren't wrong. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the living Buddha was a great opportunity for Luochen. Thinking of this, Bo Fan didn't pursue the matter any further. Sigh, but I don't understand why you didn't recommend Nameless. He seems to have the skills of a warrior monk. Xianzhen shook his head. I suspect that the revival of spiritual qi in the heavenly lake is related to this Nameless, although I can't confirm whether he is the so-called heaven's calamity. His origin is unknown. He doesn't belong to any sect. His actions are both righteous and evil. Why would I recommend him? Bo Fan immediately got angry. Is this a reason? You're only responsible for recommending. It's up to Senior living Buddha to decide. If you don't tell me the truth, I'm going to flip out. Senior Bo, I'll say it. Xianzhen hurriedly said, I really can't hide anything from you. Actually, I definitely recommended him. Senior living Buddha rejected it at that time. Why? Xianzhen said, Living Buddha said that this person must die. He can't bear the heavy responsibility. Chapter 774. The entire marriage contest might have been a game of chess by Xianzhen, but it made no difference to Luochen. He was still staying in the inn, holding a thick stack of tickets. How should he distribute the 35,000 points of tickets? Originally, Lu Chen planned to add all of them to the 3 dimensions, but when he added 30,000 points to physique, he noticed a notification from the system. The 3 dimensions of the body are restricted by the level of the spirit pill. Only with a powerful spirit pill can you transform a strong enough body. Your current spiritual energy is 10,000 points and physique is 30,000 points. After all, the body was different from the battle soul. It was a real body. It could be inferred that the reason why the body was far stronger than ordinary people was because of the spirit pill. Thinking about it this way, it made sense. It seems that I can't blindly add 3 dimensions. Moreover, some places look at the level of the cultivator. Take Wu Bangqing, for example. If I didn't have the immortal master level, I might not have been able to enter. Thinking of this, Lu Chen decided to adjust the allocation of points. Anyway, the city lord still owes me 12,000 points. How about this? I'll add 15,000 points to my spiritual energy and 10,000 points to my strength and dexterity. That's 15,000 points. After adding points, Lu Chen's strength and dexterity were both 26,000 points, physique 30,000 points, and spiritual energy 25,000 points. Promoted to 4-star wild cultivator. Current ranking is below 5. 5 million. His ranking increased by 2 million, but he still felt like a nameless Jianghu shrimp. What level is a loose immortal? Lu Chen couldn't help but think of this question. He now knew that there were 3 levels: cultivator, cultivator, and great cultivator. However, he felt that he was still far from immortal. The complete form of Devil Beast Sovereign could perish together with a loose immortal. He was still far from it, thinking about how Devil Beast Sovereign swallowed a spirit stone mine in a day. This growth speed was simply despairing. That night, when Lu Chen was cultivating, someone suddenly knocked on the door. It was Yanling and Huang Xian. Huang Xian was a little unnatural when he saw Lu Chen. After all, he had targeted Lu Chen before. "It's you? Come in." Lu Chen didn't take it to heart and warmly welcomed the 2 of them. "Nameless, are you leaving after getting the cash withdrawal coupons?" Smoke Spirit asked. "Well, I want to go to a bigger city and get more cash coupons," Lu Chen said as he poured tea for the 2 of them. Huang Xian sneaked a glance at the busy Lu Chen. If this guy wasn't fighting, he wouldn't be able to tell that he was an expert. He was just like an ordinary person. "Why don't you join a sect?" Huang Xian suddenly asked. "That way, you'll have a stable source of cash withdrawal scrolls. Although you won't be able to gamble as much as you'll win in terms of stability. I don't want you to come to the Sacred Mountain. After all, the Sacred Mountain is a small place, but you can go to a big sect or even work in the country." Lu Chen sat down and smiled. "I still have a lot of things to do. I can't stay in one place all the time. By the way, how's the reconstruction of the Holy Mountain going?" "It's pretty good. Because we moved ahead of time, we managed to preserve almost all of our assets. As long as we still have our strength, rebuilding is a small matter." Lu Chen nodded. "Oh, that's right. Grandpa said that, in the future, we'll give less rent to the surrounding people." After Yanling finished speaking, she sneaked a glance at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled. "Senior Yan is kind-hearted. I didn't help you in vain." Huang Xian sighed. Nameless. He really couldn't figure him out. It was said that he was the one who massacred the Azure Dragon clan. He killed people and plundered the entire Azure Dragon clan's warehouse. He originally thought that he was a cruel person, but in the end, he was so concerned about the commoners. "Nameless, we came here this time because Master asked us to give this to you." After saying that, Huang Xian took out a map and handed it to Lu Chen. "What is this?" Lu Chen took the map. It looked like a map, but it was a bit mottled. many places couldn't be seen clearly. This map was a bit old. This is the coordinates of the 7 countries. We found it when we were tidying up the warehouse. Yenling said, because we've always been living in the sacred mountain, we almost never go out. This map has never been used. Grandpa said that you'll definitely go to a farther place. Perhaps you'll need it. Just in time. We'll give it to you during the marriage contest. Lu Chun was pleasantly surprised. Thank you so much. Yenling, Huang Xian, you must thank Senior Yen for me. I really need this. Lu Chun was looking for spirit veins. Now he was like a headless fly. With this map, it would be much better. There were many places on the map that couldn't be seen clearly, but he could roughly see the location and outline. It's good that it's helpful to you. Well, if there's nothing else, we won't disturb your rest. Yenling and Huang Xian stood up and prepared to leave. Lu Chun sent them to the door. Huang Xian turned around and looked at Yenling. This girl was dilly-dallying. He tactfully said, Ling, I'll wait for you downstairs. Only Yenling and Lu Chun were left at the door. Is there anything else? Lu Chun asked curiously. That Yenling's head was lowered. After a long silence, she finally opened her mouth. That day chasing competition, didn't you deliberately miss? You deliberately said that you missed because you didn't want me to feel like I owed you anything. Lu Chun thought it was something serious. So it was just this small matter. He smiled and said, You and I have no enmity. Why would I be so heavy-handed? You're so beautiful. It's a pity that I disfigured you. Yenling's face instantly turned red. This guy, when did he become so wretched again? Then, under the heavenly lake that kissed me, that I guarantee that I was definitely doing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. I definitely didn't mean to take advantage of you. Lu Chun hurriedly explained. I don't know how to do that. I only know that I was blowing into your mouth, but I didn't know if I should suck the water out of your lungs. Then I sucked on your tongue. Sigh, looks like I have to learn some first aid when I go back. Lu Chun held his forehead. The more he explained, the more confused he became. Yenling didn't feel happy. Instead, a trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. So, it was really just to save her. Looks like she was thinking too much. Then you have to learn some first aid knowledge. Yenling raised her head and revealed a bright smile again. If you encounter such a situation again, you won't be treated as a prostitute. Lu Chun shook his head. He really needed to improve. Will you come back in the future? Yenling suddenly asked. Speaking of this, Lu Chun couldn't help but sigh. I don't know. Maybe I won't come back. Yenling nodded. Then take care. The 5th heaven is dangerous, and you're alone. Take good care of yourself. I'm already used to it. Their conversation came to an end here. Yenling pursed her lips and nodded heavily. She turned around and went downstairs. Lu Chun also returned to his room. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting outside the window. He ran to the window and opened it. Yenling's figure stood in the night and shouted towards his room. Nameless, do you know how annoying you are? What did I do? Lu Chun was dumbfounded. You must come back. I'll wait for you. After saying that, the girl turned around and ran away. Chapter 775. Lu Chun stayed in Wu Bangcheng for 2 more days, and there was a constant stream of visitors. The next morning, there was already a long line of visitors in front of his door. Lu Chun really couldn't stand it anymore. People he knew and didn't know came to chat with him. He really had nothing to talk about, so he took advantage of the fact that no one noticed and escaped through the window. After hiding in a vegetable garden on the outskirts of the city, Lu Chun found someone waiting for him. Falling Dust. Lu Chun was surprised. Falling Dust smiled. Don't worry, It's just me. I'm just here to tell you something. Luchan frowned slightly and listened. Nameless, the next time we meet, I'm afraid we'll be enemies and not friends. You have to be careful. I won't admit defeat again, and I won't be merciful. Luchan frowned. What was wrong with this guy? He suddenly became so mysterious. Also, how did he know he would run here? The path he chose was completely random, and he had never been here before. Could it be that this guy could predict the future? However, Lu Chen had to admit that when he saw falling dust this time, the feeling he gave him was completely different from the last time. He could feel a sense of oppression. Lu Chen smiled. I don't want us to be enemies, but if that day comes, don't worry, I won't be merciful. Falling dust lowered his head and smiled. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. After hiding outside for an entire day, it was finally time for Xian Zhen to fulfill his promise. Xian Zhen handed the remaining 12,000 points to Lu Chen. He looked at Lu Chen with a strange gaze. Nameless, where are you going next? Lu Chen shook his head. I don't know. Xian Zhen took a deep breath and suddenly asked, Do you know about the oracle? Do you believe in their prophecies? Of course Lu Chen knew. He seemed to have killed an oracle before. He didn't know why City Lord Xian would ask such a question. Lu Chen didn't even think about it. I don't. You don't believe? The oracle's prophecies are very accurate. Lu Chen sneered. I have a friend who told me that the most precious right of a person is to make a choice. My path cannot be decided by others. Xian Zhen was momentarily dazed. This guy still didn't know that his fate had already been fixed in the living Buddha's prophecy. However, could a person who did not believe in fate go against the heavens and change his fate? Xian Zhen took a deep breath, looked at the sky, and said with a smile, I'm really looking forward to this collision. What collision? Xian Zhen shook his head. It's nothing. Nameless. I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Looking at Lu Chen's departing back, Xian Zhen let out a long sigh. The world is in chaos. In this chaotic world, the collisions between powerhouses will be wonderful. As for you, your struggle against fate, what will the result be? Between you and him who can defy the heavens and change fate. I hope I have the chance to live to see the end of all this. Lu Chen added 5,000 points to his spiritual energy, reaching 30,000 spiritual energy. First, he raised his cultivation level to 5-star wild cultivator. The remaining 7,000 points were converted into 21,000 points of 3D attributes, averaging 3D attributes at 34,000 points. The addition of points was quickly completed. Then, he left the city and headed north. Damn, I'm back in the wilderness again, as expected of a wild cultivator. This time, Lu Chen learned his lesson and directly drove his super shuttle to hasten his journey. The 5th layer of heaven is a complete planet. A planet only has 7 countries. One can imagine how big a country is. After rushing for a day, Lu Chen judged that he should be out of the sacred mountain area. At night, as usual, he rested by the stream in the forest to fish. The others prepared dinner or went to look for herbs. While fishing, Lu Chen opened the map of the 7 countries to check. Synchronize my personal map. Map cannot be recognized. The plates have deviated. Unable to synchronize. Ah, Lu Chen exclaimed. The fish that were almost hooked were scared away by him. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. He actually couldn't synchronize his personal map. The plates have shifted? No, then when is this map? Lu Chen said in despair. If the plates have shifted, doesn't that mean this map is useless? He tried again, but the system still gave him the same prompt. In short, his personal map couldn't be synchronized. Damn, old smoke, what era is your sacred mountain heavenly lake? Why is the map so old? Lu Chen couldn't help but complain. After complaining for a long time, Lu Chen had no choice but to check the map patiently. He enlarged the map of Dongyu country and then the Sacred Mountain area. The map didn't show the location of Heavenly Lake, but there was the Sacred Mountain. Comparing the map that he had explored, Lu Chen judged that the approximate location of the Sacred Mountain was correct. So, it's not that I can't read the map at all. The movement of the tectonic plates might cause me to be unable to synchronize my personal map, but after the movement of the large tectonic plates, the internal structure might still be intact. When I look at the map, I can only look at part of it. The main coordinates within the same plate should still be usable. In any case, at least it was better than walking with his eyes closed. Well, it's not completely useless. Lu Chen nodded, slightly comforting. It's understandable that the map doesn't show any forces, but it shouldn't show a city as big as Wu Bangcheng. Could it be that before this map was drawn, Wu Bangcheng didn't exist? Lu Chen thought of this possibility. Lu Chen found the approximate location of Wu Bangcheng. There was a basin floor there, which didn't correspond to the current terrain at all. Lu Chen, who had just raised a glimmer of hope, suddenly said, "Tectonic shift? Damn, I can't look anymore." Just as Lu Chen was about to give up, he suddenly thought of something. "No, I want to find the spiritual source. And the 5 spiritual sources should have existed a long time ago. Then this old map might just be able to help me." Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but shudder. He hurriedly checked the location of the Sacred Mountain. The Sacred Mountain didn't show the Heavenly Lake, which meant that the Heavenly Lake didn't form at that time. The Heavenly Lake was actually a volcanic lake. When the spirit Qi recovered, the Heavenly Lake's water almost gushed out. At that time, the Sacred Mountain was still gushing out spirit Qi, so the Heavenly Lake didn't form. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This unsynchronized map was what he needed. Then where's the next spiritual source? Lu Chen quickly searched on the map. Unfortunately, the map marked the Sacred Mountain, but it didn't say that the Sacred Mountain had a spiritual source. This is a little troublesome. Lu Chen thought. Right, the map shows a city in the north. If this city existed at that time, maybe I can find some clues. While Lu Chen was studying the map, Lu Chen also found a strange place. There were some strange red dots on the map. Even though the surrounding area was blurred, the location of the red dots could still be vaguely seen. Even the spiritual source isn't marked. Then the red dots marked here should be something extremely important. Lu Chen frowned. Could it be a part of the Celestial and Demon set, or the second volume of the 9 transformations of Celestial and Demon? After a long time, Lu Chen couldn't find any other clues from the map. He carefully put the map away. 5th heaven. There are too many hidden secrets. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's go to Lower King City first. Chapter 776. Along the way, Lu Chen passed by many cities. Every time he arrived at a city, he would enter the city to search for cash withdrawal tickets. However, unfortunately, Wu Bangcheng's pharmacy owner was right. Lu Chen found that the closer he got to the central city, the more scarce the cash withdrawal tickets were. There were no cash withdrawal tickets being sold, but there were a lot of cash withdrawal tickets being collected. Along the way, Lu Chen did not receive any cash withdrawal tickets, only some immortal pill withdrawal tickets. However, after going to many places, Lu Chen finally found a teleportation array. In a small city more than 10 miles away from Lower King City, Lu Chen found a teleportation array. It had been 2 or 3 months since he came to the 5th layer of heaven. Lu Chen hurriedly paid 100,000 spirit stones and teleported back to Earth. After the familiar black hole teleportation, Lu Chen opened his eyes again and found himself lying in his game cabin. Opening the cabin door, Lu Chun walked out of the room. Ah, I'm finally back on Earth. Lu Chun took a deep breath and found that the air quality was really different from the other world. But no matter what, he was finally back. He immediately ran to Lu Yi's room and knocked on the cabin door. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Lu Yi quickly responded. "Brother, aren't you going to level up?" Lu Chun frowned slightly. Could it be that Lu Yi did not know that her game cabin was different? "You didn't go to see me?" "See you? Oh, where are you going to look? You've already teleported your true body." Lu Chen's eyes widened. "How did you know?" "The guide said so." "Guide? They told you in reality?" Lu Chen asked curiously. Now, more and more people have entered the fourth layer of heaven. Someone left a note for the United Front Command, telling us that the fifth layer of heaven requires the body to transmigrate. However, they did not inform us specifically because of you. They meant to let the powerhouses on Earth change to the best game cabin. This is because the game helmet can't meet the needs of transmigration. They hope that the United Front Department will popularize gaming cabins as soon as possible. Now, the military enterprises of various countries have already cooperated with Tianqing to produce a large number of gaming cabins. However, the price will be half of the ones we use. This is to prevent our development from being slowed down due to the lack of gaming cabins when we reach level 5. Lu Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How many of you are at the fourth heavenly layer now?" "About 2,000 people. Yes, this speed is faster than I expected." Lu Chen nodded. With these guides leading the way, the development is indeed much faster than before. It's just that we don't know their identities yet, so we still have to be on our guard. Did they say anything else about the fifth layer of heaven? They didn't say anything else. They hope that we can gradually rely on ourselves and reduce our dependence on them. Lu Chen nodded. It's better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. They're right. The key is still to be strong. Brother, our guide plan is already quite effective. We choose the best of the best from the players and concentrate our efforts to cultivate the strong. Currently, there are a few very strong opponents. I have to make myself stronger, so I won't accompany you. This girl. It was rare for him to come back, but he was being despised. Okay. Oh, by the way, I have a few pills here. You can eat them. I got them on the spot. Immortal spirit pills. Immortal body pills. Brother, these are very expensive. Why are you wasting money? Lu Chen wanted to say that the current situation was that he couldn't use his money. Brother, eat them yourself. You're transmigrating now. This isn't a joke. It's better for your body to be stronger. It's okay. I still have some. Lu Chen stuffed a dozen pills into Lu Yi's hands. I'm often not by your side and can't protect you. You must be careful. Let me know when you reach the fifth heaven. Brother, oh, by the way, how are you and Gufei? Speaking of this, Lu Yi was a little embarrassed. Brother, he takes good care of us. He's a heaven general now. We're all in his immortal army. Looking at Lu Yi's expression, it probably wasn't as simple as taking good care of them. Last time, you said that he had to defeat you to be your brother-in-law. Then, that guy cultivated hard. Every day, Lu Chen laughed out loud. He was just joking. How could he not know his own strength? It was impossible for a fourth celestial layer to agree to his request. A spirit chi refinement was enough to make him invincible. It's good to be stronger. Okay, I'm here to give you pills. Go cultivate. I'll go eat something and return to the game. Brother, I won't accompany you then. After all, the guide plan was an opportunity for a few people. Lu Yi had to work 100 times harder to seize this opportunity. Lu Chen naturally wouldn't blame her. Putting on his cap, Lu Chen went outside the neighborhood to eat. In the past, when he returned to Earth to eat, He felt very satisfied. No matter how similar the simulation in the game was, it was still a game. But this time, eating a steaming hot bun, Lu Chen actually felt that it wasn't as delicious as Jiutian. Looks like I'm getting more and more used to Jiutian. After eating, Lu Chen returned home and teleported to the fifth heaven. When he opened his eyes, the sky was blue and the air was fresh. This beautiful and picturesque world hid an unimaginable crisis, which made Lu Chen inexplicably excited. He had been in Jiutian for too long and had forgotten the feeling of exploring a different world. A real different world. This small city was called Jinan City. There was no level requirement to enter the city. People came and went, and it felt more lively than Wu Bangcheng. Almost all the people walking on the road were cultivators, and above, there were also quite a few grand cultivators. It was close to the big city, King's Lower City, and the people nearby were much stronger than Sacred Mountain. Here, Lu Chen was a 5-star wild cultivator. Other than the word wild, his level was not conspicuous at all. Jinan City extended in all directions. To the north was King's Lower City. To the south was Sacred Mountain, to the Shilin Waterway. And to the east was another big city, Snow Mountain City. There was even a teleportation array in the city. Because of this, although Jinan City was not big, it had a large population. Caravans, armies, mercenaries, and various forces could be seen here. Lu Chen planned to stay here for a few days to replenish his supplies. Besides, there were many people here, so it should be a good place to gather information. Of course, there was another reason. After being a wild man for almost a month, he wanted to live the life of a city person. There was an open space near the entrance of the city. This was the place where commissioned missions gathered. Is there anyone willing to accept the commissioned mission? There are 5 3-star cultivators and above. Help us escort the goods to Snow Mountain City. The reward is 200,000 spirit stones each, plus 1,000 cash withdrawal coupons. Snow Mountain City? Friend, we have to cross the Snow Mountain. You're just giving us 400,000? Someone questioned. He had already converted the cash withdrawal coupons into spirit stones. Friend, we're just hoping to find some experts to help us. After all, this is a small business. We can't afford to hire escorts. We can take a detour from the Snow Mountain. That's not a problem. If we can take a detour, the price is not bad. Count me in. Lu Chen was willing to accept this mission. If he accepted it alone, the reward of 1 million spirit stones and 10,000 cash withdrawal coupons was not bad. However, his level was too low. Speaking of which, why didn't many people want to go through the Snow Mountain? Was there something in the Snow Mountain? If there was, he did not mind going there to take a look. At this moment, Lu Chen saw 2 people standing beside him. One was an old man, and the other was a young woman. The old man looked around cautiously. He stood beside the young woman and did not leave her side. The young woman was holding a piece of paper with a commissioned mission written on it. Escort to Snow Mountain City in 3 days. Set off tomorrow. Reward, 20,000 cash withdrawal coupons. Chapter 777. 20,000 cash withdrawal tickets were equivalent to 4 million spirit stones, and this was something that couldn't be bought with money. Lu Chen noticed that many people were tempted by this reward. Miss, can you take a detour? If I use my mount, it will take about 4 days to reach Snow Mountain City. The girl didn't say anything and just shook her head. That person could only give up. Sigh, miss, if you want to pass through the Snow Mountain without an earth cultivator, you'll be courting death. It's rare to meet an earth cultivator in Jinan City, and they won't be interested in your reward. The girl didn't answer, but her eyes were a little dim, as if she knew that her chances were slim. Earth cultivator? Could it be that those above great cultivator were earth cultivators? Luchin guessed. At this time, the old man behind the girl said, "We can find more people. The things on the snow mountain won't be useful with more people. More people will only increase your chances of successfully escaping, not the chances of defeating it." The old man sighed. "We only have so many people. Whether or not anyone is willing to accept, it will depend on luck." Hearing the old man's words, the people who were interested in this mission shook their heads and left. Shwa, it seems that no one will accept this mission. The old man sighed. "It's okay. This old servant swears to protect you with his life. Grand uncle, I don't want anything to happen to you." The girl actually knew how to talk. "We still have one day. Let's wait a little longer." At this moment, an ordinary man dressed in the clothes of the working people walked in front of them. The two of them looked at the guy, who was scratching his head in surprise. Five-star cultivator was too far away from their requirements. Luchin looked at the mission again and suddenly said, "Can I add a point?" "Young man, you want to accept this mission?" Grand uncle looked at Luchin in surprise. "Do you know that this mission is very dangerous?" Luchin pursed his lips. "It should be very dangerous. I saw that those people didn't dare to accept it just now. Since, you're a five-star cultivator." A wild cultivator. You're a wild cultivator?" Lu Chen's face darkened. "Uncle, what do you mean by wild? I just didn't join a sect. I'm also a normal cultivator. Okay? You're still a wild cultivator, even though you're a cultivator. Do all the other sects dislike you?" Lu Chen realized that he couldn't continue this conversation. "I'll say it again. It's not that the other sects don't want me. It's because I didn't join any sects. Damn it, do unorthodox cultivators have no dignity?" Lu Chen really wanted to tell them how many sects were fighting over him. However, judging from their current attitude towards him, no one would believe him even if he told them. "No, let's talk about business, okay? Don't argue about whether it's wild or not." "Can you guys add a little more?" The grand elder and the girl looked at each other. This person looked strange. "Young man Sai, although you are a bit strange, I don't want you to lose your life for some cash extraction scrolls. You can't do this mission. You should leave." "What's on the snowy mountain?" Luchin suddenly asked. The girl couldn't help but say, "You don't even know who's on the snowy mountain, yet you dare to accept this mission? Sure enough, the ignorant are fearless." Luchin smiled slightly. "I'm just curious. I heard you guys talking just now. It seems like no one will accept your price. How about this? I'll accept the mission. If I can deliver it, you can pay me later. If not, of course, I'll be dead by then. You can save your money." "Young man, are you really that stubborn?" Lu Chen smiled slightly. "I can't help it. I'm short of cash extraction scrolls. Now, 20,000 is fine. It seems like you can't give me more. Sai, every day, you're making a loss. If you found a suitable candidate, you don't have to look for me. If not, we'll meet here tomorrow." After saying that, Lu Chen turned around and left, leaving the old man and the girl stunned. "Grand elder, is there something wrong with his brain?" "Seems a little. But if you pay after the mission, we don't seem to have lost anything. With more people on the road, your chances of escaping will be higher." "I still don't want to take him. I feel like he's just here to fool around. His level isn't even higher than mine. If we escape, he doesn't do anything and still asks us for money. Wouldn't that be a loss?" The grand elder shook his head. He couldn't understand what Luchin meant. Could it be that he really couldn't think it through? As long as you can escape, no amount of money is a loss. "Sai, we'll talk about it later." The next day, Luchin arrived early at the square where the commission missions were issued. There were still a large number of commission missions here. Escort, hunting, etc. However, after looking at it, the mission from yesterday had the highest profit. Snowy Mountain. Lu Chun frowned slightly. For 20,000 cash extraction scrolls, I'll delay it for a few days. Besides, there might not be anything I want to know in Lower King City. Not long after he arrived, the old man and the young man also appeared in the square. However, they didn't pay attention to Lu Chun and continued to recruit. Unfortunately, a whole morning had passed. There were many people asking, but still no one accepted the mission. For some reason, they had to pass through the Snowy Mountain and refused to take a detour. Near noon, the Grand Elder finally came over. "Young man, have you thought about it? Are you sure you want to accept this mission? Let me tell you, if you meet that guy, you have to make enough contributions. If you're just here to fool around, don't blame us for not paying you in the end." Lu Chun smiled slightly. After fishing for so long, his patience had improved. "Look, the fish took the bait." "Of course." Lu Chun smiled. "But now, can you tell me what's on the Snowy Mountain?" "One of the 7 magical beast generals, the 8-tailed snow fox." 7 magical beast generals. You forget it. Who asked you to be a rogue cultivator? It's normal that you don't know such common knowledge. The Grand Elder shook his head and said, "The magical beasts in the 5th layer of heaven are quite powerful. Among them, the 7 magical beast generals, the 4 heavenly kings, and the Zhizun are the most terrifying existences. The 8-tailed snow fox is only 1 tail away from 9 tails. Once it reaches 9 tails, even an earth cultivator will die." Originally, the 8-tailed snow fox rarely appeared. However, in recent months, it has begun to appear frequently in the Snowy Mountain area. Therefore, people don't dare to pass through the Snowy Mountain. "But we have to go through the Snowy Mountain." Lu Chun nodded. "Okay, I know. Are you ready? If you are, we will set off." "And you still want to go?" Lu Chun smiled. "Of course, let's take a gamble. Who knows, maybe we won't meet it. Then I'll get 20,000 cash withdrawal tickets for free." The Grand Elder almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy really had a problem with his brain. It turned out that he was holding on to this kind of wishful thinking. I'm just joking. Have a sense of humor. I used to have an old man as a good friend. He was much more humorous than you. Let's go. I will escort you on this journey. 7 magical beast generals. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Very good. Even if he didn't accept this mission, he would still go and see how strong the so-called 7 magical beast generals were. Chapter 778. The old man and the woman didn't have anything to pack, and Lu Chun didn't have anything to prepare either. He had already bought food the day before, so he could leave the city directly. The group went east and left Jinan City. "Ahem, young man, you're going the wrong way." "It's this way." The old man stopped Lu Chun, who was leading the way. He didn't even know the way, yet he found such a bodyguard. It was really unreliable. Lu Chun could only follow behind the two. "Hey, uncle, miss, how should I address you?" "You can call me Grand Uncle." You don't have to talk to her. "If you have any questions, just ask me," the Grand Uncle said. So cold. He doesn't even want to talk to me. However, Lu Chun didn't care. The other party didn't ask Lu Chun how to address him. It seemed that they weren't interested in knowing. "Grand Uncle, why do you have to go through the Snow Mountain?" "If you're in a hurry, you can go ahead," Lu Chun asked. "Don't you know the rules? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. We know what we're doing. You just have to protect our safety." The Grand Uncle's tone was a bit stiff. Lu Chun shook his head. It seemed that they didn't think much of him. They were probably just trying their luck. Anyway, he would pay when he got the goods, so they didn't lose anything. Anyway, it really had nothing to do with him. His purpose was to see if he could meet the eight-tailed snow fox and earn some cash withdrawal tickets. After walking for a few miles, the surrounding air gradually became cold. A layer of frost had already appeared on the surrounding foothills. The temperature changed so quickly. Lucien sighed. The old man raised his hand and motioned for Lucien to stop. Shwa, we're about to enter the snow mountain. Get ready. Okay. The girl and the grand-uncle took off their cloaks. It was interesting. Normal people would put on clothes when they were in the snow, but cultivators would take off their clothes. Actually, for cultivators with their physical strength, this low temperature was completely bearable. Taking off their clothes should mean that they were ready to fight at any time. Their badges were exposed as well. The girl was actually a 4-star great cultivator. The grand-uncle's badge was even more exaggerated. Lucien had never seen it before. 1-star earth cultivator, Lucien said in surprise. In contrast, Lucien's 5-star wild cultivator was just here to join in the fun. Damn, your levels are so high. Grand-uncle, what is the rank of 1-star earth cultivators? Lucien was in a good mood and asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Tai Shu didn't seem to be in the mood to talk about this with Lucien. He said snappily, Kid, if you encounter Hachibi and dare to run first, I'll kill you first. Lucien blinked his eyes, then smiled and said, Impossible, impossible. I have professional ethics. Don't worry, I will never run first. Grand-uncle's the grand-uncle is grand's grand-grand-grand-grand-uncle. Grand-uncle, why don't we let him go now? He's too weak and useless. The grand-uncle shook his head and said, Grand-uncle, why don't we let him go now? The grand-uncle thought for a while and shook his head. You know my injury. Originally, I wanted to recruit a 7-star great cultivator. That way, we still have a chance. But now, if we encounter an 8-tailed beast, I can't win alone. I can only say that one more person means one more chance to escape. If it doesn't work, we can let him be cannon fodder. Grand-uncle, although that guy is a bit unlikable, using him as cannon fodder, isn't it a bit? The grand-uncle knew Shwa too well. She didn't want that silly boy to follow them because she was soft-hearted. Shwa, look at the situation. Your safety is the most important thing now. One person dying is better than hundreds of thousands or millions of people dying. If I'm in my best condition, I naturally won't let this innocent boy die with me. But I'm old. Grand-uncle. Shwa couldn't bear to look at the grand-uncle. If it weren't for him, she would have died countless times. Since she was young, the grand-uncle had saved her countless times. He called himself an old servant, but in Shwa-er's heart, even her biological grandfather was inferior to him. How could she bear to see him blame himself? Grand-uncle, Shwa will listen to your arrangements. The grand-uncle looked back at Lucien. That guy was staring at the snow mountain in a daze. He felt that he wasn't smart. The grand-uncle sighed. It seemed that he could only be cannon fodder. After discussing, the two returned to Lucien's side. Okay, let's go. Lucien also didn't know that he had been defined as cannon fodder. His heart was full of expectations for the 7 magical beast generals as he followed the two. After walking for a few more miles, an endless mountain range appeared in front of the 3 of them. At this time, the temperature had already dropped below 0, and the ground was frozen solid. Looking into the distance, there was already snow not far away. Further away, it had already begun to be covered in white snow. This is the snow mountain? Yes, after crossing this mountain, your mission is over. The grand-uncle said, entering the snow mountain is the 8 Tails territory. In addition to the 8 Tails, there are many magical beasts here. We can't use mounts to pass through here, so let's hurry. Luchin nodded. Okay, let's go. As the three of them went deeper into the snow mountain, the snow on the ground became deeper and deeper. In the vast expanse of white snow, only their footsteps were left. The cold wind whistled, and the snowflakes blew on their faces. Lu Chen's beautiful face was covered in a layer of frost. Damn, this road is really difficult. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know if it was because the three of them were lucky, but they didn't encounter any magical beasts until nightfall. After walking for half a day, the three of them rested under a solid rock. The grand uncle had brought a lot of dry wood and cleared out a place to set up a fire. The fire finally brought a trace of warmth. The girl and the grand uncle sat together, eating the dry food they had brought. Lu Chen was focused on roasting fish over the fire. Lu Chen's cooking and fishing skills had risen quite high. Now, his cooking skills were not inferior to chasing clouds. Hey, want some roasted fish? Lu Chen called out. No, the grand uncle refused. Lu Chen shook his head. The two of them were especially vigilant. He didn't know their identities. After dinner, Lu Chen said to the two, "Then you two rest. I'll be on night duty." This time, the two of them didn't say anything. The grand uncle closed his eyes to rest. The girl should have really fallen asleep. Lu Chen stood on the rock above, looking at the sea of snow in the night. 8 tails, 8 tails, when will you appear? Lu Chen shook his head. At this moment, in the surrounding snow, several pairs of dark green night pearls flashed. They were approaching them step by step. Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. Those were obviously not night pearls. They were emitting a powerful aura. Lu Chen stood up and slightly narrowed his eyes. Legendary magical beasts, or should it be called dragon seed? In short, after coming to the 5th layer of heaven for so long, except for the little golden carp, this should be the first time he encountered one. Then let's meet them. Night flash shadow. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had disappeared. Chapter 779. Lu Chen had yet to see what they looked like, so he wanted to lead them away from the camp. Those magical beasts were indeed in hot pursuit, and soon they were far away. With the help of the moonlight, Lu Chen finally saw these magical beasts. Their heads looked like snow wolves, but their bodies were as thick as tigers. There were a total of 8 of them, and each of them was 7 to 8 meters tall. The muscles on their bodies were even more obvious than the wild beasts Lu Chen had encountered before, to the point that they looked uncoordinated. They look a bit like the divine beast Swanee, but their muscles are too developed. Lu Chen frowned slightly. If all dragon-type magical beasts were like this, then imagine how dangerous it would be for the commoners to hunt such terrifying creatures. Even if the magical beasts in the sacred mountain were much weaker than this, to the commoners they were still terrifying existences. It was no wonder that the dragon-hunting village lost a few dozen people and ended up with nothing in the end. The 8 Swanee had already surrounded Lu Chen. They opened their bloody mouths and greedily stared at their prey. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He would not use soul body as one now, which meant that he would have to fight these guys with his original body. War god possession, demon transformation, divine demon symbiosis. Lu Chen instantly transformed. At this moment, his albino appearance was quite compatible with the snow mountain. At the same time, Lu Chen drew out the limitless demon god sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. Let me see what's so special about you guys. The sacred lotus sword heart could not be used. After all, it only recovered once every 10 days. Lu Chen had used it once last time, and it had not recovered yet. He only had 2 more chances to use it. Ghostly shadows. Descend. In an instant, Lu Chen descended in front of a Swanee. 3,000 body flash slash. Leaving behind an illusion, Lu Chen's original body was already as fast as lightning, attacking the Swanee 11 times. The Swanee probably did not expect this human's attack to be so strong. Immediately, deep wounds were left on the Swanee's body, and it was instantly killed. Roar! The other Swanee were unable to restrain their anger, and they all pounced at Lu Chen. You guys are fast, but unfortunately, you guys are no match for me. 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Chen calmly dodged. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Psionic spatial cannon. Suppressive fire. With 50 shots, the 6 Swanee were instantly killed. In the blink of an eye, there was only one left. Lu Chen frowned slightly. These so-called magical beasts seemed to be much weaker than he had imagined. They didn't have any special skills. I'm a little disappointed. Lu Chen shook his head. You guys are just a little stronger than the wild beasts of the 4th celestial layer. How could you make the immortal cultivator so afraid? Before he could finish his sentence, the 6th Swanee that had fallen to the ground suddenly flipped over and stood up again. After reviving, the wounds on their bodies healed rapidly. Their eyes turned from green to red, and the ferocity in their eyes was even stronger than before. F***CK. What the hell is this? Lu Chen couldn't help but take a step back. If this was the 4th heaven, then resurrection was nothing. If Lu Chen did not use the 3 lives reincarnation, then he would have 3 chances to resurrect. However, to be revived at the 5th heaven was extremely strange. This was equivalent to the death of one's physical body and being revived again. After reviving, the Swanee's speed was even faster than before. They rushed towards Lu Chen from all directions. 9 void steps. Lu Chen didn't have time to think and quickly moved. Spiritual energy storm. Suppressive fire. From the beginning to the end, Lu Chen had kept 1 Swanee and didn't attack. 50 shots of the psionic cannon directly shot towards the 7 revived Swanee. Roar! The 7 Swanee opened their bloody mouths and released spiritual energy beams from their mouths, directly bombarding the psionic cannon. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded. More than 10 psionic cannons directly exploded in the air. Taking advantage of the moment when the psionic cannons exploded, a few white figures had already pounced towards Lu Chen. This, after reviving, they became even stronger. Lu Chen hurriedly retreated and swung his great ravager. Just as Lu Chen seemed to be escaping, he suddenly activated a skill. Ghostly shadows, descent. In the blink of an eye, his real body had already descended beside one of the Swanee. I don't believe that I can't kill you. 3,000 body flash slash. This sudden attack caught the Swanee off guard and allowed Lu Chen to succeed in his sneak attack. After another instant kill, Lu Chen didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly dodged and kept a distance from the other 7 Swanee. While fighting with the other Swanee, Lu Chen was also paying attention to this Swanee that he killed for the 2nd time. All 4 of its limbs were cut off by you. It won't revive again, right? What one feared would happen. After lying on the ground for a while, the Swanee suddenly quivered and opened its eyes again. The 4 limbs that were cut off grew back, and its eyes had already turned pure black. Damn! Lu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had encountered such an opponent. After reviving for the 2nd time, this Swanee's strength had increased greatly. Its speed was much faster than the other Swanee. Its normal movement speed was almost comparable to rapid movement. In a flash, it appeared in front of Lu Chen and roared fiercely at Lu Chen. Lu Chen suddenly felt the world spinning, and his consciousness was temporarily in chaos. Sound attack. If he were to fight in his original form, A single careless mistake could lead to his death. Even if his opponents were these demonic beasts, Lu Chen couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Buddha's salvation. Lu Chen had no choice but to use one of his trump cards to forcefully remove the negative state. Seeing that the Swanee had caught up and was about to attack, Lu Chen, who had just recovered, didn't have time to dodge. Lu Chen could only defend by attacking and quickly activated his skill. Universal Annihilation, Sky Quake. He stomped on the ground, and the Swanee beside him were all sent flying. However, Lu Chen hesitated. Should he accept the following combo? Killing it wouldn't make him stronger, right? Damn it, why is it so difficult to deal with? Lu Chen's mind raced. Could it be that this thing can't be killed? Impossible. In the end, Lu Chen didn't accept the other combos of Universal Annihilation. He couldn't think of a countermeasure. Killing it would only make the battle more difficult. As he fled into the distance, he calmed himself down. The dragon-type demonic beasts that the villagers hunted, even if they weren't as strong as the Swanee, might have something in common. If they could kill it, then there was no way he couldn't defeat it. The problem now wasn't that he couldn't kill it, but that these guys could keep resurrecting. Every time they resurrected, they would be stronger than the last. Their limbs can regenerate, which means that when I killed them, I didn't hit their vital points. Let's try to break through their spiritual core. Lu Chen found a few Swanee that had only died once. Heaven's Eye. Bestowal Liberation. Activating Heaven's Eye. Lu Chen found the location of the Swanee's spiritual core. Bestowal Liberation flashed by and broke through the spiritual core. However, not long after, the Swanee resurrected again. Damn, the spiritual core is broken, and it can still resurrect. What the hell? Lu Chen almost collapsed. Let's try the heart. This time, Lu Chen chose to attack the Swanee's heart. With a sword, the Swanee howled and fell to the ground. Resurrected, Lu Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Did these Baiwu really have no weakness? Shwa woke up from her sleep and found the Taishu sitting beside her. His eyes were nervously looking around, and he was calling her name, trying to wake her up. She looked around again, but there was no trace of that cultivator boy. Taishu, what's wrong? Where's that cultivator? The Taishu looked around. I don't know. Wake up first. There's a sound around. It doesn't sound like the wind. There might be a demonic beast nearby. What demonic beast? At this time, it should be the polar Swanee. Polar Swanee? That thing can't be killed. Schwer's eyes widened, and the trace of sleepiness had disappeared. It's not that it can't be killed. The polar Swanee of the Snow Mountain are 5th-grade dragon species. If we kill a 5th-grade Swanee, they will die. It's just that Swanee always move in groups. If we want to kill a 5th-grade Swanee, I won't be able to do it without using soul body as one. Let's leave this place first. Hurriedly got up. What about that cultivator? We don't have time to care about him now. Maybe it's a good thing for him to leave early. Let's leave this place first. Chapter 780. Lu Chen had already brought these Bai and far away, but he was now in a tough battle. The Baian chased after him relentlessly. Lu Chen had no choice but to kill them a few more times. As a result, 7 of these Bai and had already revived 4 times. This was the result of Lu Chen's efforts to balance their strength. If one of them died 5 times, it would be even more troublesome. The current Bai and was on a completely different level compared to the beginning. Their speed was so fast that it was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Lu Chen had to use Heaven's Eye and keep moving to barely deal with them. Moreover, their moves had become more lethal. With sound attacks and ice elements, Lu Chen did not dare to be careless. Lu Chen was also complaining incessantly. He had originally come to deal with the eight-tailed beast, but as soon as he entered the snowy mountain, he encountered a few small fries that could make him so miserable. He even had to activate 3 lives reincarnation to ensure that his displacement skill did not have a cooldown. No, they're too fast. They want to surround me now. Lu Chen's mind raced. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. He had to change. I have to kill all of them at once. Only by taking advantage of the respawn time can I have a chance to escape. After making up his mind, Lu Chen gritted his teeth, braked, and quickly gathered power. Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Now, only this skill could allow Lu Chen to kill all 8 by and at the same time. 1080 sword, auras shot out from the infinite divine demon sword. For a moment, the snowy night seemed to be illuminated at this moment. The by and at the front was about to pounce over, but after a few slashes, it was forcefully stunned. At this moment, its claws were only a few dozen centimeters away from Lu Chen. It was obvious how tightly these wild beasts were chasing after him. The sword auras hit the by, and like a storm, dismembering several of them in an instant. Of the 8 by, and except for one that was killed for the first time, the rest had died for the 5th time. Run! Night flash! Lu Chen did not even look back as he turned and ran. If these guys resurrected, Lu Chen would really be in danger. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen disappeared without a trace. After a long while, Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked back. Those monsters had finally stopped chasing him. F***CK. Luckily they didn't catch up. My stamina is already exhausted. Lu Chen stopped, his hands on his knees as he panted heavily. He turned around to confirm again, but there was still nothing behind him. What the hell is this? Is it because you can't afford to play it? How are you going to play it if you resurrect infinitely? Lu Chen took a deep breath and stood up straight. Not long after, a lone figure appeared behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen was so scared that he quickly hid behind a rock. No way, he still caught up. Lu Chen checked his own stamina. He was unable to continue fighting. Why is there only one? Its eyes are red, so it should be the one that died once. Lu Chen carefully observed. The Tao Wu was running, but it seemed to be in a sorry state. It did not look like it was chasing him, but more like it was running away. It saw Lu Chen's footprints, and actually chose to run in another direction? What's going on? Lu Chen was puzzled. When the Tao Wu ran far away, Lu Chen crawled out of the snow. Without a doubt, this Tao Wu was definitely the weakest of the 8. After all, it had only died once. Logically speaking, if they wanted to kill him, it should be the last one. However, there was only one now, and it looked like it was avoiding him. It can't be afraid of me, right? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes as he thought of this. He did not believe in infinite resurrection, especially after seeing this Tao Wu's abnormal behavior. Lu Chen could not help but want to go back and take a look. Xiaomin, give me an invisibility spell. Let's go back and take a look. Back at the previous battlefield, Lu Chen saw the dark red ground from afar. The corpses of the Tao Wu were still lying in the snow, and the snow had already been dyed red with blood. They didn't resurrect. Lu Chen's eyes widened as he carefully approached. The corpses on the ground were incomplete, just like when Lu Chen killed them. They really didn't resurrect. Lu Chen quickly approached. Looking at the corpses, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was not because he had killed 7 Tao Wu, but because he had found a way to kill them. So they died after 5 kills. If I had known, I wouldn't have had to run so desperately. If the system had experienced notifications, Lu Chen would not have been unaware that he had killed a Tao Wu. Right, magical beasts are full of treasures. Let's see if there's anything useful. Having been in the trading market for a long time, Lu Chun had seen people selling magical beast hides and bones, which were tailoring and refining materials. Since they were killed by the sacred lotus sword heart, the corpses of these Tao were almost never intact. The hides and bones probably could not be sold for a good price. However, Lu Qin found a few pearls in their bodies. What are these pearls? Obtained item, 5th transformation dragon species beast core. It's a beast core? Lu Qin did not have much need for beast cores now. As long as his divine beasts grew to adulthood, they could fuse into a beast god. There was no need for them to continue growing. However, the beast god still needed to grow in the future. This item would definitely be useful. Lu Chen put all 7 5th transformation dragon species beast cores into his backpack and picked up a few pieces of meat for cooking in the future. Good. As long as it's not unsolvable, I'll know how to kill it when I see it in the future. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. However, I don't know if it's the same for the 8-tailed beast. It will become stronger after killing it once. If it needs to be killed 8 times, that's a little scary. That Tao Wu that ran away, did it call for help? Forget it. I know how to kill it anyway. The only thing that made Lu Chen's heart ache was that he had to use the sacred lotus sword heart again. The one he used during the Spow's finding martial arts competition would only be recovered after 4 days. In other words, he could only use the sacred lotus sword heart once during this commission mission. Forget it. It's more important to ensure my safety at that time. After dealing with the polar Tao Wu, Lu Chen began to walk back. When he returned to the original campsite, the fire on the ground had been extinguished. However, the 2 people here were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Lu Chen stood on a rock. He could not see the Grand Elder and the woman. He could only see a series of blurry footprints on the ground. Most of them had been covered by the wind and snow. They probably heard the sound of my fight and ran away. I can't just run away with 20,000 cash withdrawal tickets. Thinking of this, Lu Chun hurriedly chased after the footprints. At dawn, a meteor streaked across the clear night sky. Shui Er looked at the meteor in a daze. Grand Elder, that cultivator ran away in the end. The Grand Elder walked over. Shui Er, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. The human heart has always been like this. Don't worry. Even if I die, I will send you there. Grand Elder, don't die. Shui Er turned her head and looked at the Grand Elder sadly. Her pair of bright eyes were full of tears and twinkling like stars. The Grand Elder smiled. Okay. I won't die. I still want to see Shui Er get married and have children. I really don't know which stinking brat has the good fortune to marry our Shui Er. Grand Elder. Shui Er dragged her voice coquettishly. Okay. I won't say any more. There's still a long way to go. Let's go. Chapter 781. The wind and snow had completely covered their footprints. Lu Chen had lost his target. Rhubarb. Lu Chen called out rhubarb. Maybe it could find them. Let's see if we can find those 2 people. The wind and snow were too heavy, covering their scent. Even rhubarb found it very difficult to track them. Woof, woof, woof. You said you sensed the direction of the treasure, but were not sure if it was them? Rhubarb had a special sensitivity to treasures, even beyond the scope of smell. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Those 2 guys were very mysterious. It was very likely that they had treasures on them. Moreover, There was no one else around. Rhubarb felt that it was them. It should be them. Rhubarb, follow the treasure. Rhubarb wagged its tail and ran to the front to lead the way. Lucien followed Rhubarb. Rhubarb, have you made any progress in comprehending the 9 turns black gold mirror? I see you looking at the mirror every day. Woof, woof, woof. You still haven't comprehended it. Well, take your time to comprehend it. Be careful of Little Furball. Don't let it eat your mirror. Little Furball, that guy must be vigilant at all times. A man and a dog moved forward with difficulty in the snow. Lucien didn't know when those 2 people left. Moreover, they seemed to be in a hurry. Their speed was probably not fast. After chasing for a day, Lucien still couldn't catch up. However, on the way, Lucien saw several waves of corpses of dragon-type magical beasts. There were snow foxes, snow wolves, snow leopards. These corpses were already stiff. The cores of the dragon-type magical beasts had already been taken away. Lucien exhaled a long breath. Suddenly, it turned into steam. Fortunately, we didn't meet judging from their size, these magical beasts don't look very strong. How could those 2 guys run so fast? There was a battle in the middle. Logically speaking, I should be able to catch up with them. In the afternoon, the sun was high in the sky. Unfortunately, the temperature did not rise much. Instead, it became colder and colder. It was also at this time that Lucien discovered that there were some footprints in front of them, which meant that they were not far away. Lucien hurriedly ran to the footprints and examined them carefully. The footprints in front of them were a little messy. They seemed to be a little flustered. There were a few changes in the footprints. Some of them turned back halfway, and some of them seemed to be deliberately covered up. Could it be that they're afraid that I'll catch up to them, so they're deliberately disrupting my judgment? How much do you dislike me? Rhubarb said that they were in the northwest direction, but the footprints on the ground showed that they were heading north. That meant that they had used some tricks to fake the footprints. After careful consideration, Lucien muttered to himself, "There's still 1.5 days before we leave the snow mountain. They shouldn't be guarding against me. Even if they don't like me, they wouldn't deliberately fake footprints to mislead me. If they were about to leave the snowy mountain, they might have misled him in order to escape the rewards. However, they were only halfway through the journey and had yet to encounter the 8-tailed beast. It was impossible for them to spend so much effort just to mislead him. Could it be they found the 8-tailed beast? The senior granduncle was very strong. The battles along the way didn't take up too much time. Lucien estimated that even if he encountered the 5th transformation Swanee, he might not be in such a difficult situation. Therefore, it was possible that they had encountered a powerful magical beast. Thinking of this, Lucien's eyes turned cold. Rhubarb, they might be in danger. Let's hurry up. Not long after, Lucien saw a huge footprint. The footprint was nearly 10 meters long. It was obviously not human. For plum blossom prints at a time. 8-tailed snow fox. Lucien's eyes widened. Such a huge footprint was much bigger than those of ordinary snow foxes. It was very likely that it was an 8-tailed snow fox. The snow fox's tracking direction was not wrong. It was chasing after the 2 people. Rhubarb, faster. Until nightfall, Lucien still hadn't caught up with them. One was chasing, and the other was running in front of him. Presumably, their speed would not be slower than his. The higher they went, the stronger the wind and snow. Especially at night, the resistance brought by the strong wind made it difficult to move. The wind and snow made it hard for them to open their eyes. The footprints disappeared again. Lucien could only rely on Rhubarb. Rhubarb's physique was not outstanding. Lucien simply carried Rhubarb, opened the heaven observation eye, and continued on their way, looking down at Rhubarb. The dog's head was almost frozen. Lucien wrapped it in his clothes, only revealing 2 eyes. Rhubarb, if you can't hold on, just tell me. Woof, woof, woof. Rhubarb's condition was still stable. In the fierce wind and snow, a blurry figure could be seen moving against the wind and snow with difficulty. For the 20,000 cash withdrawal coupons, I'm really going all out. At dawn, the sky was slightly brighter. The wind and snow had weakened a lot. Lucien finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, an avalanche suddenly occurred thousands of meters away. A large amount of snow rushed down from the mountaintop. At this moment, facing the avalanche, Lucien's eyes were about to split open. Damn, I can't stop it. Lucien hurriedly looked to the side. Not far away, there was a rock covered in snow protruding out of the mountain. There was a gap under the rock. He didn't even have time to think, and directly rushed over with a triple door. A sudden avalanche. Has the battle already begun? Lucien was somewhat anxious. However, he couldn't go out at this time. He could only wait for the avalanche to end. Boom, 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 boom. The avalanche lasted for a few minutes. Lucien was directly buried in the snow. Fortunately, the space under the rock was large enough, so his life was not in danger. When the avalanche ended, Lucien climbed out of the snow pile. Listening carefully, he did not know where in the distance there were indeed bursts of explosions. They're really fighting. Lucien hurriedly used his movement technique and rushed in the direction of the sound. At this time, the corner of the Grand Elder's mouth was bleeding. There was a deep scratch on his chest, and the bleeding was temporarily blocked by an ice spell. Opposite him sat a giant beast. It was a huge snow fox that was 60 to 70 meters tall. The 8 snow-white tails behind it kept swaying. The snow fox sat elegantly, calm and composed, sacred and elegant. The snow fox's red eyes looked indifferently at the 2 people in front of it. Earth elementalist, no wonder you can make me activate the 5th transformation. Your strength is not bad. If you were running for your life, it would take me some effort to kill you. However, you have a burden with you. The final result can only be death here together. The snow fox actually spoke human language. The Grand Elder panted heavily. He held the sword in his hand and blocked in front of Schweyer. 8 tails, why can't you let us go? Let you go? It's not impossible. As long as you leave the girl behind, it doesn't make any difference whether I kill you or not. Impossible, the Grand Elder shouted. Over my dead body. So, if you can't agree to my request, why do you have to make such an outrageous request? Don't think that I can't see that there's something I like on that woman. You're not going to Snow Mountain City. You're going to the ancient Snow Mountain City. You want to revive the ice god. No, you can't do it. Since I've activated the 5th transformation, the game is over. Thousand Fox Phantom, heart-eating. Chapter 782. Thousand Fox Phantom sounded like a displacement skill, but in fact, it was a powerful attack skill. The original body of the 8-tailed snow fox was still sitting there, but its body turned into a shadow and rushed toward the Grand Elder. The illusory figures were extremely fast, and each collision caused a terrifying spiritual attack. Facing the 8-tailed snow fox's killing move, the Grand Elder's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shwa, run! Strengthen martial god's fire, scythe, shield array. The Grand Elder held his scythe spear and danced in front of him. The spear emitted raging flames and formed a flaming shield. At the same time, the Grand Elder threw out a talisman. The talisman was ignited by the flames and instantly strengthened the fire scythe shield array. This Grand Elder was at least a talisman master and a Grand Master of combat at the same time. Rings of fire shot out and violently collided with the Thousand Fox Phantom. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening noises sounded. Every time a ring of fire collided with the Thousand Fox Phantom, it created a ring of air that spread outwards. The violent tremors caused a second avalanche at the peak of the snow mountain. At this moment, the Grand Elder and the eight-tailed snow fox's moves were still clashing. The rings of fire and the illusions of the snow foxes collided with one after another. From the looks of their moves, the two were evenly matched. However, the key was the state of the two users. The eight-tailed snow fox was calm and composed, sitting there as steady as Mount Tai. The Grand Elder's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his face was filled with pain. Grand Elder, your injuries! Shwa roared with heartache. Don't worry about me. Run. I can still delay it for a while. Grand Elder. Run. Otherwise, I'll die in vain. The Grand Elder clenched his teeth and desperately held on. Shwa's feelings for the Grand Elder were closer than her own grandfather, but now she had to watch the Grand Elder die in front of her. This pain was hard to accept. Wanna run? You think she can? The snow fox suddenly said indifferently, if you were in your peak state, you might be able to force me to use my 6th class advancement state. But looking at you, you're obviously holding on by force. I'm only in my 5th class advancement state, and you're already in such a sorry state. We haven't even reached the peak of the snow mountain. Do you think she can run away? After barely blocking the Thousand Fox Phantom, the Grand Elder supported himself on the ground with his sickle spear, panting heavily. His old injury had relapsed, and the situation was worse than he had imagined. His physical strength was rapidly declining, and at the same time, his spiritual energy consumption had doubled. If he could rest a little longer in Southtown City and wait for his injuries to recover, he could at least escape with Shwe again. However, time waits for no one. They had already pushed the departure date to the very end. The enhanced Martial God's Fire Scythe Shield Array was another skill that consumed a lot of stamina. He had already killed the 8-tailed beast 4 times before and had consumed a lot of stamina. Now that he was facing an even stronger 5-transformation 8-tailed beast, he was really powerless. Hachibi was right. If he didn't kill it, Shwe wouldn't have been able to escape. Taking a deep breath, the Grand Elder stood up straight. His eyes suddenly became extremely calm. Shwe, I can't watch you get married and have children. Granduncle, what are you doing? The Grand Elder had been staring at the 8-tailed beast. The 8-tailed beast can reach 8 transformation at most. Even if I'm in my peak state, I can't defeat it, but I can still hold it back for a while. Shwe, I know you're soft-hearted, but you have to understand that your mission is related to the lives of more people. I can't bear to leave you, but Jiuqian is cruel. Listen to the Grand Elder this time, and leave immediately. It's up to fate whether we can escape or not. The 8-tailed beast looked at the Grand Elder indifferently. You're really stubborn. I said she can't escape. How are you going to hold me back? The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes slightly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Luchin smiled cruelly. What am I going to hold you back? I'm going to hold you back with my life. Martial God, reverse blood return. Shwe, run. Don't let me die in vain. The Grand Elder shouted angrily. His figure had turned into a sword light and shot toward the 8-tailed beast. A burst of bloody light burst out from the Grand Elder's body. His eyes were glowing red, and he seemed to have turned into a completely different person. His speed had reached a level where the naked eye couldn't see him. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the eight-tailed beast. The eight-tailed beast was finally moved. What skill is this? How can the improvement be so great? Shua looked at the Grand Elder's back and was already crying. Reverse blood return could completely unleash a person's potential. All attributes, combat ability, and even the damage coefficient of the skill would be greatly improved. However, such a heaven-defying skill also had a terrifying backfire effect. Every second, Taishu's blood flowed backwards. Taishu had to endure tremendous physical pain. Every second the skill lasted, Taishu's chances of survival decreased by a fraction after the skill ended. Just like the name of the skill, reverse blood return. Grand Elder. Shua held back her tears. She knew that this was the Grand Elder's last resort. If she didn't run, then the Grand Elder would really die in vain. The past flashed before her eyes. Ever since she was young, the Grand Elder had taken care of her. Ever since she went into exile, the Grand Elder had risked his life for her countless times. She had already regarded the Grand Elder as a family member who was closer than her parents. If it weren't for protecting her, with the Grand Elder's aptitude, he wouldn't have stopped at earth cultivation. However, no matter how hard the days outside were, with the Grand Elder around, it was the warmest and safest. However, the Grand Elder was finally going to leave. The only thing she could do was to make sure the Grand Elder didn't die in vain. Thinking of this, Shua turned around angrily and ran all the way. Her falling tears turned into icicles in minutes. Oh my God, there's another avalanche. Lu Chen was rushing in this direction and encountered another avalanche on the way. However, after the first avalanche, the situation this time seemed to be much better. Lu Chen ran all the way and rushed out of the avalanche's range. While escaping in a panic, Lu Chen suddenly saw a figure in front of him moving towards the top of the mountain. It's that girl. Lu Chen hurriedly used continuous displacement and quickly caught up with Shua. At this time, there was only one thought in Shua's mind. She couldn't let the Grand Elder die in vain. She could only run with all her might. She didn't even notice that Lu Chen was close to her. Lu Chen used the triple door and came behind Shua, grabbing her arm. Shua was greatly alarmed at this moment, and she instinctively struck out with her palm. Hey, are you crazy? It's me. Lu Chen hurriedly dodged. Shua's eyelashes were covered with tears. She was in a terrible state. It's you? If it were any other time, Shua would definitely ask Lu Chen why he was here. However, she was devastated and didn't want to care about anything. She didn't ask any more questions and turned to leave. Hey, wait. Where's the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder? Shua's footsteps suddenly stopped. I say, why did you two leave me alone? Do you know how hard it was for me to chase after you? Lu Chen was full of complaints. If it weren't for the fact that Shua was in a daze, he would probably argue with her. Is the Grand Elder stopping the Eight Tails? Lu Chen roughly guessed the situation. Shua nodded while crying. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Very good. The Eight Tails finally appeared. Bring me there. Shua was stunned. What was this guy doing? Even as cannon fodder, she had never met such a conscientious person. What are you talking about? Hurry, Lu Chen urged. Chapter 783. Right now, Shua was completely out of her wits. After being urged by Lu Chen like this, she subconsciously brought him back. She still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. She was willing to try any glimmer of hope, even if it was this brainless cannon fodder. The two of them hurried back. At this time, Taishu was fighting the snow fox to the death. What a suicidal attack. The eight tails dodged Taishu's attack and dodged to the side. It had been seriously injured by Taishu. Earth elementalists were indeed earth elementalists. Even with the recurrence of old injuries, they could still seriously injure the snow fox. Even so, the eight tails was not nervous at all. After all, it still had 3 resurrections, and each time it revived, it would be even stronger. I want to see how long your reverse blood fusion can last. It's enough to kill you once more. Raging Flame's talisman. Taishu ignored the blood flowing from his body and quickly flashed in front of the eight tails. Sky-splitting Raging Flames slash. Damn it, this is crazy. There's even a talisman array. Celestial Fox Meteor Ice Drill. Once again, the 2 skills collided head-on. One was ice, the other fire, and the other was ice blue. Half of the sky was dyed red, and the other half was dyed ice blue. Carrying an immense might, the 2 skills fiercely collided in midair. A huge amount of energy dissipated and instantly formed a white ball of spiritual energy. It continuously accumulated and expanded until it reached a diameter of 100 meters. A moment later, the spiritual energy ball exploded. The snow on the ground was blown up, and a huge crater appeared on the exposed mountain. The entire snowy mountain seemed to be shaking. Fierce avalanches were happening in various areas. With the reverse blood fusion, various buffs, and the Raging Flames talisman, Taishu's move could be said to be destructive. Even someone as strong as the 5 Revolutions 8 Tails was unable to withstand this attack and could only be smashed into smithereens. Looking at the corpse of the 8 Tails on the ground, Taishu could no longer support his body. He knelt on one knee, trembling and panting. Killing the 8 Tails did not make him happy at all. This was because he knew that when the 8 Tails was reborn, it would be impossible for him to defeat it. The only consolation was that Shui should have run far away by now. Her chances of survival were at least higher. As expected, the 8 Tails was reborn again. This time, its eyes had turned golden. His body was even larger than before, and his snow-white fur billowed in the wind. His 8 tails danced wildly behind him, covering the sky and the sun. It walked towards the Grand Elder step by step. Its posture was elegant, and its eyes were gloomy. Senior Grand Elder was powerless to stand up again. He looked up at the huge Hachibi and smiled. "Didn't you say that I can't beat your 6th turn? Ha 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 ha, what about now?" Very good, very good. You actually forced me to use my 6th transformation." Although Hachibi's tone was calm, it was obvious that he was suppressing his anger. As expected of the protector of the Saintess of Snow, you two must have a good relationship. Don't worry, I'll let you live. I want you to watch me kill the Snow Saintess with your own eyes. That's right, I want you to see your hopes shattered with your own eyes. Only then will you feel despair. The Grand Elder's body trembled even more. He would rather die in battle if he had to see Shui being killed with his own eyes. The Hachibi had grasped his weakness. Of course, this weakness wasn't too difficult to guess. With my 6th transformation, it won't be difficult to catch up to her. When the time comes, I'll slowly torture her. I want you to see your master being abused by me. Ha ha! It's really interesting just thinking about it. You dare. As long as I'm still alive, I won't allow you to hurt Shui. Oh, is that so? Look at you now. The effect of reverse blood fusion is gone, and you're seriously injured. You can't even stand up. I'm afraid that you'll die if I don't do anything. How are you going to protect her? Senior Grand Elder's eyes were wide open. He supported himself with his Einherjar scythe and stood up trembling. Hachibi, do you think the battle between us is over? Humph, you're too naive. Don't force yourself. What else can you do now? Senior Grand Elder threw away his Einherjar scythe. He tore open his clothes, revealing his upper body full of scars. He smiled cruelly. Don't you know what will happen to me? Hachibi suddenly froze. He didn't even want his weapon. In this situation, it was very easy to think of a situation. Spiritual core explosion. An Earth Elementalist spiritual core explosion. Hachibi's gaze gradually became serious. He coldly looked at Senior Grand Elder. Even if you use your spiritual core to explode, you can only force me to use my 7th transformation. You'll be doomed eternally. Senior Grand Elder laughed. So what if I'm doomed eternally? In life, there are always some things that you'll protect at all costs. We're originally made of the dust of the universe. In the end, ashes to ashes and dust to dust. This is our final destination. Hachibi, to be honest, if I'm not a guardian, if I'm still that young man who pursues martial arts wholeheartedly, you won't be my opponent. Senior Grand Elder revealed a confident smile. He slightly raised his chin and looked at Hachibi with a smile that wasn't a smile. At this time, Hachibi was facing a formidable enemy and had no time to refute. I don't believe that you'll really use your spiritual core to explode. Is that so? Then you can bet on it. On the contrary, dragon-type magical beasts like you will have to pay a price for your death. Cut the crap. So what if I use my 7th transformation? You'll completely die, but I'll be able to recover after some time. Besides, I'll definitely not let the Snow Saintess awaken the ice god. Hachibi finally thought it through. Come, Senior Grand Elder. Even if you die, I'll treat your master well. After saying that, Hachibi pounced at Senior Grand Elder with extreme speed. The explosion of an Earth Elementalist spiritual core would probably destroy half of the Snow Mountain. Hachibi's move was probably to use his life to protect the Snow Mountain. Senior Grand Elder was nearing the end of his life. He had already ignored Hachibi's pouncing attack. He turned his head and looked in the direction that Snow had left. Snow's smile flashed across his mind. Snow, you must live on and complete your mission. This old servant can't protect you anymore. Spiritual core. From before Senior Grand Elder's voice died away, suddenly 2 figures appeared not far away. Seeing these 2 people, Senior Grand Elder forcefully swallowed back the word, explode. Not only that, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood. That was because he was angry. The 2 people who came were none other than Lu Qin and Snow. If he were to self-destruct now, Snow would probably suffer a calamity. However, he had fought so hard to buy some time for Snow. In the end, this girl ran back. And that cannon fodder? Wasn't he thrown away long ago? Why was he here? Did he chase after them for 20,000 cash withdrawal scrolls? That was too much of a risk. At this moment, the 2 people had clearly seen the battle here. War, God possession, devil transformation, divine demon, symbiosis. Triple door. I'm all ears. In the blink of an eye, the ordinary-looking young man suddenly changed his appearance. With a red robe and a head of long white hair, his appearance was off the charts. Suddenly, a stone door appeared beside Senior Grand Elder. Then, a strong pulling force came from the door and directly pulled him through the door. In the next moment, he was already beside Lu Qin. You. Senior Grand Elder didn't know what to say for a moment. His chi and blood attacked his heart, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Little Green, see if he can be saved, Lu Qin said indifferently. A green-clothed person appeared beside Senior Grand Elder and checked his injuries. In order to ensure Little Green's safety, Lu Qin didn't forget to summon Little Green, so that the 2 people wouldn't plot against him and harm Little Green. Who are you? On the opposite side, Hachibi coldly looked at Lu Chun. Lu Chun walked up step by step and said indifferently, "I'm your tribulation." Chapter 784. When Hachibi saw the badge on Lu Chen's chest, it suddenly laughed wildly. 5-star. Rogue cultivator? Ha 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 ha, looking at your aura, I thought you were some great master, but it turns out you're just a 5-star cultivator? This is really funny. Ha ha ha. I've seen a lot of arrogant guys, but this is the first time I've seen someone as ignorant as you. This is really an eye-opener. Lu Chen still walked towards Hachibi step by step. At the same time, he activated mixed element attack conversion, flash shot, rapid attack, death trap, dragon blood boiling, 3 lives reincarnation. Hachibi's laughter suddenly stopped, and it narrowed its eyes slightly. You didn't use soul body fusion? Lu Chen smiled slightly. I didn't plan to use it. No matter how much Hachibi mocked Lu Chen not using soul body fusion was definitely the biggest insult to Hachibi, so much so that Hachibi had to remind Lu Chen, if he forgot. Not far away, Taishu spat out another mouthful of blood. This kid, there's really something wrong with his brain. Shwe, go, don't worry about me. Shwe, stared at Lu Chen's back in disbelief. A mere 5-star cultivator was going up against a 6-revolution 8-tailed beast. That was already an incredible feat. Yet that guy still hadn't used soul body as one. This guy's arrogance had reached an incomprehensible level. Originally, the handsome transformation just now had caused people to have some fantasies. But now, this fantasy had been shattered by this reckless decision. No wonder Taishu spat out another mouthful of blood. Taking a step back, if you can fight Hachibi without using soul body fusion, wouldn't it be more stable if you use it? However, that kid didn't use soul body fusion. What else could it be if he wasn't crazy? Sigh, forget it. He can't hold on for long. Taishu sighed. Shwe, shouldn't have come back, but the truth was the truth, and it was useless to say anything. Shwe, I can't send you to Snow Mountain City. Hachibi won't be merciful to us. It's better to die now. Lu Yi couldn't help but speak up when she heard the two of them looking down on her boss. Her voice was a little agitated. You guys always talk about boss, but you don't know what kind of burden he's shouldering. How could he not know that the soul-body unification technique would greatly increase his strength? How could he not know that the Hachibi was not easy to deal with? The reason why he chose to fight with his true body is because his future opponents are beyond your imagination. Do you want to die? Lu Yi sneered. Do you want to waste all of boss's efforts? When you left the camp, did you know where the boss was? He lured away 8/5 transformation Swan and I, and in order to avoid attracting even more magical beasts, he fought the 8 Swan and I to the death. But when you returned to the camp, you abandoned him. In order to catch up to you, he hasn't slept a wink. Your 20,000 cash withdrawal coupons were really worth it. If I were the boss, I would have left long ago. Lu Yi's words scolded the grand uncle, and Shwe, both of them were shocked. Wasn't he running away? Was he fighting 8/5 transformation? Swan and I alone? 8/5 transformation, Swan and I. Then he had been tracking their whereabouts and arrived in time. None of this was a coincidence. There was no such thing as a peaceful life, but someone was silently moving forward. Old man, although your injury is serious, it's not fatal. Lu Yi said snappily. I don't have any herbs here. I want to watch our bosses battle. After saying that, Lu Yi willfully stood aside and turned to look at the battlefield. Boss had always been like this. He was too lazy to explain and didn't want others to feel that they owed him anything. He always shouldered these things alone. But what he didn't know was that if he was always like this, the people around him would feel sorry for him. Even Lu Yi, who had a good temper, couldn't help but get angry. On the battlefield, that man was already standing in front of the eight-tailed beast without using the soul-body unification technique. "Boss, please, you must win," Lu Yi prayed silently. At this moment, Lu Chen's behavior had obviously angered the eight-tailed beast. "Very good, you're very arrogant. I have never seen such an arrogant guy like you. You want to fight me without using the soul-body unification technique. Good, very good. Then I'll let you have no time to regret. Thousand Fox Phantom, Heart Eater." It was the same skill, but the eight-tailed beast was in the fifth transformation state before. Now, the eight-tailed beast was in the sixth transformation state. The power of the skill and the speed of the illusion had increased by a level. Streaks of snow fox, after images, shot towards Lu Chen in a frenzy. Their speed was as fast as lightning. So fast, the Grand Elder's eyes widened. The eight-tailed beast's move was much stronger than the one he used against him. At the same time, it was this move that caused his old injury to relapse. It could be seen that the power of this move was extremely great. Using this move against a five-star cultivator was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. At this moment, Lu Chen's red figure was like a cluster of blooming ink, instantly pulling away from the eight-tailed beast. Ghostly shadows. Tiger descends the mountain. Suppressive fire. Using the ghostly shadows to descend, Lu Chen quickly changed his position so that he wouldn't be targeted by the Thousand Fox Phantom. At the same time, when he changed his position, he quickly used 50 consecutive spiritual energy space cannon, 30,000 spiritual energy, and 800 times skill damage coefficient. The current spiritual energy space cannon had a basic attack power of 24 million. Once it was a critical hit, it could reach 75 million damage. One shot of the spiritual energy space cannon could penetrate 3 demon fox illusions at the same time, used for suppressive damage. The collision of skills didn't form a spiritual energy ball, but the violent explosion had already caused the entire snow mountain to rumble. Impossible! How can his attack power be so high? Shui Er's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes slightly. The horror of the Thousand Fox Phantom lies in the continuous impact of the illusions, causing continuous pressure. He's using his agile body to disperse the Thousand Fox Phantom's attack. Although his speed isn't as fast as the Eight Tails, the ghostly shadows provide a large number of landing points. Using these landing points, he widens the range of his movement so that the Thousand Fox Phantom can't concentrate on one point, greatly reducing the threat of this move. Then, he uses long-range attacks to neutralize the illusions that threaten him. It's just that his spiritual energy cannons are too powerful. How can he fire 50 spiritual energy cannons at once? Also, does the ice field domain not restrict his displacement skills? As strong as the Eight Tails was, it naturally had a strong domain skill. However, for Lu Chen, the so-called restriction of displacement had no effect at all. He had already used the mixed Yuan spirit pill. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, they used killing moves. In a short exchange, a large part of the battlefield had been razed to the ground. You have some skills. It seems that you've been hiding your strength. The Eight Tails couldn't help but frown. A normal 5-star cultivator who hadn't activated soul body, as one should only be able to scratch an itch. However, this person's attack had directly destroyed the spiritual power illusions of the Thousand Fox Phantom. One cannonball could penetrate 3 illusions. This eyesight, fine control, and attack power all proved that the human in front of him was not in a hurry to lose confidence. Interesting. Then try this move. The Eight Tails sneered. However, before it could make a move, The red shadow had already descended on one of the ghostly shadows under its feet. I don't have time to play with you. Hurry up and use your 8 transformation. Let me see how strong the so-called 7 magical beast generals are. Universal annihilation, skies shaking. Chapter 785. So fast. Grand Uncle's eyes widened. I can't believe that a 5-star cultivator's body can have such an amazing attack power. Not only that, but the battle is also smooth. He actually took the initiative to attack first. Shui-Er looked at the red figure on the field in disbelief. 5-star cultivator. Grand Uncle, how can he be so strong? I feel that if I use the soul-body unification, I won't have any advantage in front of him. Grand Uncle said, the difference between the body and the soul-body unification is mainly in the attributes of HP, defense, attack, and speed, but this isn't the biggest difference. What's the biggest difference? Grand Uncle said, the biggest difference is the psychological change. Before the 4th heaven, we are all cultivating our battle souls. At that time, most people don't know this. We go through battles with our battle souls. In the 3rd or 4th heaven, many battles are even life and death. We think that we are the battle souls, and the battle souls are us. But when we reach the 5th heaven, when we are separated from the battle souls, almost everyone will have a sense of loss. We are no longer the battle souls with heaven-defying attributes. We have to start from scratch and accumulate the strength of the body little by little. In fact, we have been relying too much on the battle souls. One thing can be proven. When we have the soul-body unification, we have more confidence. When we don't, we have to be cautious. This psychological change is the biggest difference between the soul-body unification and the battle of the body. Shui-Er nodded. This was the most common situation in the 5th heaven. With the soul-body unification, one was the boss. Without it, one had to keep a low profile, but that young man has broken through this psychological shackle. Grand Uncle said, looking at this kid's battle, I have an illusion that he is the battle soul in the 5th heaven. Cultivation level is just a number for him. Perhaps the reduction of attributes is a challenge for him. At first, we all thought that he was cannon fodder, but we didn't know that he was the kind of person who was born to fight. On the battlefield, Hachibi's huge body had been knocked into the air. Lu Chun used the flickering effect of the heaven and earth annihilation to chase after Hachibi. Heaven and earth annihilation to cancel the effect of the back attack. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain, fire suppression. He immediately canceled the skill and switched it to fire suppression. The 50 spiritual energy space cannon blasted towards the 8-tailed snow fox. Outside the snowy mountain, a few caravans were taking a detour. But at this moment, they saw a sudden burst of fire in the sky near the peak of the snowy mountain, turning the sky red. Boom, 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 boom. The snow mountain shook and collapsed. No way, another avalanche. Could it be that there's an expert fighting with that person on the mountain? That's right, but I can't figure out who would be so stupid as to fight the 7 magical beast generals. They have 8 lives, and they can revive once. They are even stronger than before. They can even exhaust you to death. It's rare to see an earth elementalist in Jinan City, so he won't venture into the snowy mountains. What a terrifying attack. We can feel the aftermath of the spiritual energy even from here. Forget it. Let's leave quickly. The foot of the mountain isn't safe either. Shui-Er protected the Grand Elder, while the little furball transformed into a huge boy and held Louis in his arms. Shui-Er was shocked to find that the little white mouse had suddenly become so big. Fortunately, the little furball glanced at her and only licked its lips cutely, of course. If Shui really knew about the little fur ball, she would probably break out in cold sweat when she saw it licking its lips. The 50 spiritual energy space cannon blasted the 8-tailed snow fox. It was directly blasted into a bloody mess. When it fell from the sky, it fell heavily to the ground. The Grand Elder was so shocked that he couldn't be more shocked. Who is this guy? How can the damage of a physical attack be so high? Kid, don't be careless. It will reach the 7th transformation soon. Lu Chun looked back at the Grand Elder. Fortunately, that guy was still alive. Otherwise, he might only get half of the reward. The mission said to escort 2 people across the snowy mountain. Lu Chun wasn't stupid. After encountering the 5 transformation Swanee, he already knew that the 8-tailed snow fox might reach the 8th transformation. Killing the 8-tailed snow fox was just the beginning of the battle. He stared at the 8-tailed snow fox. His stamina was not satisfied with the continuous journey. He had just used a lot of firepower to suppress it twice. The 8-tailed snow fox still had the 7th and 8th transformation. If this continued, his stamina would be a big problem. The 8-tailed snow fox in front of him began to revive. Its body began to recover quickly. Not long after, an even bigger snow fox was reborn. 7 transformation 8-tailed snow fox. Its eyes became as deep as the stars, but the anger in its eyes could no longer be suppressed. It was killed by a 5-star cultivator. Moreover, it was killed in its physical state. This was absolutely intolerable. Kid, I will tear you into pieces. Lu Chen's eyes were cold. He suddenly attacked. Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart was Lu Chen's strongest killing move. When the 8-tailed snow fox was reborn, Lu Chen suddenly attacked and used his last Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. The infinite celestial demon sword crazily shot out continuous sword energy. 80 swords came, covering the sky and covering the earth. Before the 8-tailed snow fox could get angry, it had to face the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Strengthened sky fox swallows the sun. However, the spiritual energy beam from the snow fox's mouth could not stop the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. After destroying 1/5 of the sword energy, the remaining Sacred Lotus Sword Heart was like a runaway wild horse, drowning the 8-tailed snow fox in an instant. Lu Chen did not look at the scene behind because there was no need to. Even the 8-tailed snow fox could not withstand the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. He turned around and saw the shocked eyes of the Grand Elder and Shui. That's right. Anyone who saw Lu Chen's Sacred Lotus Sword Heart would have such an expression. The Sacred Lotus Sword Heart, which originally only had 108 swords, was originally one of the 2 major skills of the divine demon Lotus Sword Heart. Its power was already very terrifying. In the end, Lu Chen increased the damage by 10-fold. You. After stuttering for a long time, Shui could not finish her sentence. You actually defeated the 8-tailed snow fox in an instant. The Grand Elder continued. Lu Chen's face did not show any joy. He only said indifferently, "Little furball, take them out of here first. Next, the 8-tailed snow fox has one last turn." The last turn was the 8-tailed snow fox's strongest state, and Lu Chen's Sacred Lotus Sword Heart had no more uses. In order to defeat the 8-tailed snow fox, Lu Chen did not have many options left. "Boss, you want to use that move?" Lu Yi looked nervously at Lu Chun. Lu Chen took a deep breath. "The 8-tailed snow fox's attack speed is too fast. If I want to get close, it will be very dangerous. I have to be faster." "Don't worry, I will control myself." Lu Chen smiled at Lu Yi. "Hey, why don't you use soul body as one? It's already the last turn." Shui suddenly shouted. She could also tell that this guy was forced to use his ultimate move. And this kind of skill that made his companions worried was very likely a skill similar to reverse blood return. Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. My soul body, as one, is only left for one person. Before I see it again, I will not use it. Chapter 786. The final form of the eight-tailed snow fox had finally appeared. The snow fox's snow-white fur billowed in the storm. Uncontrollable spiritual energy gushed out, and its huge tail was like a restless python. Its eyes were as hot as magma, and they were slowly emitting mist. Without a doubt, the two insta-kills had thoroughly angered the owner of the Snow Mountain, one of the 7 magical beast generals, the eight-tailed snow fox. You have angered me. I will burn your soul to ashes. The eight-tailed snow fox's voice no longer sounded like a human's voice. It sounded like it came from hell. The Grand Elder looked at the eight-tailed snow fox nervously. 8th transformation. This is the eight-tailed snow fox's true strength. Even an earth cultivator is no match for it. Boy, can you still win? Lu Chen looked at the eight-tailed snow fox coldly. The rebirth this time had pushed the eight-tailed snow fox's strength to the peak. It was impossible to kill it easily. Facing the Grand Elder's question, Lu Chen did not answer directly. He only said faintly, I can't lose. Shui looked at the back of the red figure in surprise. He can't lose. It meant that he was not sure if he could win, but there was a reason why he could not retreat. Shui, who was shouldering a heavy responsibility, suddenly understood. That inconspicuous man had the same situation as her. He also shouldered a heavy burden that required him to defeat the eight-tailed snow fox. They were the same kind of people. The infinite celestial demon sword trembled slightly. The strong enemy made it excited. Lu Chen's eyes gradually burned. Locking onto the eight-tailed snow fox, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth raised, revealing an evil smile. 8th transformation? This is your last life. I don't think you will be so careless. Yes, it did not matter if the eight-tailed snow fox was careless because it was not its last chance. However, it was different now. This was its strongest and also its last life. It would not underestimate this insignificant 5-star cultivator. Since this is your strongest state, then you have the right to witness my strongest state. Lu Chen took a deep breath. At the same time, the eight-tailed snow fox had already charged towards Lu Chen. It would not make any mistakes and would not give Lu Chen any chance. The speed of the Hachibi was like a flickering displacement. In the blink of an eye, he was about to reach Lu Chen. Die, black ice sky-splitting claw. At this moment, Lu Chen angrily shouted, Demonic lotus heart, inner demon! With a loud bang, the powerful spiritual energy of the bewitched Hachibi was released. To be safe, Hachibi gave up on attacking and dodged away. The eyes of the white-haired man in front of him had turned red, and his body was no longer as straight as before. His back was severely bent, and his head was lowered. His hair was messy in front of him, but from his hair, one could see his blood-red eyes and ferocious face. He opened his mouth and breathed out a large amount of steam. Everyone present, except for Lu Yi, was incomparably shocked. What form is this? It feels like he's become a completely different person. What a terrifying feeling. Lu Yi was so nervous that she was tugging on the little furball's fur. Boss still used this move after all. Inner demon. After entering the demonic state, the power of the inner demon would be released. All attributes would be increased by 100%. Attack would be increased by 100%, and the attack would enter the berserk state. Attack speed and movement speed would be increased by 200%, and skill casting speed would be increased by 200%. At the same time, the damage received would be increased by 500%. In the state of the inner demon, the physical body would be highly strengthened and the damage to the physical body would be reduced by 80%. However, in the state of the inner demon, the user would enter the inner demon state and lose 5% of their ability to control their thoughts every second. If they stayed in this state for a long time, they would permanently lose their nature. After upgrading the Hunyuan cultivation technique, the inner demon would enter the second form, and the additional damage would be reduced to 100%. In other words, the user would receive double damage and lose 1% of their ability to control their thoughts every second. Boss had once tried to use the inner demon state to farm in the wild. He only lasted for a few seconds before he almost lost his mind. Although the second form of the inner demon reduced the speed of losing one's thoughts by 5 times, Hachibi was not those wild monsters. This was the first time Boss used the inner demon in an actual battle. The degree of danger could be imagined. 20 seconds, Boss. You must finish the battle in 20 seconds. Louis kept praying. Lu Chen raised his head and roared. He was completely different from his previously calm, white-haired form. At this time, he began to go berserk. Hachibi, I'm going to kill you. In an instant, Lu Chen had already pounced on Hachibi. Don't be arrogant. It just so happens that I want to kill you too. Hachibi's aura was not inferior. He was fearless and rushed toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen, who was in the state of the inner demon, lotus heart of the celestial demon, and Hachibi, who was in their strongest form, began a head-on collision at this moment. Buddha body doppelganger, void shattering triple attack. The 3 bodies of Lu Chen punched at the same time. Their punches shattered the void. Hachibi amplification, level 8 strengthening, dark ice sky-splitting claw. The 2 earth-shattering skills collided directly in midair. With a boom, the peak of the snowy mountain shook violently, and the mountain shook violently. The surging spiritual energy tumbled and dissipated, quickly forming a huge spiritual energy ball. It continued to expand, and its diameter instantly exceeded 100 meters. The pedestrians in the distance looked in the direction of the snowy mountain in shock. From afar, a new sun suddenly appeared on the peak of the snowy mountain, like a disk on the mountain peak. What is that? What happened to the snowy mountain? It's a spiritual energy ball. It's a phenomenon of spiritual energy dissipation that only occurs when explosive skills collide. But if we can see it from here, how terrifying is that spiritual energy ball? What kind of damage can form such a terrifying spiritual energy ball? Could it be that someone is fighting with the one on the snowy mountain? After 3 seconds, the spiritual energy ball's diameter exceeded 200 meters. In the end, it couldn't withstand any more spiritual energy and exploded instantly. For a moment, a violent storm rose, and snowflakes filled the whole world. Taishu, Shui Er's eyes widened. The spiritual energy ball's explosion had already caused such a terrifying power. She had to grab Taishu with all her strength. Otherwise, Taishu would be swept away directly. At that moment, a huge figure blocked the 2 of them. Shui Er looked up and saw that it was the strange large rat. Furry used one hand to block the aftermath of the spiritual energy, and the other to protect Lu Yi in his arms. He used his body to block Shui Er and Taishu. That's Boss's 20,000 cash withdrawal ticket. I can't let it be swept away. However, after such a violent collision, the 2 figures on the battlefield thought that the winner and loser had been decided. The 2 of them separated at an extremely fast speed, but both of them charged at each other again at an extremely fast speed. They collided again. Tiger, descends the mountain. Suppressive fire. The Eight Tails phantoms turned into violent snow foxes and pounced on Lu Chen one after another. Strengthen Thousand Fox Phantom. Time and time again, the explosions on the snowy mountain echoed in the area. A middle-aged man looked up at the snowy mountain with a cold gaze. On his chest, the 6-star Earth Cultivation Badge was particularly eye-catching. Eight Tails. It's the eight-tailed beast's 8th transformation. Even I don't dare to face it head-on. Who exactly is fighting an eight-tailed beast? Chapter 787. Absolute Diamond Ice Seal. Suddenly, the ground on the battlefield froze rapidly. The ice seemed to be alive as it spread wildly in all directions. The whole world seemed to be frozen by the ice. The Hachibi's ice control was stronger and faster than frost silk. In the blink of an eye, the entire snowy mountain peak had been frozen into ice. From afar, the peak of the snowy mountain looked like a beautifully cut diamond. Oh my God, the snowy mountain is frozen? More and more people stopped to watch the changes on the snowy mountain. It must be the Hachibi. It must be the Hachibi. Only it can do this. This is not a level that can be achieved by humans. The people around were discussing, but the 5-star Earth Cultivator only frowned. It's the Hachibi's Diamond Ice Seal. To be able to force the Hachibi to use this move, the strength of the Earth Cultivator team is quite strong. The one fighting the Hachibi was not the Earth Cultivator team, but only Lu Chen. The surroundings had become a world of ice. From the ice mirror that cut the rules, Lu Chen could see countless of himself and countless Hachibi. In my Diamond Ice Seal, no matter how strong you are, you will die. The voice seemed to come from all directions and was difficult to understand. The battle had been going on for 10 seconds. Lu Chen's consciousness was getting harder and harder to focus. The murderous intent in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. If it was in the past, Lu Chen would probably save his energy and wait for an opportunity to strike. However, he could not care less now. He only wanted to kill. Chaos attack change. Tiger descends the mountain. Fire suppression. Attacking wildly, Lu Chen did not consider whether the Hachibi was the real one or the mirror's interference image. Everything he saw was his enemy. Die. Lu Chen roared and attacked all the Hachibi in his sight. Boom, 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 boom. The ice mirror that was as strong as a diamond was directly shattered by the chaos attack. Diamond Ice Seal was originally a powerful trapping and confusing skill. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, with countless mirror images. The Hachibi was in an invincible position when it attacked. However, it encountered this lunatic who directly attacked the Absolute Ice Seal. This guy is using a chaos attack. The Hachibi was shocked. That was an attribute that could not be restrained. The origin of all elements. This guy is crazy. How much spiritual energy does he have? Spirit Energy Storm. Tiger descends the mountain. Suppressive fire. Round after round of crazy attacks. The solid ice was blasted into smithereens, leaving behind only pieces of ice. Time continued to pass. Lu Chen had already been in his inner demon for 18 seconds. He was only 2 seconds away from the 20-second time limit he had set. Break. After 3 rounds of suppressive fire, Lu Chen bombarded the frozen mountain. A row of spiritual force cannonballs exploded in a flash. The Diamond Ice Seal was directly shattered. The shaking of the snow mountain was getting more and more intense. The diamond-like mountain peak was actually shattered by someone. From afar, people could see countless chunks of ice falling from the top of the mountain, and the ground beneath their feet was shaking. Oh my God, The diamond ice seal was forcefully broken. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. He could already imagine that an incomparably fierce battle was erupting at the peak of the snowy mountain. 20 seconds, the inner demon's duration ended. However, Lu Chun, who had just exited the inner demon state, quickly lifted the 20-second time limit. Back then, Lu Chun was afraid that he would be in the inner demon state for too long and could not control himself, so he set a 20-second time limit. However, he also considered that under certain special circumstances, if the battle could not be resolved within 20 seconds, as long as he exited the inner demon state and reactivated it, he could extend the duration of the inner demon state. Exiting the inner demon state and re-entering the inner demon state meant that he still retained his rationality at that time. However, after re-entering the inner demon state, the final outcome would be unpredictable. "Boss, you can't undo it," Lu Yi shouted. However, the battle would not end until Hachibi was killed. Lu Chen's eyes were getting redder and redder. His consciousness was gradually being crazily devoured. 20% of his control over his thoughts was lost, but Lu Chen still retained a trace of rationality. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. Unlimited suppressive fire. Lu Chen seemed to have gone crazy. The fire god gun's muzzle madly shot out psionic spatial cannon. Absolute diamond shield. Thousand Fox Phantom. Beast Tide. Hachibi shouted angrily, "You think I'm afraid of you? Kill them." Countless demonic beasts rushed out from behind Hachibi like a magnificent army. Is it a summoning skill or an illusion attack? Shui Er's eyes widened. She did not expect Hachibi to have such a move. It's an illusion attack, but the principle is the same as Heart Eaters. The illusion is formed by spiritual energy, and after the illusion attacks, it will cause a spiritual energy explosion. However, the range is so large, and the number is so large that it has far exceeded Heart Eaters. These two guys have already fallen into madness. The Grand Elder said worriedly, "Perhaps the one who is crazier will win." Facing the incoming beast tide, Lu Chen summoned the world-destroying 9 dragons. The 9 dragons rushed towards the beast tide and exploded countless times, rumbling loudly. After the illusion was destroyed, it turned into ice mist. The two skills collided like two armies fighting, and the scene was almost out of control. Hachibi had learned its lesson and did not give Lu Chen a chance to get close. It seemed to see that Lu Chen's state was getting crazier and crazier. As long as it blocked his attack, perhaps it did not need to do anything, as Lu Chen would fall into madness. Lu Chen's firepower suppression could not gain an advantage in the battle with Hachibi. Moreover, after Hachibi's 8th transformation, not only did its skills become more powerful, but they were also more varied. Coupled with its terrifying movement speed, it was even more difficult to get close. Hachibi's 8th transformation state was unimaginably terrifying. Heart Demon State, 30 seconds. "Boss, use Soul Body Fusion. I beg you." Lu Yi was already burning with anxiety. Every second that passed was more dangerous for Lu Chen. And now that boss was gradually losing his mind, it was getting harder and harder for him to come up with a countermeasure. Only by using Soul Body Fusion could he have a chance of winning. Grand Uncle also saw that Lu Chen's situation was not right. Although the two were evenly matched, as time passed, that brat would definitely lose. "Brat, why don't you use Soul Body Fusion? Why are you still so stubborn at this time?" "All of you, shut up!" Lu Chen roared. Lu Yi was stunned. She seemed to have forgotten that boss's stubbornness had always been his specialty. No matter how strong Hachibi was, it was only one of the 7 magical beast generals. As for his destined opponent, the fiend god sovereign, its terror was unimaginable to the average person. To be precise, It was unimaginable for Lu Chen. If he could not even defeat the 7 magical beast generals, how could he defeat that existence? To go to the 6th heaven, he had to defeat Demon God Supreme. And going to the higher heaven domain was something that Boss had always insisted on. No matter what the road ahead was, no matter what he had to face, he had to go. Boss. Lu Yi's tears blurred her eyes. She no longer hoped that Boss would stop entering the heart demon state. She only prayed for one thing. Survive. I beg you, survive. Lowering her head, Lu Yi no longer looked at the battlefield. She only prayed silently again and again. Chapter 788. Triple Door. I'm all ears. You're still using this trick? Sorry, it's useless against me. Thousand Fox Phantom. Substitute. Lu Chen had only pulled an illusion over. If he hadn't dodged quickly, the explosion of the illusion would have been fatal. Hachibi's speed, attack, and defense were all outstanding. It had been preventing Lu Chen from getting close to it, relying on the large number of attacks of Thousand Fox Phantom and the defense of Diamond Shield to defend itself. Hachibi's thoughts were also very clear. As long as it continued to resist Lu Chen's crazy attacks, Lu Chen would definitely lose. However, although Lu Chen was becoming more and more crazy, his attacks were still strategic. He pulled and pulled from a distance, constantly looking for opportunities to get close. Unbelievable. I can clearly feel that his consciousness is becoming more and more blurred, but why is his attack still not chaotic? Taishu's eyes widened. He had a skill called reverse blood fusion. When he activated this skill, he would explode all the potential of his body, feeling like he could beat a master to death with random punches. It was effective against 5 transformation stage 8 tails, but against 8 transformation stage 8 tails, it was tantamount to courting death. In front of an expert, attacking randomly would only cause one to die faster. That kid's divine demon, Lotus Heart. Inner Demon should have a similar feeling, but it only showed that his attack speed had increased, and his attacks had become reckless, but he still hadn't made any rash moves. Shweh, or frowned. Perhaps his inner demon state is different from your reverse blood returned together. Grand Uncle. No, even if it's different, the inner demon state's influence on the mind is stronger than reverse blood fusion. Taishu said with certainty. Look at his eyes. That bloodthirst and madness is completely different from his previous calmness, and as time passes, it's still intensifying. Then is it his willpower? Willpower is important, but he's still desperately restraining himself. But there's something more important than willpower. What is it? Memory. Taishu said. Combat memory formed by a lot of actual combat experience. The way of fighting has been integrated into his blood. Even if he's completely crazy, he still remembers how to fight. Fighting has become his instinct. Shweh was stunned. Just how many life and death battles did that guy go through to be able to turn fighting into his instinct? A mere 5-star cultivator. Suddenly, Shweh recalled something. That fellow wasn't a cultivator, but a wild cultivator. He didn't belong to any sect, nor did he have any backing. From the 1st heavenly layer to the 4th heavenly layer, he must have walked alone. Normally, people would feel that the strength of a rogue cultivator was inferior to that of a normal cultivator. Within the sect, there were many ways to increase one's strength, while rogue cultivators could only rely on themselves. That was why rogue cultivators were so rare. But that person was different. He didn't join a sect because he was used to fighting alone. I can't believe it. What kind of lunatic did we recruit? The Grand Elder Side. To think that we thought he would be cannon fodder at the beginning. And he is using his life to fulfill his promise. In fact, Lu Chen wasn't really protecting them with his life, but naturally, no one would tell Granduncle the truth. The battle had already lasted for 50 seconds, and Lu Yi's hopes were dwindling as time passed. When madness takes over, can Boss return to normal? No one could be sure. But one thing was for sure. Lu Chen had fallen into a passive state. His stamina was completely exhausted. If you don't use your war soul, your stamina won't be able to keep up with your consumption. Hachibi's eyes were filled with joy. Finally, enough. Then go to hell. Thousand Fox Phantom. Perfect cut. Hachibi finally had a chance to counterattack. With a roar, his figure split into 8, surrounding Lu Chen in the middle. 8 illusions shot toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen's whole body trembled, and his eyes turned red. But the feeling of powerlessness made him unable to continue using his skills. Blood sacrifice shield. Inadvertently, Lu Yi looked at Little Furball. At this time, Little Furball was particularly quiet. The violent fluctuations of spiritual energy from the battlefield blew up its fur. Other than protecting itself and the 2 people behind it, it was completely still. Little Furball. Lu Yi had never seen Little Furball like this. She could feel the muscles on Little Furball's body tense up. She still remembered a long time ago, when they first met, Lu Chen waited for a few days for this little guy to steal herbs. At that time, Lu Chen didn't spend too much effort to catch Little Furball. He called it Little Furball, and it always liked to lie on Lu Chen's shoulder. In a flash, several years had passed. They had become the closest of partners. But why didn't Boss call for it in such a life and death situation? It was also a part of Boss's battle strength. Roar. Suddenly, Little Furball roared at Lu Chen. This roar woke up the person who had fallen into madness on the battlefield. His eyes trembled as he glanced over at them. In the end, he still couldn't break through Hachibi's seal. His strength still didn't have the ability to kill the 7 magical beast generals. Lu Chen's face became more and more ferocious. The inner demon state had lasted for too long. If he didn't get rid of it now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Lu Chen roared, "Little Furball!" In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi found that Little Furball had put her on the ground. She turned her head and saw Little Furball had turned into a white light and shot toward Hachibi. Roar! With a roar, Little Furball entered the state of soul-body fusion. It pounced on Lu Chen crazily. 8 illusions flashed by, and the space seemed to be cut apart by 4 invisible lines. However, Lu Chen's figure was no longer on the battlefield. Little Furball held Lu Chen and slowly put him on the ground. Then it turned to look at Hachibi. Roar! Little Furball roared and pounced on Hachibi without any explanation. Hachibi frowned as it looked at this big guy that was moving fast. As one of the 7 magical beast generals, it was not afraid of any battle pet at all. Even a mythical beast would only be in the state of a soul battle pet, while Hachibi was in its original state. The difference between the two was obvious. However, facing this common battle pet, Hachibi could not help but widen its eyes. Wait, that guy didn't use soul-body fusion. How can he summon a battle pet? Impossible. This guy is a god-slaying rat. As something that only existed in legends, Little Furball had many names, such as Sky-Swallowing Rat, God-Slaying Rat. Hachibi's eyes twitched when it found out Little Furball's true identity. Why does that guy have such a battle pet? In the blink of an eye, the Hachibi had already launched several attacks. The Furball had thick skin and high defense. In the state of soul-body fusion, the Furball still retained a quarter of its health even after taking a few attacks. Is this guy crazy? It's not dodging the skills. Hachibi was frightened. Hachibi was about to dodge when Little Furball suddenly stretched its body. After stretching its body, The distance between Hachibi and Hachibi was shortened. One of Little Furball's claws was already hanging on Hachibi's body. A horrifying thought arose in Hachibi's mind. It's over. Chapter 789. Heavy injury, bleeding, health points, increased physical damage, and all sorts of negative statuses took effect when the claws touched it. Get out of my way. Diamond shield. However, the shield was useless against the enraged Little Furball. The Furball pounced on the Hachibi's body and opened its mouth to bite it. The powerful Hachibi's back was badly mutilated, and a piece of fur was bitten off. 2 stacks of abnormal statuses were stacked. The Furball's attacks had always been simple and violent, but the Hachibi was not a kind master. Without strength, it could not have become one of the 7 magical beast generals. Damn it, Thousand Fox Phantom, substitute. The Hachibi quickly retreated, leaving behind an illusion that exploded. The Furball could not dodge in time, and was blown away by the spiritual energy explosion. However, the Hachibi's real body was still bleeding, and the bleeding would be converted into the Furball's health points. This was the most terrifying part about the Furball. As long as the opponent was bleeding, it would constantly recover its health points. Coupled with its high defense, it was extremely difficult to kill. Unless it was attacked continuously and could not recover its health points in time. After getting rid of the Furball, the Hachibi did not have time to catch its breath before the Furball pounced on it again. So what if you're a god-slaying rat? You're just a god-slaying rat that hasn't fully awakened. You want to eat me? Dream on. The Hachibi shouted angrily. Thousand Fox Phantom, heart-eating. Let's see if you can survive this. At this moment, a large number of spiritual energy cannons were fired from nearby. Tiger descends the mountain. Suppressive fire. Luchin did not exit the inner demon state immediately. With his last bit of strength, he used suppressive fire. The suppressive fire collided with a large number of illusions, causing countless explosions. The Furball's figure moved rapidly outside the explosion circle. The Hachibi could not move at this time, so this was the last chance to kill it. Boss, the Furball. Lu Yi was so nervous that she could not breathe. Reality had proven that praying was useless. Only by relying on the 2 on the field could they reverse the situation. The Grand Elder and Xue were stunned. They naturally knew that this was the last chance. After using the last move, Lu Chun fell to the ground and could not get up. Only the Furball was moving quickly in the dense explosion. Roar! Amidst the massive spiritual energy fluctuations, a white figure leaped up and pounced on the Hachibi. Hachibi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This guy actually passed through such a dense explosion. Damn it! The furry ball bit down on the Hachibi's neck. The 2 claws instantly left 2 deep bloody marks on the Hachibi's body. Another 2 stacks of debuffs. Get lost! Thousand Fox Phantom. Slice. The furry ball suddenly shrank and quickly rushed to the back of the Hachibi, avoiding the attack. Another mouthful. 5 stacks of bleed, 5 stacks of damage amplification, and 5 stacks of health conversion. The HP that the little Furball had lost began to recover at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already recovered a quarter of its HP. The Grand Elder's eyes widened. What kind of HP regeneration is this? Turn the enemy's HP into my own? That rat's skin is rough, and its flesh is thick. Unless it's a heart-eater, if you can't kill it with a single blow, you can only wait to be torn apart by it. After dodging the attack, the furry ball enlarged again and bit the Hachibi's forehead. Its sharp teeth penetrated the Hachibi's brain. Fatal bite. Hachibi's eyes instantly rolled up. Woo! The furry ball growled and shook its head vigorously. Although it did not directly crush the Hachibi's skull, it directly tore off a layer of the Hachibi's scalp. When Shue Er saw this bloody scene, she screamed and did not dare to look anymore. The originally elegant Hachibi snow fox had lost half of its face and the fur on the top of its head. Its body was covered in wounds, and its soft fur was stuck together by blood. The usage of Thousand Fox Phantom substitute had also run out, and the bleed effect on its body had already reached 6 stacks. The high-intensity battle with Lu Chen had already exhausted the Hachibi. Under the crazy attack of the furry ball, it finally could not hold on. Its body tilted and fell to the ground. Falling to the ground in front of the furry ball was not a good thing. The furry ball continued to bite the Hachibi, but this time the Hachibi could no longer be reborn. The Hachibi could no longer care about the sharp pain that came from its body. The furry ball was biting and devouring its body, but it could no longer resist. This is the god-slaying rat. Don't give it a chance. Otherwise, it will eat even a god. Its eyes looked at the red figure that collapsed not far away. Who are you? Why is the god-slaying rat willing to recognize you as its master? But don't be complacent. Even if the ice god revives, you can't escape the fate of death. Our king is back. No one can escape. It's back. It will avenge me. You all have to die. Everyone. Lu Chen opened his eyes slightly and found the Taishu, Shue Er, and Little Green surrounding him with a bonfire. It was already late, and they should be camping somewhere. This time, the Taishu and the rest did not abandon him. When Lu Yi saw Lu Chen open his eyes, she asked nervously, "Boss, are you okay?" Lu Chen only felt a splitting headache. After carefully recalling, he remembered what happened before. "I'm okay. Where's the furry ball?" Lu Chen struggled to sit up. "The furry ball is sleeping. I checked its condition. Its physical injuries from the battle have all recovered. It might have eaten the Hachibi to provide energy, but it seems to have eaten too much." Lu Chen was speechless, but following Lu Yi's gaze, he saw the furry ball sleeping soundly. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. The Taishu looked at Lu Chen and said softly, "This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, young man, are you really okay? I mean, you looked a little scary at that time." Lu Chen shook his head. "I wasn't injured at that time. I was just exhausted. But fortunately, I had no strength at all. Otherwise, I might have killed all of you. At that time, I felt that I was a little out of control. I just thought that I must kill the Hachibi." The Taishu couldn't help but sigh. "Although I don't know the effect of the demon lotus heart, I can see that that state is too dangerous. You should try not to use it in the future." Lu Chen nodded, but then lowered his head and sighed. "Even in the state of the demon heart, I still couldn't kill the Hachibi. My strength is still not enough." The Taishu looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "Young man, you're asking too much of yourself. You're only a 5-star cultivator now. To be honest, I've never heard of you being able to fight to that extent with your original body." Lu Chen didn't explain too much. He had to be strict with himself. After all, his opponent was a terrifying existence. Shue Er finally spoke. "You're really strong. The Hachibi has been entrenched in the snow mountain for many years, and no one has been able to kill it." Lu Chen sighed. "This time, if it weren't for Harry Ball, I wouldn't have been able to kill it alone. The 7 magical beast generals are already so strong. There are also the 4 heavenly kings, and I'm still not strong enough. Let's set off early tomorrow and complete your mission. I need to earn more cash withdrawal coupons." The Taishu suddenly spoke. He seemed to have something to say, but hesitated. "Young man, I misjudged you at the beginning. To be honest, I've never seen someone like you in the Jiuqian." If you're willing, come with us to Snow Mountain City. Snow Mountain City? Since I'm going, of course I have to go in and take a look, Lu Chun said. No, the Snow Mountain City I'm talking about is not the current Snow Mountain City. The Taishu looked at Xue and saw her nod at him. He continued, I'm talking about the ancient Snow Mountain City. Chapter 790. There were 2 injured people in the team and a stuffed little furball, so they left a little late the next day. However, it didn't matter. After all, the 8 tails were dead. Normally, they still had plenty of time. For some reason, the little furball still looked very tired. Lu Chen asked it and found out that it needed a long time to digest the 8 tails. After all, the 8 tails was different from ordinary monsters. It was a demonic beast with a physical body, and it was very strong. When it swallowed the 8 tails, it seemed that the little furball also swallowed the 8-rank beast core. It wasn't a waste for the little furball to eat it, but it needed time to digest it. Lu Chen's body didn't have any major problems. He just had a headache, but it didn't affect the journey. On the other hand, Taishu seemed to be seriously injured. Louis used some pills. Although her life wasn't in danger, she couldn't move by herself. Lu Chun carried Taishu on his back and hurried with Xue. My name is Qian Choshua. What about you? Looking at Lu Chen's back, Xue felt very guilty. They originally regarded him as cannon fodder and left without saying goodbye. It was he who saved the 2 of them. Perhaps this was repaying evil with good. Solipsistic. Lu Chen didn't care about the past and said, Solipsistic, is your war soul's ID? Yes. Xue nodded. She said her real name, but he only said his war soul's ID. However, on second thought, Solipsistic was already very friendly to say his war soul's ID. Some people basically wouldn't say their real names. I'm a little curious. Are you really determined not to use soul-body fusion until you die? How is that possible? Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. I'm not stupid. It's just that if I use soul-body fusion when I encounter a little difficulty, it's meaningless. Xue looked at Lu Chen in surprise. This guy actually refused to use soul and body as one in such a desperate situation. Just how strong was his endurance? On the other hand, it also meant that this guy still had a way to save his life in that kind of situation. To be honest, Xue really wanted to see Solipsistic's fighting soul. What kind of terrifying existence would his fighting soul be? As for his ultimate opponent, who was this guy that he valued so much? Xue had too many questions in her heart. Unfortunately, these questions were too secretive, so Xue knew better than to ask. By the way, is the ancient Snow Mountain City you mentioned in the same place as the current Snow Mountain City? Lu Chen asked. No, the ancient Snow Mountain City is in the Snow Mountain. Lu Chen nodded. This also explained why Xue and the others had to walk through the Snow Mountain and refused to take a detour. I heard Hachibi mention something about the ice god. Who is he? Is he a god? Xue lowered her head and said in a weak voice, God is the honorific title we give him. There won't be a real god in the 5th heaven. There aren't even immortals here. So how can there be a god? Lu Chen frowned slightly. There were no immortals in the 5th heaven. Mu Xian and the mountain man came from a higher heaven. To be able to meet someone like this, it could only be said that it was fate. The answer he was looking for must be in a higher heaven. The ice god is the guardian of our Dongyu country, Xue suddenly said. Lu Chen looked at Xue in surprise, waiting for her to continue. I don't know how many years ago, because it's been too long, so I can't be sure. But at least 3,000 years ago, there was a war between gods and demons in the fifth heaven. According to the ancient records, the fifth heaven was full of spiritual energy then. It's a completely different concept from now. Shwe-Er's eyes were filled with longing, as if she had returned to the golden age of cultivation through the ancient records. At that time, the demonic beast army suddenly became restless. They came out of the demonic beast lair and swept across the continent. In the demonic beast army, there were the 7 demonic beast generals, the 4 heavenly kings, and the most terrifying demonic beast sovereign. They were extremely powerful, and wherever they went, corpses were strewn everywhere. At the moment of life and death, the 7 gods of war of the ancient 7 kingdoms were ordered to lead millions of cultivators and fight the demonic beast army on the demon slayer plains. The god of war of our Dongyu country was the ice god, Frost Wuji. Frost Wuji, surnamed Frost, Lu Chen seemed to have thought of something, but he didn't interrupt Shwe-Er. No one knows what happened during the battle. All we know is the final result. What was the result? Lu Chen asked. According to the records, the 7 gods were originally defeated, but for some reason, the 7 gods protected the continent in the end. But they all disappeared. The 7 demonic beast generals are still alive. They escaped with heavy injuries, but the 4 heavenly kings and demonic beast sovereign disappeared with the 7 gods. Lu Chen frowned. He knew where demonic beast sovereign was, under the heavenly lake of the holy mountain, but strangely, the itinerant immortal under the heavenly lake didn't descend to the lower realm because of the battle of gods and demons. He came to unblock the spirit veins. In other words, the 7 gods might not have won with the help of the upper realm experts. Then, how did they suddenly turn defeat into victory? Did other experts descend to the lower realm to assist the 7 gods? He probably couldn't find the answer to this for the time being. Shwe-Er didn't know what Lu Chen was thinking. She continued. Not long after, the spirit chi in the 5th heaven became thinner and thinner. The spirit veins were blocked by the demonic beasts. Lu Chen already had an answer in his heart. Speaking of which, after the demonic beasts were defeated, why did they block the spirit veins? It couldn't be just for revenge. Blocking the spirit veins wasn't a good thing for the demonic beast army. He felt that there was a big secret hidden here. Then how did you find the ice god? Lu Chen asked. Shwe-Er lowered her head and said, I was born with a high affinity for ice and snow. Also, I could sense the ice god's call. When I was 16, I awakened some memories. I knew. My heart was his. Lu Chen suddenly paused. He stopped in his tracks and looked at Shwe-Er in shock. Shwe-Er's heart was the ice god's. Wait a minute. This seemed a little unimaginable. The treasure that Shwe-Er carried with her was her heart. So, after you found the ice god, Shwe-Er smiled slightly, but there was helplessness and sadness in her smile. I could already feel his call. It seemed that the 5th heaven was about to be stirred up again. Then it was time to return it to its rightful owner. Lu Chen sucked in a breath. He couldn't react for a moment. How sad was it for someone to live just to preserve someone else's heart? She didn't have a life of her own. She didn't have a purpose in life. To live, the purpose of her life was to help others preserve something that didn't belong to her. Shwe-Er and Shwe-Er had misjudged Lu Chen, but how could Lu Chen not misjudge these 2 people? What's with that expression? I don't need sympathy. Shwe-Er smiled at Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only sigh. Are you going to die in the ancient snow mountain city this time? Of course I'll die if I don't have a heart. Shwe-Er smiled. But if I can save more people, then I'm ready. After saying that, Shwe-Er's clear eyes looked at the boundless snow-white world. This is my fate. I've long accepted my fate. Chapter 791. I didn't expect to walk the last part of the journey with someone I don't know. Smiled and walked forward. Let's go, solipsistic. Countless people's hopes were in front of her, but it was her grave. Lucien frowned, but he still followed her. That afternoon, they came to a small iceberg. The interior of the iceberg was probably a huge rock. It had been covered in snow for many years, so it looked more like a small iceberg. Looked at the broken wall for a moment, then took a deep breath and pressed one hand on the ice. Not long after, the thick ice suddenly cracked, and the cracks spread out like tree branches. In an instant, the ice shattered, revealing the stone door inside. The stone door opened, and there was a black hole teleportation portal inside. Lucien took out the map and compared it. He was surprised to find that on the ancient map, there was the words Snow Mountain City and Trance. Damn, it's really here. Lucien said in surprise. Lucien was even more certain that his ancient map was accurate. What? Looked back at Lucien. Lucien put away the map and shook his head. Nothing. Are we going in now? Yes. Stepped into the black hole first. After a short moment of dizziness, Lucien could see the scene in front of him clearly. He couldn't help but gasp. There was a majestic city in front of him. It was several times bigger than Jinan City. It was surrounded by walls that were more than 10 meters tall. The words Snow Mountain City were written on the city gate. The huge city was shrouded in dark clouds. The city was dead silent. The cold wind carried snowflakes through the empty streets, making the whole city look gloomy and solemn. This is the ancient Snow Mountain City. Lucien frowned. Yes, a city that has been dead for thousands of years. Walked toward the city gate. The gate was open. After entering the city, they saw some ice sculptures. When Lucien got closer, he found that these ice sculptures were very lifelike. Don't touch them. They used to be residents here. Tai Shu, who was lying behind Lucien, suddenly said, "Let them stay here." Lucien was startled and hurriedly withdrew his hand. "Senior uncle, don't speak so suddenly. It's quite scary." "But why are they frozen here?" Lucien asked curiously. "When the ice god fell, they were buried with her," said the Grand Elder. Lucien was stunned for a moment. The ice god had fallen and dragged the entire Snow Mountain City down with him. Actually, this was understandable. Many immortal cultivators in the 5th layer of heaven didn't see mortals as human beings. With the ice god's status, it wasn't strange for her to drag some people to the grave with her. Did not say anything after she entered Snow Mountain City. She walked straight to the center of the city. Lucien hurriedly chased after They came to a square where there was a huge ice sculpture. Stopped in front of the ice sculpture. Lucien followed Schwer's gaze and looked at the ice sculpture. The ice sculpture was somewhat broken. One of its arms was broken and stuck to the ice on the ground. However, one could still vaguely see that the original form of the ice sculpture was a handsome, burly middle-aged man. "It's him." Nodded. "It's him." Then she walked towards a palace. The palace's paths were complicated, but did not have anyone to guide her. She went straight to one of the main halls. The main hall was empty. In the deepest part of the hall was a frozen throne, and on the throne sat a man. This man's appearance was exactly the same as the ice sculpture in the square. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed, and he looked peaceful. He held an ice sword in his hand and sat majestically on the ice throne. This person must be the ice god himself. Stood in front of the ice god and took a deep breath. She turned to Lucien and said, "Solipsistic, can you promise me something?" What is it? Luchin knew that it was time for to return the heart to its rightful owner. Help me take care of granduncle until he recovers. Granduncle raised his head with difficulty and looked at with heartache. Smiled. Her eyes were as clear as ice crystals. Granduncle, thank you for taking care of me and protecting me all these years. Now, will leave. You must take care of yourself. As she spoke, tears streamed down face. Granduncle closed his eyes tightly. He could not bear to watch. He was the Snow Saintess's guardian. His duty was to protect the Snow Maiden and return the heart to the Ice God. However, he had watched grow from a baby into a beautiful young woman. In his heart, he had long regarded as his own child. Granduncle, don't be sad. This is my fate. Ever since I was 16, I knew that my life did not belong to me. I was just a bag of skin, a vessel. But in the past 18 years, I've seen a lot. I've seen the common people struggling to survive. I've seen the heavens being unfair. The 5th stage of the heavenly tribulation is imminent. Even the strong cannot survive, let alone the common people. If my life can save the lives of 1 million people, it's worth it. You're just too kind. Smiled and shook her head. Granduncle, you've told me many times. I know, but I just can't change. Luchin could not help but shake his head. Why were they of the same heart? One would drag the entire Snow Mountain City down with her, while the other would be willing to sacrifice herself for the common people. Have you thought it through? You still have time to regret it. Luchin suddenly said, looked at Luchin and shook her head. I don't regret it. I can't stop the disaster, but the Ice God can. He might not be able to either, Luchin said. Before Hachibi died, he said that even if the Ice God was resurrected, he would not be able to stop anything. But at least he's more useful than me. Luchin snorted. Is there any use? A person who sacrificed 100,000 people. His world might only be filled with himself. Suddenly became stern. Solipsistic, you're not allowed to insult the Ice God. Luchin shook his head. I know he's your god, but he's not mine. I'm just saying what you don't want to admit. It's your destiny to return the Ice God's heart. But don't forget, you're a living person. You can decide your own destiny. The Ice God's heart was never mine. No, it's yours. Luchin carefully put down the granduncle and walked in front of It's beating in your body. That's why you're different from the Ice God. To become a vessel or to become a living person, it's all up to you to make the choice. Did not dare to look at Luchin again. She had thought about these questions before, but it was just a fleeting thought. Not everyone dares to go against fate, and not everyone can bear the consequences. Solipsistic, thank you, but I've already decided. Don't say anything more. Luchin frowned as he looked at This girl didn't seem to listen to him at all. Sometimes you can control your own thoughts, but you can't change the thoughts of others. Walked towards the Ice God and slowly knelt down. She put her palms together and kowtowed sincerely. Great Ice God, Chen Shoshua is here. Please take away the thing you left with me. Chapter 792. In the sky, a pillar of light broke through the haze and rushed towards the Ice Goddess Hall, enveloping and the Ice Goddess in light. Then, with a scream, Shwe-Er's chest was cut open. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He suddenly looked back at the Grand Elder and asked anxiously, Shwe-Er originally lived in the 5th heaven domain? Perhaps only commoners would be treated so cruelly. The Grand Elder was already in tears. He nodded. Yes, Shwe was born in the fifth heaven. Because of this, she had no other choice. She had to protect her own people. For some reason, Lu Chen felt disgusted when he saw the legendary ice goddess who protected the fifth heaven resurrected. Ice goddess is only S.O. Lu Chen said fiercely. Suddenly, Lu Chen pulled out the limitless demon god sword. Seeing Lu Chen's action, the Grand Elder became nervous. What are you doing? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. I promise to send you safely to Snow Mountain City. My mission is not completed, so you can't die. The Grand Elder didn't know how to answer. Obviously, this was just an excuse. At this moment, Shwe was suffering unimaginable pain. Her chest was completely cut open, and some force was pulling her heart out. I've had enough of these strong people. Since you're already dead, don't make trouble for me. After saying that, Lu Chen shouted, Great Ravager, sweep. A ray of sword chi shot towards the light pillar. With a boom, the sword chi hit the light pillar, but it didn't cut it. Stop. Shwe endured the pain and looked back at Lu Chen pleadingly. Lu Chen said domineeringly, No, I'll help you complete the protection that you can't complete. And this time, the reward is live well. Soul body as one. Demon god symbiosis. 3 reincarnations. Tiger descends the mountain. Demon god lotus heart. Sacred lotus sword heart. This was the sacred lotus sword heart that had just been restored. Even the 8 tails didn't use the soul body as one. At this moment, Lu Chen didn't hesitate to use it. The attack power of the Saint Lotus sword heart in the state of soul-body unification could only be described as terrifying. 1080 sword chi mercilessly slammed into the light pillar above Shwe-er's head. Again and again, the fierce collision caused immeasurable damage. At this moment, the earth rumbled, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The entire ancient Snow Mountain City was on the verge of collapse. Heavens, this is his soul-body unification? How strong is his fighting soul? Impossible. He's only a 5-star cultivator. How long has it been since he reached the 5th layer? How could a 4th layer cultivate such a terrifying battle soul? The Grand Elder was so shocked that his whole body was trembling. If he fought in this form, the 8 revolutions, 8 tails would not be enough for him to fight. Under 1,080 sword beams, the light beam was cut apart by Lu Chen. Little Green, save her. A green figure appeared in front of the Snow Maiden. Although the Snow Maiden's chest was cut open, there was no blood gushing out. She could still be saved. Boss, the Snow Mountain City is about to collapse. Lu Yi carried the unconscious Shwe. Lu Chen carried the Grand Elder again and ran towards the exit. Just as he was about to rush out of the Ice God Palace, Lu Chen suddenly heard a voice. Solipsistic, how dare you steal my Ice God's heart? That's my Ice God's heart. Lu Chen turned around. The ice statue was still sitting on the ice throne. A large amount of rocks fell, and the statue's arm was already smashed. Lu Chen snorted. She deserves to live more than you. After saying that, he turned around and slashed the ice statue with Great Ravager. Little Green, quick. The 2 of them finally escaped from the ancient Snow Mountain City. The ice mountain behind them sank into the ground. Run. The Snow Mountain is about to collapse. Lu Chen was still in the soul-body unification state, so he directly summoned 9 wings. Boss, we can't fly here. There's no time. I'll lead the way. You bring them up. Quick. There was a turbulent flow of spiritual energy above the Snow Mountain. Lu Chen flew in front of 9 wings and used his spiritual energy to break through the turbulence. He quickly brought 9 wings down the mountain. Lu Chun had just left the snow mountain when he looked back. There was a huge fault in the center of the snow mountain. The mountain was pressing down into the abyss. An abandoned city could be seen in the abyss. It was the ancient Snow Mountain city. However, it was quickly buried by the snow mountain. In an instant, the area's landmark Snow Mountain had become a ruin. It was much shorter than the surrounding mountains. The ancient Snow Mountain city will no longer exist. Lu Chun shook his head. Shue was already unconscious, but the Grand Elder was still awake. At this moment, he was completely confused. The ice god had not been revived. The ancient Snow Mountain city was gone. His mission had he failed? However, when Lu Chun attacked just now, he did not resist at all. From the bottom of his heart, he even hoped that Lu Chun would save Shue. It turned out that he had already made his choice. The Snow Mountain collapsed. Many people were rushing over. Lu Chun put away 9 wings and left quietly with a few people. 2 days later, by a quiet lake surrounded by icebergs, a young man in simple clothes was fishing on a piece of floating ice. A big fish. Unfortunately, this time it was an ordinary silver scale barracuda. It's okay. The taste is not bad. Lu Chun looked at the fish basket. It should be enough for a few people. Under a rock by the lake, a simple camp was built. The snow on the ground was swept clean, and a bonfire was lit. Xiao Min was boiling water, waiting for Lu Chun to make fish soup. "Boss, hurry up. I'm starving," Xiao Min urged. It was easy to get hungry in cold weather. Got it. Lu Chun walked over quickly and quickly prepared the ingredients. Not long after, the fragrant fish soup floated. Xiao Min was already crying, leaning against the rock wall. The Grand Elder helped Shue up. "Shue, get up and eat something." Shue had just woken up in the morning. The wound on her chest had been stitched up by Lu Yi. Her vital signs were still normal. However, Shue kept staring at Lu Chun. Her eyes were indescribably complicated. Resentment, blame, or gratitude? She could not explain it clearly. Lu Yi, Furball, and Rhubarb had also returned. She brought back some herbs, washed them, and put them in the fish soup. Soon, the fish soup was ready. Lu Chun personally poured a bowl for the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder took the bowl, but Shue suddenly raised her hand and pressed down on Lu Chun's wrist. Lu Chun looked at Shue in surprise. Was she going to flip out? He was probably going to be scolded. She had lived for 18 years to complete her mission, but he had ruined it. "If you want to scold me, wait until you've recovered." Lu Chun laughed. "Why did you make such a decision on your own? Do you know what you've done? You." Cough, 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 cough. Lu Chun looked at Shue. He could not help but feel sorry for her, but he did not know how to comfort her. Suddenly, Shue raised her head and stared at Lu Chun. Her stare made Lu Chun's hair stand on end. "You said you would accept the protection that I couldn't complete. Will you go back on your word?" Lu Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth rose. "No, of course, if you're willing to add some cash, then I have no objections." Chapter 793. It seemed that not only was the fifth heaven about to be rebooted, it was also facing a huge crisis. From the legends of the 7 ancient gods, it was not hard to see that this matter was related to the magical beast army. And Lu Chun's current mission, rebooting the fifth heaven, was also related to the magical beasts. It was very likely that they would face the same enemy. No matter what, Lu Chun had messed up Shue big plan. This time, he had to take responsibility for it. At night, Harry Ball was in charge of blocking the wind. Shui Er and the Grand Elder were both asleep. Lu Chen was still leveling up his fishing skills. If only I could catch something like the clear water droplet. At this moment, he noticed that someone was walking over from behind. Shui Er was wrapped in a blanket. She walked slowly and sat quietly beside Lu Chen. Can you catch some other fish? It's always the silver scale barracuda. Shui Er said softly. Perhaps it was because she was weak, or she was afraid of scaring the fish away. I think there's only this kind of fish here. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Why are you out here? You haven't recovered from your injuries. Well, I forgot to tell you something during the day. Lu Chen looked at Shui Er strangely. Shui Er's clear eyes looked at this man. It was a little dazzling. He could not tell if the lake in the night was more beautiful or if her eyes were more beautiful. Finally, she said softly, "Thank you." Lu Chen was stunned. Then he scratched his head embarrassedly. "It's nothing. If you can really solve this crisis, I will promise you that I will live well." Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, live well. Oh, right. Do you know the identity of the ice god? His name is Shuang Wuji. Do you know about the Frost tribe?" Lu Chen suddenly thought of this question. "I'm not too sure. I only awakened a part of my memories. I know my mission, but I don't know much about the ice god's life." Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. He couldn't be the ancestor of the Frost clan, could he? That was a possibility. If he had stopped the Frost clan's ancestor from reviving, then when he met Xuanling, Xuangwu, and the others, it would be best not to tell them. "Hey, are you trying to earn some cash coupons?" Snow suddenly asked. "Yes, of course." "Why? Do you know where to find it?" Lu Chen immediately became interested. "On the way to the ancient Snow Mountain City, I heard that a rare treasure will appear in the north of the Dongyu Nation in 2 months. When the time comes, all the experts will come. It's basically impossible for one person to snatch the treasure. When the treasure appears, there will be people looking for capable helpers. Some of the big forces will offer very high prices. You can go and take a look." The fish seemed to have taken the bait, but Lu Chen had no time to fish. He hurriedly asked, "What treasure?" "We don't know yet." The oracle only gave us a rough location, let alone what kind of treasure it is. On the way, I saw someone offering a sky-high price of 100,000 cash coupons. This price isn't something an ordinary person can afford. But with your strength, maybe you can give it a try. But you have to be careful. If you still insist on not activating the soul body as one, then you have to be careful. At that time, there will be many super experts appearing. Even magical beasts might come to snatch the treasure. Lu Chen frowned slightly. If it really was a treasure, then he probably wouldn't become someone's helper. There were still 2 months left. There was plenty of time, so there was no need to rush. This is 20,000 cash coupons. Snow placed a stack of cash coupons in Lu Chen's hand. "Your mission has been completed. We will leave here tomorrow." Lu Chen took the coupons and silently put them in his bag. "You're leaving tomorrow. You and granduncle are both injured. Also, don't you plan to supervise me to fulfill my promise?" Snow smiled. "I don't think we've misjudged you this time. If you can't do it, then I don't think anyone else can. We're not going to Snow Mountain City. I know a village nearby. There are some people we know there. We'll stay there temporarily to recuperate. We'll make plans after we've recovered." Lu Chen nodded. And Snow took out a talisman. "This is my voice-transmitting talisman." The next morning, Lu Chen and Shui Er parted ways at the fork in the road. Lu Chen watched Shui Er and Grand Elder Taishu leave. Snow looked back at Lu Chen several times, but in the end, She disappeared into the snow with Grand Uncle. Lu Chen shook his head and walked towards another fork in the road. This mission has finally been completed. Lu Chen was in a good mood. Although 20,000 was a little less, it was still a lot for someone like him who had nowhere to get a cash coupons. A treasure has appeared. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. Lu Chen took out the map to check. Since the map showed the location of the ancient Snow Mountain City, Lu Chen trusted it even more. There was a red dot in the north of King's City. There's a red dot here. Is it related to the so-called treasure? Lu Chen thought. Forget it. I can't be sure now. I'll know when the time comes. Anyway, you have the oracle, and I have rhubarb. I'm not afraid of you. Snow Mountain City was not far from here. Lu Chen planned to go to Snow Mountain City and pick up a mission to return to Southtown City. He would then go north to King's City and get closer to the treasure. After walking for a few hours, a city appeared in front of him. There were more people around. Caravans, armies, and other small groups were all heading towards Snow Mountain City. And these people were all talking about the same thing. The snow mountain collapsed. You guys saw it too? That's scary. The whole mountain was gone in an instant. I think it's a good thing. We don't have to take detours anymore. Speaking of which, the one on the snow mountain should be dead, right? What kind of almighty person fought with that person? Who knows? But don't you feel it? It seems that the fifth heaven is getting more and more chaotic. Magical beasts from all sides seem to be getting restless. It's understandable that some strong people have appeared. Speaking of which, you guys know about the attack on the spiritual stone mine, right? I heard that another spiritual stone mine was attacked. The scene was exactly the same as the last time. The guards and miners were sucked dry until only their skin was left. Not only did I hear about it, I have a shadow stone here. This time, the dwarf tribe was in charge of mining the spiritual stone mine. Because of the previous incident, they specially sent a 6-star earth cultivation and 2 5-star earth cultivation to guard it. The result was the same. Even the 6-star earth cultivation was sucked dry. Lu Chen walked past these people. His relaxed mood suddenly became tense again. That guy is on the move again. And he killed 3 earth cultivation powerhouses at the same time. That guy's growth is too fast. If I want to beat him, I don't just need to increase my attributes. This time, when the treasure appears, I have to get it. A month later, Lu Chen went back and forth between a few cities, accepted a few escort missions, and earned a few thousand cash coupons. This was the last time he accepted an escort mission, and his destination was Lower King City. Once he arrived at Lower King City, Lu Chen noticed that the people around him were a little different. There was only half a month before the treasure appeared. At this time, Lower King City, which was the largest city closest to the treasure, was bound to be a gathering of experts, crouching tigers, and hidden dragons. Among the ordinary people, there might be high-star earth cultivation, or even stronger people hiding among them. One of the pedestrians accidentally bumped into Lu Chen. In that moment, Lu Chen saw his hidden badge. 9-star earth cultivation. That person even apologized to Lu Chen, hurriedly put on his clothes, covered his badge again, and left. Looking at the person's back, Lu Chen squatted down and patted Rhubarb's head. Rhubarb, looks like this treasure hunt is going to be interesting. Chapter 794. Now that Lu Chen was already a 7-star wild cultivator, his 3-dimensional attributes were still evenly distributed at 46,000 points per attribute. He was ranked after 200. After reaching the cultivator realm, Lu Chen's ranking rose rapidly. It was clear that there were more cultivators in the fifth heaven. Of course, his ranking with 2 million points was still very low. At present, it was impossible to infer the strength of the strongest from the rankings. Lu Chen found an inn to stay in for the time being. The lower city was larger than the previous few cities. Its area was estimated to be more than 3 times the size of Snow Mountain City. The cost of the inns here was twice as high as other places. However, the lower city was still crowded. Lu Chen found a few inns before he found an earth-ranked room to check out. After settling down, Lu Chen restocked on some supplies and then headed to the Commission Square. After 2 months, in several cities, Lu Chen had already figured out the pattern. Slightly larger cities all had such squares. People would always have various needs and need help from others. Here, one could earn spirit stones. Difficult missions could also earn cash withdrawal coupons. However, cash withdrawal coupons were not that easy to earn. Missions with generous rewards were usually time-consuming and energy-consuming. Now that the rare treasure was about to appear, the Commission Square was even more crowded. Increase the number of members in the treasure hunt team. One-star Earth cultivator and above is needed to assist in battle. 600 cash withdrawal coupons per day. 600 cash withdrawal coupons per day. It was now about half a month before the rare treasure appeared. At present, it was said that only a few teams had fought sporadically in the wild. However, they were only probing and there were no casualties. In other words, one could easily earn close to 10,000 cash withdrawal coupons. Recruiting 3 one-star Earth cultivators and above. Strong team. Must agree not to participate in the treasure distribution. Price will be negotiated in person. Looking for several one-star Earth cultivators. Can participate in the treasure distribution or pay with cash withdrawal coupons. Price will be negotiated in person. These recruiters were all at least Earth cultivators. Most of them would be negotiated in person. It was estimated that they could not be recruited at a normal price. However, Lu Chen also noticed that there were some people whose entrustment information was very vague. The Big Dipper clan is temporarily recruiting. Interview in person. Rare treasure. Let's talk face to face. When Lu Chen approached these people, they only swept a glance at Lu Chen's badge. Perhaps some of them were whispering to their companions about Lu Chen's identity as a wild practitioner, but without exception, they all drove Lu Chen away. Stop looking. You're not qualified to accept our commission. Go away, don't block others. You're already a 7-star cultivator, and a wild one at that. That's rare. Excuse me, you shouldn't be here. He was just a cultivator who had not even reached the great cultivator realm. Naturally, he would not be valued. Lu Chen noticed that, let alone him, a cultivator. Even those below the 5-star Earth cultivation level would not look at the commission over there. Looks like some of the more powerful forces are expanding their teams. Lu Chen guessed, if the Grand Uncle and the others didn't leave, they could have helped me. Lu Chen muttered. Unfortunately, after such a big incident with the ice god, they probably did not have the heart to compete for any treasures. There were many people who issued commissions. Lu Chen roughly calculated that there might be 100 or 200 teams, and there would definitely be more participating in the treasure hunt. After all, Lu Chen had only looked for a while. It was impossible for him to meet all the teams, and many teams did not need to expand their teams. Some powerful teams had sufficient manpower and did not need outsiders at all. Lu Chen also heard that there were some dwarves and elves outside the city, and there were also a lot of them. Although they were all from the Dongyu nation, conflicts were inevitable because of their different races. In order to avoid accidents at this juncture, they generally gathered in other small cities nearby. Based on this deduction, there were at least a few thousand teams participating in the treasure hunt. The number of people could reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. Lu Chun could be considered a treasure hunt professional, but it was the first time he encountered so many people fighting for treasures at the same time. In the past, whether it was the U.S. Secret Realm or the Heaven's Punishment Tower, it was always Lu Chun alone. However, this time, the moment the treasure appeared, it would be an unimaginably chaotic scene. Of course, Lu Chun could not join other people's teams. Now, the main thing was to understand the situation of others. After a general understanding, Lu Chun returned to his residence. Taking out the map, Lu Chun placed it in the northern area of Lower King City. There was a red dot there, but there was no hint on the red dot. I've been to this area for the past 2 days. This area is not like Snow Mountain City. The mountains there have basically not changed, but here in Lower King City, there have been some changes in the landscape, so the treasure might not be in the area shown on the map. He could only roughly determine the area where the treasure might appear. It was about 30 square kilometers. With Rhubarb's help, Lu Chun narrowed the area again. However, the treasure seemed to be buried very deep. Even Rhubarb could not determine its location. On his personal map, Lu Chun marked the smallest area that he had locked onto, about 10 square kilometers. Although I can't determine the exact location, if there is any movement, I shouldn't miss it. Being able to do this is already enough. Lu Chun was still very confident about this. Now, he just had to wait for the day the treasure appeared. The time for the prophesied treasure to appear was getting closer and closer. The entire Lower King City seemed to be no different from before, but there were some subtle differences. At the Commission Plaza, almost no one was recruiting helpers anymore. Many caravans and passers-by had left Lower King City. There were fewer people on the road. Many people left the city early in the morning and only returned late at night. The silence in the city was like the low pressure before a storm, making the entire city seem especially oppressive. On this day, several groups of immortal cultivators came from a far Lower King City. There were about 100 people in this group, led by a few elders. They were all dressed in the same ink-style clothes with the word Jiang embroidered on the chest. Their coats covered their badges, so their ranks could not be seen. It's the Tian and Jiang family. It can't be. They're here too. This Dongyue Nation, Tian and Jiang family, Tianbei Xiong family, Yushi Ghosts Guild, East Moon Sage clan. If the Jiang family is here, then the other 3 families will not be idle. Sure enough, after the Tian and Jiang family entered Lower King City, the other 3 families' teams also entered Lower King City. Well, you really jinxed it. The 4 major forces are here. What are we going to fight for now? What are you saying? When the treasure appears, the right time, the right place, and the right people are indispensable. There are so many people here. Even they don't have the confidence to snatch the treasure. Snatching the treasure is the right time, the right place, and the right people. We don't necessarily have no hope. That's right. Besides, the other races have also sent their big forces. Although the 4 major forces are strong, they don't dare to say that they are stronger than the other races. When the time comes, who will emerge victorious will depend on luck. Not long after the 4 major forces arrived, there was another troop outside the city, advancing into the lower city in a grandiose manner. At the front of the team, there was someone riding on an underground lizard, holding a large flag in his hand. On the flag were the words Dongyue Imperial Family. Chapter 795. It's the Dongyue royal family. The surrounding people could no longer remain calm. Heavens, they're all here. Mounts are prohibited in front of the royal city. Only members of the Dongyu royal family are qualified to ride them. Although it's just a ground lizard, it's still a symbol of status. We can't compare to it. AI, even they've come out. Do we still have a share of this treasure? The people from the Southern Sky, Northern Sky, Eastern Moon, and Western Moon forces who had entered the lower royal city earlier all had grave expressions on their faces as they stared at the mighty group. The royal family really came. They still like to make a big fuss. It looks like the competition for this treasure will be more difficult than expected. The royal family's temperament was different from others. Even the people from the four major powers had their heads lowered as they walked. However, the royal family's people had their heads slightly raised, naturally carrying an insufferably arrogant aura. Lu Qin noticed that the royal family and the four major powers were mostly young people. There were only a few older people leading the group. These people probably weren't the strongest existences among the four major powers. But even so, their strength was already enough to make the various forces unable to sit still. When they arrived at the gates of the royal city, the royal family's leader unhurriedly dismounted from his mount, put away the ground lizard, and led the group into the royal city. When the royal family entered the city, everyone rushed to the sides of the road and bowed their heads in greeting. Except for one person, no one told Lu Qin that he needed to bow when seeing the Dongyu royal family. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. The royal family's group stopped, and the man in the lead saw Lu Qin watching the show. "You come here," the man coldly said. Lu Qin had already realized that something was wrong. Everyone around him had their heads lowered, and only he was stretching his neck. He could only squeeze out of the crowd and walk in front of the leader. The leader's gaze fell on Lu Qin's badge. 7-star. Wild. Cultivator? No wonder he doesn't know the rules. No one taught him. Behind him, the royal family's members all looked at Lu Qin's badge in surprise. No way. He's really an unaffiliated cultivator. How did he become a cultivator? This world is truly filled with all sorts of strange things. Even a 7-star cultivator is unable to join a sect. From the looks of it, he must have been rejected by the major sections. Brother Jing and I, isn't the entry requirement for sects very low? There are still people who can't reach it. The young man named Jing and I snorted coldly. That's because the requirements are low for us. But for ordinary people, the requirements of some great forces are something they can never achieve in their lifetime. Let's take this person for example. Even now, he is yet to join a sect. He is probably the trashiest type of trash that not even a sect would want. Lu Qin frowned slightly. There were many people who questioned his identity, but this group of people was the most outspoken. He snorted coldly. "I'm an unaffiliated cultivator." "That's right, but that doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." "Who said that I have to join a sect?" The leader looked at Lu Qin coldly. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to?" Lu Qin smiled faintly. "What? Can the Dongyue imperial family interfere with my cultivation?" "Arrogant. Uncle Qin, this person dares to talk back to the imperial family. Kill him." A girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old said to the leader. Lu Qin's brows furrowed even tighter. His life and death were so easy to deal with in just one sentence. He didn't want to fight at first. Since these great forces were here, it meant that the treasure would appear in the next few days. It was very unwise to fight now. But if the other party continued to be so aggressive, he didn't mind being wanted in the 5th layer of heaven. Anyway, from the 2nd layer of heaven onwards, he didn't know what to do if he wasn't wanted. At this moment, Uncle Qin suddenly made his move. Overwhelming vital energy. A fierce and sharp spiritual energy shot out from his palm and went straight for Lu Chen's face. Sure enough, he still made his move. It should be some kind of Buddhist seal attack. Its power was extraordinary, and it was hard to track. Lu Chen snorted coldly and dodged the attack with a triple door. The palm missed and hit a house dozens of meters away. In an instant, a huge palm print was imprinted on the wall of the house, and the wall disappeared. The palm continued to penetrate hundreds of meters and destroyed dozens of houses. Finally, it hit the wall of the royal city. It was blocked by the special wall material and left a palm print on the wall. Looking back, the overwhelming vital energy left a row of palm prints on the wall hundreds of meters away. Countless people around suddenly widened their eyes. This casual attack, the damage is so terrifying. He hasn't merged his soul and body yet. How can he leave a palm print on the wall made of adamantium black tortoise stone? That guy is so strong. Lu Chen looked back. Those houses had been destroyed. He didn't know if there were people in the houses. If there were, they would have been smashed into meat paste. In the eyes of the imperial family, even the life and death of cultivators was within their control, let alone those commoners. At this moment, Uncle Qin was slightly surprised. He did consider that the other party was only a 7-star cultivator, so he only attacked casually. But even if he didn't use his full strength, a mere 7-star cultivator could still dodge his palm print so easily. This guy was quite something. As a member of the Dongyuer imperial family, it was already very embarrassing for him to miss his attack. If he attacked again, it would lower his status. Humph, kid, this is a warning. If there's a next time, I won't be merciful. Uncle Qin, you're letting this trash go just like that? Behind Uncle Qin, several people glared at Lu Chen. This kind of lowly commoner must be killed as an example to others. Let us kill him. Uncle Qin waved his hand, stopping them from continuing. Shut up. As members of the imperial family, your status is so noble. Don't you lose your status by attacking a lowly commoner? All of you, remember this. Let's go. Uncle Qin didn't waste any more time. He led the troops and walked past Lu Chen. Several young people in the group glared at Lu Chen fiercely, but in the end, they held back and didn't attack. Lu Chen snorted. They didn't attack not only because they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts, but also because they wanted to preserve their strength. Although the imperial family's strength was tyrannical, the 4 major powers were not to be trifled with either. In addition, he couldn't rule out the possibility that there were hidden experts around. It was obviously unwise to start a fight before the treasure appeared. However, since they didn't attack, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. He shook his head and turned back to the crowd. Speaking of which, was this the Dongyuer imperial family? Lu Chen was a little disappointed in them. Ever since the imperial family and the 4 major powers had entered, the atmosphere in the royal city had become even more tense. Now, for some of the smaller powers, observing the actions of the major powers was the best way to obtain information. These major powers all had oracles. They could calculate the time and location of the treasure more accurately. 2 days later, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clouds, and the wind raged in the city. Omen had appeared. The imperial family and the 4 major powers all came out in full force. After receiving the news, the entire royal city became restless. Almost everyone came out in full force on this day. Chapter 796. Rhubarb, wake up and get to work. Lu Chen packed up his belongings and led Rhubarb to join the treasure-hunting army. It was still daytime, but the sky was dark. After the large group left the city. They headed north in a mighty manner. The Dongyue imperial family's team walked at the front, unafraid of a large group of people following behind them. A man in a long robe held a compass in his hand, observing the location on the compass as he walked. After walking for a while, he stopped, and the entire team stopped as well. It should be around here, but the treasure contains too much spiritual energy, so we can't narrow down the area for now. The man said, "Jaikong, can you calculate the exact time of the treasure's birth?" Uncle Chin asked, "Judging from the current celestial phenomenon, the treasure should be born within 24 hours. Uncle Chin nodded. They had already narrowed down the area to 5 square kilometers. Within this area, as long as the treasure appeared, they would know its location and act according to the situation. Each of the 4 major forces had their own oracles. Their calculations were almost the same. Therefore, they also occupied high ground and waited for the right opportunity to strike. At this time, it was not only the royal city's team that had arrived. More and more teams came from all directions, including some from other races. Looking around, the plains in front of them were already packed with people. Everyone had set up camp, waiting for the treasure to appear. Lu Chun and Rhubarb stood on top of a pile of rocks, staring at the crowd around them. So many. Lu Chun shook his head. Who knows how many experts there are? The treasure this time won't be easy to get. Squatting, Lu Chun stroked Rhubarb's fur. "Rhubarb, even you can't determine the exact location?" Rhubarb lowered his head and sniffed the ground, as if trying to determine the location of the treasure. Then Rhubarb suddenly raised his head and looked at a lake in the distance. It can't be at the bottom of the lake, right?" Lu Chun asked curiously. "Didn't you say it was nearby? That lake shouldn't be within the range." Rhubarb didn't make a sound and ran towards the lake. Lu Chun hurriedly chased after him. This unknown lake was some distance away from the location of the treasure predicted by the oracles. There was no one around. Although Lu Chun believed in Rhubarb's ability to find treasures, going against everyone's expectations still made him somewhat suspicious. "Rhubarb, are you sure the treasure came from here?" "Woof, woof, woof." You said there was something wrong here?" Lu Chun was a little surprised. At this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the lake. Then, a large head emerged from the lake. "Holy shit, a demonic beast!" Lu Chun immediately perked up, but when he took a closer look, he realized that other than the head being a little bigger, it seemed somewhat familiar. After thinking about it carefully, Lu Chun remembered. "Little golden carp. It can't be you, right?" The guy in the lake revealed a pair of big eyes and blinked. A voice sounded in Lu Chun's mind. "It's me, Benefactor." "I could feel that the dog beside you was using its spiritual energy to search, so I lured it over. Fortunately, it found me." Lu Chun's eyes widened. "It's really you? You've grown so big." Speaking of which, it had only been a few months since Lu Chun last met the little golden carp, but judging from its head that was above the lake, it should be at least 3 to 4 meters long. "Benefactor, it's too late to reminisce. Listen to me. The treasure this time is very dangerous. It's not something that you can fight for." Lu Chun was surprised. "You know what treasure it is? Although I don't know exactly what it is, I can feel a dangerous aura at the bottom of the lake. Its strength is very terrifying." Lu Chun frowned. "No matter how terrifying it is, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people here, and their strength is very strong. Even if it's the 4 heavenly kings of magical beasts, I'm afraid it will only be surrounded and beaten. Benefactor, that's not the strength of a level 5. Lu Chun was right. There were too many masters here. While he was talking with the little golden carp, someone not far away had noticed something and seemed to be rushing over here. "Someone is coming." I have to go. Benefactor, if you must fight for the treasure, make good use of the Clearwater Pearl, but, if possible, you should go. The little golden carp seemed to be afraid of being discovered. When it saw someone approaching, it immediately dived into the lake and disappeared. Before Lu Chun could react, 3 or 4 people had already arrived beside him. They looked at Lu Chun strangely and then looked at the lake. And strange. Hey, kid, did some rare dragon species appear here just now? Lu Chun shook his head. No. Those few people were skeptical. It is said that when a treasure appears, there will be a black gold koi nearby. If you can catch the black gold koi, then the value of the treasure on its body will not lose to any treasure. Black gold koi, that is the rarest dragon species. Not to mention the treasure on its body, even if it doesn't, just a black gold koi is priceless. Lu Chun thought in his heart, could the little golden carp be the black gold koi that they were talking about? Whether it was or not, Lu Chun would not tell them anyway. The little golden carp's strength was actually very strong. The last time Lu Chun caught it, he directly used soul-body unification. At that time, the little golden carp was still very small. If it was underwater, he was not sure if he could catch the little golden carp. Now that the little golden carp had grown very big, Lu Chun believed that in the water there were very few people who could catch it. I said no. That means no. I came here to pee. You guys even chase me here? If you think that I am lying to you, then go catch the black gold koi yourself. Lu Chun said in a bad mood, then turned and left. Those few people looked at each other. That guy came here to pee? This seemed to explain the ripples on the lake. If there was really a black gold koi, he would not leave so easily. Thinking that the lake had just been polluted by that guy, those few people suddenly lost their interest and could only leave resentfully. Lu Chun had just left for a while, and the best position had been taken by others. Now, he was standing at the outermost edge. He did not expect to meet the little golden carp here. The more precious a treasure was, the more powerful the creature would be guarding it. For example, the godly demon Limitless Sword, but it was the strongest guardian of the ancient dragon race. Its strength was much stronger than that of the third heaven experts. In this case, the little golden carp's warning should not be groundless. Since that was the case, Lu Chun simply stood at the outermost edge of the predicted area. There were so many people in front of him, so he should be safe. In addition, the little golden carp said that the key to snatching the treasure was the Clearwater Pearl. He did not know how to use it. At night, the originally dusky sky quickly became pitch black. The bonfires set up by the various teams could only illuminate a small area. From afar, this plain was dotted with sparks of flames in the caves, like will-o'-the-wisps. Only when lightning occasionally flashed through the dark clouds would it instantly illuminate the ground, and one could see a large number of treasure hunters gathered everywhere. At this moment, the ground began to shake violently. For a moment, there were exclamations everywhere. Chapter 797. The treasure is about to appear. Be careful of the ground. There's going to be an earthquake. The panicked crowd no longer cared about the fire. The strong wind easily extinguished the sparks of the fire, and everyone was plunged into darkness. Lu Chun had never encountered such a situation before. He quickly stood up. Rhubarb, come back first. The surroundings were too dark. Lu Chun was afraid that there would be a change, so he first recalled Rhubarb. Heavenly Eye. Lu Chun immediately activated his Heavenly Eye to help him identify the item. Most people were still in place. It seemed that the treasure had not appeared. Someone must have deliberately misled others just now in an attempt to create more chaos. At this time, no one's words could be trusted. However, a large number of cracks had indeed appeared on the ground. A bolt of lightning flashed, and the cracks on the ground could be seen crisscrossing left and right, spreading in all directions like tree roots. Fortunately, Lu Chen was not in the central area, so the impact here was smaller. What kind of treasure is it? It hasn't appeared yet, and there's already such a big commotion. Someone beside him sighed. It would be great if a large number of treasures appeared. If we're lucky, we can still get some. But it seems that it might be some kind of powerful treasure. If that's the case, we probably won't have any chance. That's hard to say. Look at the darkness. The visibility is estimated to be no more than 3 to 4 meters. When the time comes and chaos ensues, we won't even know who got the treasure. Beside Lu Chen, there were also some small teams with mediocre strength who were trying to fish in troubled waters. The shaking of the earth became more and more violent. The ground under Lu Chen's feet also began to crack, and the cracks spread farther and farther. At this moment, someone suddenly screamed. Lu Chen had not yet understood what was going on when someone beside him also screamed. Immediately after, Lu Chen discovered that a large amount of spiritual energy was rushing out from the ground, gushing out from the cracks. As long as someone came into contact with the strange spiritual energy, their body would immediately wither. Crack, crack, crack. The ground under Lu Chen's feet suddenly cracked, followed by a burst of spiritual energy. Lu Chen widened his eyes. Quick shift. With a quick movement, he narrowly avoided the eruption of spiritual power. However, the two people who were chatting with him earlier were not so lucky. In the darkness, they did not know what was happening around them. At this moment, a stream of spiritual energy suddenly gushed out from under their feet. Although the two of them reacted quickly, one of their arms was still touched by the spiritual energy and directly withered. My arm. As soon as the man landed, he looked at his arm in horror. Without waiting for him to stand firm, the ground beneath his feet collapsed again. This time, he was even more miserable. His entire body directly turned into a pile of skin in the flow of spiritual energy. Lu Chen witnessed the entire process with his heavenly eye and couldn't help but gasp. In any case, that guy was a high-star great cultivator, but he didn't even have a chance to resist and died. Directly, this turbulent flow of spiritual energy was somewhat similar to the astral winds surrounding the infinite fiend god sword. However, it was even more concealed, dangerous, and fatal. No, perhaps it couldn't be compared like this. After all, the dragon necropolis appeared thousands of years ago, and the situation here had just appeared. Naturally, its power was stronger. In any case, there were already cries of alarm in the surroundings. The turbulent flow of spiritual energy had already killed and seriously injured countless people. The most frightening thing was that the surroundings were so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. The entire treasure-snatching scene was in chaos. The phenomenon is getting more and more terrifying, indicating that the treasure is getting closer and closer. Lu Chen was 120% alert, avoiding the turbulent flow that could appear at any time under his feet. His gaze was fixed on the center of the treasure-snatching area. The powerful team over there was in the center of the crisis, but they also displayed the strength of a powerhouse. Even in the darkness, it was not difficult for them to avoid the sudden appearance of the turbulent flow of spiritual energy. Moreover, they had endless magical weapons in their hands, and their team was still stable. About 10 minutes later, the cracks in the ground and the turbulent flow of spiritual energy finally stabilized. The turbulent flow of spiritual energy continued to spurt out from the cracks, but no new cracks appeared. At this time, a deafening thunder rumbled in the sky. The thunder and lightning crossed half the sky, as if the sky was torn open by someone. Immediately after, countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky and smashed into this area. Damn, I understand. What kind of treasure is this? It actually has the protection of a celestial phenomenon. Damn, this heavenly lightning is natural heavenly lightning. It'll be terrible if you get hit by it. This is really terrible. There aren't many places to stand on the ground. Such a dense lightning array. The lightning array fell and crazily bombarded Fang Yuan for dozens of miles. The rolling heavenly lightning illuminated the previously pitch-black land into a deathly white color. Facing such a frightening lightning array, someone had already activated soul-body unification in advance. Damn it, are they crazy? Soul-body unification. Protection of the immortal Buddha. Lightning defense sword array. All-conquering golden bell. All kinds of techniques and magical weapons emerged one after another. Everyone was trying their best to resist the attacks of the lightning array. Lu Chen did not use any techniques for the time being, and only dodged with his body. He was relatively far from the center, and the lightning array was concentrated in the center. The surroundings were sparse, so he could still avoid it. Damn. Is this the appearance of a treasure? So frightening. Before seeing the treasure, Lu Chen already believed the little golden carp's warning. It was definitely not groundless. The lightning array lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the surroundings returned to darkness, it was unknown how many people were eliminated by the lightning array. Lu Chen's small and weak team had either died, been injured, or escaped. There were not many left. However, the celestial phenomenon protection did not end. Suddenly, a heavy rain fell from the sky. Now, everyone did not dare to be careless. The moment the rain fell, everyone activated their shields, afraid that there would be fatal injuries in the rain. The rain was not a problem, but under the heavy rain, Lu Chen discovered a problem. The rain was too heavy, as if something heavy was pressing down on them. Furthermore, the ground was already muddy, making it difficult to move. Now, many movement techniques could not be used, such as rapid movement, 7 stars chasing moon, and instant shadow in the night. Only the triple gate, layers of ghost shadows, and 9 void steps could still be used. In addition, normal movement was very difficult. Damn, how many people's movement techniques were sealed? Lu Chen's eyes widened. The heavy rain fell for half an hour without any intention of stopping. It was getting heavier and heavier. The downpour had already blurred the world. The ground was muddy, and the low-lying areas were so full of water that it was impossible to stand. 2 hours later, the plain had shockingly turned into a lake. The original treasure hunting team of 1 million people was probably less than 100,000 people now. Even those who did not die in the fissure, the spiritual energy turbulence, and the lightning array, many of them had opened soul-body unification. Thus, to them, they had already lost the qualifications to fight for the treasure. As for the remaining people, it could already be confirmed that all of them were experts. At this time, every one of them was covered in water droplets, but their expressions were unusually solemn. Thunder sounded in the sky again. Many people could not help but look at the sky. It wouldn't be another lightning array, would it? Now that their displacement had failed and their movement speed had slowed down, another lightning array would probably eliminate a portion of them. Fortunately, it was just normal rain and thunder this time. Almost at the same time, there was a loud boom. The surface of the lake formed by the rainwater suddenly surged with huge waves of mud, and the ground split in two. A silver light rose from the ground, and rushed straight to the horizon. Lu Chen's breathing started to become hurried. That treasure was finally going to come out. Chapter 798. Everyone thought that the treasure was about to appear, especially those forces near the central area. There were already thousands of people rushing towards the light pillar. Lu Chen suppressed his anxiety. The little golden carp said that the treasure was very dangerous. From the previous celestial protection, it was obvious. He was not in a hurry to snatch it. In the direction of the light pillar, the thousands of people who had just approached were directly sent flying. Lu Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Among those people, there were many high-star level cultivators, or even higher. They didn't even have the strength to fight back, and were directly sent flying? The heavy rain was still falling. Lu Chen stood on the stone, and the surroundings were already submerged by the rain. At this moment, a golden light appeared at Lu Chen's feet. Little golden carp. Lu Chen recognized this guy at a glance. There was no one around him. The little golden carp swam to Lu Chen's feet. Benefactor, you still haven't left. Do you really want that treasure? Of course I want it, Lu Chen said, but now it seems that it's not so easy to snatch it. Benefactor, to get that treasure, you might have to pay a high price. Do you know what it is? Lu Chen asked. The little golden carp seemed to know quite a lot. Ancient god blood. Ancient god blood. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Speaking of which, he seemed to have obtained ancient demon blood before. Ancient demon blood was different from ordinary demon blood. It was something from the demon world. In other words, it was an item that existed in reality. Could it be the same for ancient demon blood? Benefactor, ordinary people can't merge with ancient demon blood even if they obtain it. Moreover, the ancient demon blood is now in the guardian's body. Her strength isn't something you can deal with. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Previously, when he didn't know what treasure it was, he didn't care. Now that he knew, he wanted to get it even more. The ancient demon blood in his body didn't have any effect. Lu Chen guessed that it was because of his special physique, that it couldn't work on its own. If he could get the ancient demon blood, he might have a chance to strengthen his body. Little golden carp, I've decided to give it a try. You should leave here quickly. I'm afraid there will be a big battle here. I might have to activate Soul Body as one to have a chance of snatching the treasure. The little golden carp looked at Lu Chen worriedly. Benefactor, you might die. That's only a possibility. The little golden carp still wanted to say something, but when she saw Lu Chen's resolute gaze, she finally shook her head. Benefactor, if you can survive, go to the Autumn Water Lake to find me. I have to go. That guy is about to come out. Benefactor, take care. The little golden carp suddenly jumped down and disappeared. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He took out the clear water bead and suspended it beside him. The rain could no longer hit Lu Chen's body, but the muddy ground and the harsh environment still greatly reduced the power of many of his skills. Primordial divine blood. I have to get it. At this moment, a series of loud rumbles came from the interior of the land that had been split into two. Then, a gigantic figure slowly rose from the light pillar. When he saw this guy, Lu Chen almost thought that he was looking at the extreme in nether glow, the body of a woman and the tail of a giant python. It can't be the extreme in nether glow. Wait, that can't be Nuwa. If it was really Nuwa, then it was not as good as the extreme in nether glow. This guardian was holding a colorful crystal in her hand. She had the body of a woman and the tail of a snake. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and she was dressed in colorful clothes. If it was not Nuwa, who else could it be? Oh my God, it's Lady Nuwa. Luchin covered his mouth. No wonder the little golden carp said that they were no match for her. However, he did not know if this Nuwa was a real body or a fighting spirit or just a remnant soul. Even if it's Nuwa, I have to snatch the god's blood. There were many people who had the same idea as Luchin. Those who wanted to snatch the treasure did not care who the other party was. Moreover, the stronger the guardian, the better the treasure. The guardian of the treasure has appeared. Kill the guardian and snatch the treasure. Could the treasure be the divine sky-mending stone in the hands of Nuwa's remnant soul? Half of you activate soul body as one. The rest listen to my command. The guardian of Nuwa's remnant soul is definitely not a small matter. Success or failure depends on this. There were already people who were certain that it was a remnant soul. Luchin also felt that it was a fighting spirit. Nuwa's real body should not appear in the fifth heaven. Luchin quickly approached the central area. At this moment, Nuwa's remnant soul burst out with a dazzling golden light. Luchin's heavenly eye was directly blinded. Even the heavenly eye was not spared, let alone both eyes. Luchin only felt that the world was spinning. Then, Nuwa raised one hand, and a torrential flood appeared in the sky, pouring down on everyone. The torrential flood surged, and everyone hurriedly dodged. However, only those who had the ability to stay in the air for a long time could avoid the flood. Some people fled in panic and used all their displacement skills, but they still could not avoid the flood. Luchin spread his wings and flew in the air. The rain made flying more difficult than usual, but at least he avoided the flood. Looking down at the flood, it was like a tsunami. The ground had turned into an ocean in an instant. What kind of attack is this? Luchin's eyes widened. There were less than 100,000 treasure hunters left out of the million treasure hunters. So what if it's Nuwa? We are also immortal cultivators. Why should we be afraid of Nuwa? Someone in front shouted with his real arm. Even if she's Nuwa's remnant soul, she can't deal with so many of us. We must get the treasure at all costs. Although there were less than 1/10 of them left, the fact that they could hold on until now showed their strength. Most of the people here were not lower than a 5-star earth cultivation base. 100,000 powerhouses rushed toward Nuwa's remnant soul at the same time. A large number of skills were wildly thrown at Nuwa's remnant soul. Everyone gave it their all, and the scene was exceptionally beautiful. Heaven mending! Nuwa's remnant soul shouted and pushed out with one palm. Close to 1,000 people in front of her were directly hit and flattened. These 5-star earth cultivation base were directly killed by Nuwa's remnant soul. Create man. Nuwa used another skill. The muddy soil on the ground seemed to come alive and automatically molded into the shapes of various races. After taking shape, it seemed to have a consciousness in an instant and turned into lively human beings that rushed toward the treasure hunters. A 6-star earth cultivation base slammed his palm toward a clay figurine. He thought that with his soul body as one state, he could finish off the clay figurine with one slap. Unexpectedly, the other party easily dodged it and sent him flying with a backhand slap. What level is this clay figurine? It's at least an 8-star earth cultivation base, and it has the strength of a soul body as one state. Oh no, there are more and more clay figurines. Their numbers seem to be a few times more than ours, and it's still increasing. The land was boundless. It was no exaggeration to say that Nuwa's remnant soul could have as many clay figurines as she wanted. With just 2 skills, Nuwa's remnant soul had already suppressed these super powerhouses. Lu Chun was already surrounded by more than 10 clay figurines. He was still in the air, and his movements were limited. There were still a large number of clay figurines rushing over. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He glanced at the huge Nuwas remnant soul in the distance. Primordial divine blood. Did he really not have a chance to get it? No, I don't believe it. Soul body as one. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.